ค 지난 스프링은 만족감보단 아쉬움이 좀 더 컸던 시즌이었던 것 같아요.
뭐 팀적으로 저희가 되게 불안정한 모습 같은 게 되게 많았다고 생각을 해서
제가 콜업된 이유는 아마 분위기 반전을 시킬 수 있는 선수라고 생각해서 그런 것 같고 이번에 분위기 반전하면서 연승까지 하는 느낌도 해보고 싶어요.
랭크에서 많이 만나봤거든요. 뭐 그럭저럭 제가 더 많이 이긴 것 같아요.
불족 선수는 그냥 무난한 선수인 것 같아요. 클템 해설분이 이제 막 월월월 뒤지면서 쏴주는 느낌이 있는데 제 입장에서 그냥 무난한 플레이였다고 생각해요.
이번에 서머 시즌은 월즈 다 바라보고 하는 리그이기 때문에 서머에는 좋은 성적 낼 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
추맥 감독님이 힘드시면 서머 때 오라고 했는데 저희가 잘 갈고 닦은 실력 잘 보여드릴 테니까 DRX를 시작으로 모든 LCK 팀 다 몰아뜯으러 가보겠습니다. 광견들 모여
오히려 약간 조련시켜주겠습니다. 기대해주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We got Kwangdong Freaks up against DRX. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler, and we are going to be jumping into the second day of LCK Summer 2023. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I am fully revitalized. You know, we've already had some challenges. We were on the desk yesterday, which was fun. And now, here at the LCK as well, we're going to cast together some teams today that might not have made playoffs, but we have seen that between seasons a lot can change. So all of them are going to be looking to do a lot better here in summer.
Sure, you think about, Live Sandbox last year with the introduction of Prince coming in. That's kind of the first one that pops off the page. But that was last year. This is this year. We have had some roster changes, and in fact, we will have some today as well. You guys may have heard the rumblings in the rosters here. And speaking of which, we are going to go into those right now. So on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, nothing has changed. We'll see if this works out for them this time.
Still the same. Only question is really which support they're playing with, because they are still on a heavy rotation as far as we are aware. Rest of the team, Dudu, Youngjae, Bulldog, Taeun, still the same. A team that was better than expected. Yes, they didn't make playoffs, but the expectation for this roster, I think, were very low coming into spring, and then being seventh, and also, I think, pretty clearly ahead of the rest of the teams that didn't make playoffs, was a pretty big surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they were developing towards the end. The CV Max ways are coming in here. As on the side of DRX, it's not quite the same scenario, Chronicler.
And what is crazy here is 2 call-ups from Academy, not Challengers, Academy, so straight from Tier 3 to the LCK. Yehu and Padak coming in today, replacing... well, Fate's still there, but Dogdom actually no longer on the roster, at least for time being. So Padak going to have some shoes to fill there.
Definitely a controversial choice, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
But it's the beginning of the split, and of course we saw what happened in spring. So they want to make some big changes. We'll have to see if that does it for them. Summer will be different. The two teams are trying to make some changes. The clash of the 05-born rookie mid laners with, by the way, this is Yehu who is coming in. The K is silent, guys. We'll get more on that a little bit later. But for now, just keep that in mind as he is going up against Bulldog.
CV Max there in the background looking at
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Paddock and Yehu, a lot of expectations here coming in today.
Yeah, well, guys, we have a short interview with Paddock. Let's listen in to that right now.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 DRX 원딜 맡고 있는 파덕 박수현입니다. 지금 자신 있는 챔프는 메타에 따라 아필리오스를 좀 자신 있게 생각하고 있어요. 네, 처음 스크림 했을 때는 저랑 건희 형이랑 좀 마음이 잘 안 맞아가지고 스크림 도중에 잦은 실수가 있었는데 요즘 건희 형의 데이터로 계속 저한테 설명을 해주시고 스크림 도중에도 저한테 좀 많이 알려주셔가지고 제가 좀 많이 배우고 있습니다. 그래서 요즘 스크림 성적 보면 매우 괜찮아가지고 지금 좋은 것 같아요. 이번 서머 첫 경기가 광동인데 꼭 광동 이겨가지고 다음 경기부터 열심히 연승 흐름 타가지고 좋은 성적 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
All right, well, there you have it. He said he's confident in Aphelios as well. That might be one of the things you guys missed there at the beginning. But either way, here comes the Kwangdong Freaks running down the stairs right away. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see on the other side with Paddock coming in for DRX. But Kwangdong, so far, you know, not too many changes coming into summer. I think towards the end of spring, as you were mentioning, they were kind of reaching some level of the expectations before, or perhaps even breaking through. So it's going to be nice to see what they bring in for summer.
Really will be. Bulldog looking goofy as always there, walking over with the rest of his team. And it looks like for today, we will be starting off with Jun here. Is that going to remain the case? You never know with this team. They have, because they actually ended with Moam having a great series. Remember, you got very emotional, and it is always pretty tough for the players when they are taking up the same spot. For today, though, and in general, we have seen that Jun, when it comes to guiding the team, has been a big force. As
this requires a bit of explanation. Yes, they are holding a log, a wooden log, and so there's this meme about DRX that basically it requires 5 people to carry a log, right? But sometimes there's one guy who's carrying it all by himself while the rest of the team is tap dancing, and that has been used to kind of meme DRX a little bit. Today they are trying to say, everybody's holding the log, all together, we're all pulling our weight.
yeah, because if I remember correctly, Rascal was the only one previously carrying the log, which
Yes.
is why he's in the
And all
front.
his teammates
and
were
the
tap
rest,
dancing.
yeah, they were on the log. They were making it even heavier for him, and that's not going to be the case today. Here, obviously, a well-filled roster. I'm seeing some issues with
Is
where they
Barrels
are
holding
spread.
that log? I mean, is he
Barrels
really doing his best to like
Barrels-
carry that piece of the log?
He
I don't
is
know.
guiding it. Okay, he is steering. the
Sounds
lo- it's
familiar,
important.
Chronicler. Sounds familiar, unfortunately. And this says, in summer, DRX will be different.
Yeah.
We're all hoping that's the case.
I really do want to highlight that I think Dogdom individually, didn't have an okay 2022. The issues in spring, I don't think you want to blame Dogdom specifically for. It was just very obvious that him and Barrel were not on the same page at any point of the entire split. As today, we're going to see whether Paddock can change that up. The bot lane was a humongous problem for the team of DRX. Jungle issues also there. We're starting off today with Croco, like with Jun on the opposite side. There is a ton of potential for Juan to get subbed in. I think the Juan lineup looked marginally better. Juan a bit more stable.
Yeah.
Croco showing some of the lows without the highs that kind of have started to, or have been categorizing this player. As we see, last time in spring they met, round 2 was actually quite close.
Yeah, and Kwangdong Freaks ran away with that one. It definitely mirrors kind of the route that Kwangdong Freaks did take through spring. Started off very weak and even losing to a DRX that had basically no success in spring. But then they got the win 2-1. A win's a win. And Kwangdong Freaks have definitely been popping off. This top lane matchup is definitely going to be one to look at because Dudu has been one of the shining lights that's very consistent on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Whereas for DRX, I think that Rascal has at times showed his prowess, but also at times maybe he was the one tap dancing on the log. So we'll have to see which Rascal comes out today.
Yeah, and we yesterday talked about our predictions. You were the only one who predicted DRX, and I really do think that that should have been a mid-core split. I think this matchup is very close, and it really depends which form of the player shows up. Because for DRX in particular, like players like Daryl, like Croco, have been so up or down. Add two unknown factors in Paddock and Yehu, and it makes it very hard to predict what's going to happen. But looking at the end of last split, I do really think that Kwangdong was slowly starting to become a team. We mean the spring is just a scrim a lot, as Yehu actually debuting on Kwangdong Academy here.
Yeah, so he has played, and again, for all of our global viewers, Academy here in Korea is actually Tier 3. So in many other regions, Academy is Tier 2, but actually in Korea, Tier 2 is Challengers. They skipped Challengers. They jumped into the LCK team.
And their Challengers team is really good. Like,
Yes.
this is a team that made finals last split, and was the best team last year as well, as Paddock has been exclusively on Academy. And Academy is notoriously hard to watch, unless you're Korean, because it is just single tournaments, right? There isn't an English broadcast, not even co-streams like there were and are for Challengers, so getting a good grasp of how good players are in Academy is really tough, which makes it even more exciting to see those players called straight up. Wouldn't be the first time that players have been called. Vikla was another example that didn't really play in Challengers, got called up. Obviously, recently hasn't been in his best form, but when he came to KT last year, was a big reason of why that team kind of started to flourish.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just curious to see if we see the same Kwangdong that we saw at the end of spring. I feel like it might take a little bit of time to get that engine rolling again, you know, kind of like struggling on startup perhaps. I'm sure these guys have been practicing a lot during the break, as have DRX, obviously, with some new call-ups and stuff like this. And I don't know, it just felt like a bit of a gut feeling. I think that DRX can kind of pull something back. They had a very weak spring, and generally teams that have a really weak split at least start off a little bit better to start off the next season. So hoping that happens for them, and for the sake of my prediction, because I am alone in this one. And Kwangdong Freaks starting off on blue side. Blue side very successful already, although we only did have one day of games.
Yeah, there is a number as a... Oh, that looks familiar, Felves. That I'm seeing some black particles there on the desk. Yeah, I think we are having a broken.
Oh no, not the exploding hand warmer! I've done this while casting one time. It is a nightmare. You do not want this to happen. Seems like he has got a new one, and it's a nightmare if you don't have people to immediately clean it up. But I'm sure the staff will get on that immediately, and he will be just fine. Perhaps just gripping the hand warmer a little bit tighter than normally. Perhaps some nerves coming in.
Would make complete sense, given that you are going straight from Academy to the LCK stage. And even
I'd
players,
be shaking up there.
Yeah, I mean, even players going from Challengers, and this can be players that are tenured in Challengers as well, still being called up to the LCK stage. They've been very vocal. It is a really big step up. It's what you've been watching for years, is what you've been trying to get towards, and actually making it, in particular in the way that Paddock and Yeo have done, where you skip Challengers at all and just get straight called up. Must be a ton of pressure here on these players. And as you mentioned, I think it's twofold. I think that DRX definitely were able to take time off, recalibrate, but I also think that getting a win here was really important for this team. I think that if you are a Kwangdong and you cop a loss, you know, not the end of the world. That team was able to bounce back from it last time around as well. The expectations weren't really comparable, but for this roster, particularly with how much they underperformed as a
yeah, the
cool mom in the gang.
Kwangdong families, the Kwang moms, is what Jisun just told me to say.
I love that.
The Kwang. Okay, everybody has come out here to support their sons on this team. So that is very nice. We have definitely seen some of these signs before. Some of them are very new. Well, I'm trying to figure out who's... Okay, so Sejun is June. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at that one as well, and wondering, DRX fans, of course, Hoping for a better split than last time. DRX, even though our expectations weren't necessarily high, still not able to live up to even the kind of adjusted expectations as the split went along.
Yeah. By the way, it's Rascal's 6-year debut anniversary. 6 years since he has debuted soon, but this is the closest date to it. So there you have it, celebrating it with the bunch of signs there with Rascal. As Lucian is going to be banned. Now we can get into the League of Legends talk now that we're actually in the draft here. I wonder if we're going to see any focus on Annie, which has been a powerhouse in our first day.
Annie, also a pick that you can prioritize very heavily. We've also seen Aphelios in particular really struggle against the pick due to, you know, there's not a lot of counterplay to a flash chippers in your face. As the red side mandatory bans of Milio and Nico will be respected. Vi remains extremely high on the ban list here, and it's looking like an Annie first pick here for Kwangdong. Alternatively, Aphelios would make sense if DRX end up banning it away. Cassante, another one that I think, even though, yes, his win rate isn't great after a day, but that pick is still completely off the charts.
Maokai.
Gonna be the Maokai, still very highly regarded by a lot of teams, but
yeah,
I'm loving that.
And there is your first pick, Cassante. He's still really strong. Dudu's a great Cassante. Bulldog, I'm sure, can pick it up. So not only is it really strong, it can be flexed, it can do insane stuff in team fights and in the solo lane. So definitely a good pick here, as Aphelios is going to be the focus, and Ari is going to come out as a very early pocket pick here for Yehu.
Very interesting, given the fact that Annie's still available. We have seen Aphelios really struggle into this, and Cassante and Annie, that combination makes it really hard for Paddock to play the game. Wouldn't be surprised to see Kwangdong pick it up here. And even though Jinx is still available and has been extremely strong, it's going to be the Xayah Rakan combo coming through instead here.
Yeah.
Or Kwangdong, so going to sack some of that laning phase. I do think a good pick into the Ahri, specifically DRX. We've seen these yesterday as well. The Yuumi, even without the Zeri, being highly prioritized here by our LCK teams.
Yeah. As Beryl, the world-class, world champion veteran, going to be playing Yuumi with his Academy 80 carry in Paddock, who will be coming in here. That's going to be a lot of fun. Also, Aphelios Yuumi, as you mentioned, coming in as a duo, a lot of focus on this. Just a high priority on Aphelios, but then also Yuumi is in a really good spot, so they just kind of put one and one together, but the duo itself is kind of like questionable at times. But there's the Annie ban, not a big surprise, as that has been very strong recently, and you don't want to give up Annie and Rakan and Cassante when you're playing Aphelios especially.
Now Kwangdong is started to ban out junglers, but that will pinch them themselves, so I wonder what they have in mind for Youngjae here. Might just end up being a Volibear. Volibear is one of the picks that isn't really high on the list for bans, but has actually been rising in priority both in Challengers and in the LCK. So could see that coming out. Respect ban here for Bulldog, one of the first to pick up the Aurelion Soul last split as well. Gwen, still available, is a pick that does really well into the Cassante, because Sign is another. And if there is a reliable frontline, it becomes a lot harder for Kwangdong to get back on access. But no, we're continuing. Croco having 3 straight bans thrown towards him.
Yeah, I mean, Ahri Vi was already banned, but Ahri Viego as well, a very strong combo. And they're going to keep that jungle pick. They say, okay, we'll go for the very solid, very straightforward Sion into Cassante. No Malphite this time, no Gwen, no mix-ups in the top lane. Rascal just playing a tank.
There is, of course, still the opportunity here for Kwangdong to rotate the Cassante into the mid lane matchup. Cassante can play into basically anything, because the champion is extremely strong and has a very, very stable laning phase. Dudu is the type of guy that will just be picking Fiora, picking Gwen, picking any carry, and it is indeed a Volibear. So I expect DRX to have a plan ready for this, as seeing Lissandra makes complete sense, right? Turns it into more of a pick comp. This is a lot of consistent damage, but Talia has not been the best. Is a pick that Bulldog loves, though. Veldis is...
I don't really like this. I'm a big Talia enjoyer myself, but I don't know. I think the Lissandra was more on theme.
I would have liked the Lissandra a lot more as well.
It does very, very well into the Ahri. The Talia is very interesting here. It doesn't have a lot of backline access, we could say. It has the ability to play with the terrain, but either way it happened. Let's see what Kroko is going to play as Kha'Zix going to be hovered here. Will it be the choice? And yes, Ahri Kha'Zix is going to be the duo here for DRX.
They make it all the way through. Kha'Zix, of course, very strong on the current patch, kind of slipping its way through. What is crucial, though, and the reason why I think Kwangdong didn't ban the Kha'Zix but banned the other picks instead, is that Kroko, when he has looked best, historically has been a player that has been about playmaking, about setting up for the rest of his team, right? Starting the fight, getting the flank, getting the angle. Kha'Zix, very different style of jungler, requires you to do a lot more heavy lifting when it comes to damage output, and Kroko, even in the best of times, has been known to get a little bit overexcited. And Kha'Zix is a pick that definitely invites the type of behavior, so risky proposition for DRX in that regard. The composition, though, when you look at it holistically, very well-rounded. Good front line, very damage profile. I think the only thing you're really lacking is very reliable engage, right? Sign isn't that great as a main engage tool, but your front to back is definitely there.
Yeah, you have decent pick potential. You can maybe land charms and like have a Kha'Zix jump in or something, but I feel like in a 5v5 team fight, you're absolutely correct. Like, unless somebody is going to go truly man mode and make a play happen, it can be difficult.
Yeah, it'd be more about either specifically Ahri finding a flank or Kroko catching someone off guard or getting a counter engage, right? And when you look at the Kwangdong comp, they're going to be engaging. Because between the Cassante, the Rakan, and the Volibear, this team is expected to play very far forward, although with, you know, the Talia, Zaya, some flexibility there as well. Yeah. Is that cohesive?
That's a good way to put it. Yes, very flexible. We'll have to wait and see how it works out for Kwangdong, as maybe safety is the #1 priority as we hop into the Rift for game number 1. All right, here we go. On to the map for game number 1. I'm going to take a little bit of damage. But there's something we got to talk about, Chronicler. We have 2 new players on the side of DRX. One of them is named Paduk, which is very obvious and very straightforward.
It's
the
also,
other one is not.
Yeah, before we move on, because I know the next discussion is going to take a bit of time.
Okay,
as far as I know, it is in fact a Psyduck reference. The Paduk, which I think is cool.
It is, yeah.
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 So Paduk, very self-explanatory, as you point out.
But we have another player. He's in the mid lane. You guys might think his name is Kyahu or something like that.
Kihu?
Well, it's not. It is Yehu, which is his Korean name. And the K is from his last name, which is Kong. Which can mean a lot of things in Korean. It can mean strong, it can mean river. But either way, that's a side note. The K is silent in his name. And also, it's not yeah, it's yeah. So get used to it. As a level 1 engage down on the bottom side, Paduk already in a bit of trouble. Exhaust has to be used as they are chipping away at that Aphelios' health bar already.
And a great health trade. And then even trade in summoners. So Kwangdong bot lane going to be very happy with that one. Did see while that was happening on the top half, Rascal helping out his jungler a little bit. Kha'Zix, really good single target clear, but can struggle a little bit, particularly level 1 with the Raptor, so Decimating Smash being very big there. And yeah, Paduk immediately, Zyra Khan isn't the best lane, but when you're playing with a Yuumi, particularly the newer Yuumi, you're not really going to have the best of time when it comes in lane. Particularly not when you get traded against early on. Both junglers currently on the bottom half of the map, but Kroko expected to be pathing up towards either mid lane or his Scion. So Paduk might actually get in some trouble if we do see Youngjae move over. Obviously Volibear, when it comes to setting up early ganks, extremely, extremely strong. We'll get spotted here though.
And he should know he's spotted. There was a ward ping there. as it expired right in front of him. Youngjae doesn't care. He says, I am Volibear, I go where I want, and this is into Krako's jungle on the bottom side. There is nothing down there. As Krako, he took the Raptors, and now he's just running all the way down to the bottom of the map. So that's his MO. Going to just mirror up against the Volibear. As meanwhile, in the mid lane, some trades, but it's mid lane in the current patch, which is ends up not being a lot of action.
Actually, really good read from DRX, because by having him start on top, right, and then path towards bot, and clearing out his bot jungle, the invade from Youngjae doesn't actually get anything done. He's also not able to make a play towards bot side, because with Kroko covering, not really able to do that. So there is a tempo advantage for Youngjae, but Kroko does not get his back in and should be able to actually clear. But his bot lane might be in trouble.
Way too much damage in these trades. Is already Podok is so low, and Youngjae just went to the scuttler and comes right down here. He does have Gravitum, which is going to help him out quite a lot, but Ghost and Heal going to be used here just to get him to safety, as he's down 8 CS and down 3 Summoners.
And on the return gank, Youngjae getting the impact. Wouldn't even be surprised if they want to try and go for something more. You can see keeping it slow, not wasting any time, get the scuttler and go for round 2.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. The Q of the Yumi's gonna miss. Podok flashing away from the knockup as tons of damage comes in. That's first blood already here for Taeyun on the Xayah. As TP is used down on the bottom side, Yehu is coming in here. That's gonna happen more than once. And he's not really able to do much except survive.
Actually takes a big chunk of damage there as well, and Bulldog is gonna have unmatched access to the mid lane. Gonna use that to get himself a free back. Kroko will harass him, but not gonna be able to do much more than that. And already the level 1 started off with pure aggression from Taeyun and Jun. And it's just been nothing but that from there on, right? We see Youngjae actually utilizing the early Volibear ganks. We've seen some Volibears that take it a little bit more slow. I really like this. Very aggressive early. There isn't a cleanse on Podok. Obviously wouldn't be able to cleanse a grand entrance. Does get the flash on that here, but there's simply too much damage with the heal already being blown. And the early lockdown and damage that a Volibear provides, not really anything you can do. And even the teleport being invested and not getting anything out of it, DRX struggling here in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, already Taeyun is almost doubling the CS of Podok, who is also down a level. Does eventually make it back to the lane, but he is not really in a good spot. Now he's going to walk up to try to CS, will not take a good trade here at all, as Exhaust has to be used again in these 2v2 trades. As Taeyun and Jun are really giving them a what for here in the early game and showing them who's boss on the LCK stage. This will mean, with all this prio, Kwangdong can just take a free Drake.
Early Dragon going to be picked up. Hextech Drake, as far as individual Drakes go, one that you love to get. And DRX, even with the resources being invested, right? Kroko covering initially, Yehu getting his teleport off. They're not really able to keep Podok and Beryl safe. And I do think part of this is also, right, this is something that you do run the risk of when you prioritize the Yumi this way into a Zyrakan combo. Laning, not necessarily great, but when you combine it with an aggressive jungler like Volibear, it becomes really important that you don't take too much damage. And Taeyun and Jun just keep hard forcing trades here. DRX bot lane, definitely struggling. Rest of the map is fine, by all means, but they don't really get anything in return, right? So now, 1k gold deficit. Yehu and Kroko might be looking for something here.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what angle Kroko takes, because there's also a control ward in the bush that's right below him. So he's just going to walk away. They don't know exactly where Youngjae is either. Turns out he was right there in the mid lane. As, yeah, they don't even have vision of this brush. They are going to put down a Pelios turret for just a moment, as it's still struggle street down there. Yeah, who is going to be able to clear out some of these brushes at least, but definitely looking for Kroko to try to get something done, whether it's an early Rift Herald or some kind of gank, or maybe just to at least help Podok farm a little bit. But yeah, it's rough goings here early for DRX.
It's kind of the problem as well with the Kazakhs, right? Is that pre-6, you don't do that much. You don't offer really anything of note, particularly into a PTA Volibear. one of the champions that can actually really cause troubles for the Kazakhs. And Kroko has just been farming, and as you point out, something needs to happen. The setup in his lanes outside of mid is pretty lackluster, right? Yes, you have Cyan, but it's Cassante, so that's realistically
Full
not
story,
happening.
bro.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? When he has Flash and his W, just not a lot of opportunity there. And the vision control is also there. Kwangdong making sure they keep eyes on Herald. And now we do have Jun already making his way over towards the top half of the map. Kroko looking, this would be big if they can get this gang to work here.
Okay, that's the ult in, but Dudu is going to be able to get away from the stun, and he just flashes and walks away, takes a Q. But at the end of the day, it is just going to be a flash away from a Cassante. He doesn't really care too much about that, as Young Jay is getting to work on this big objective. Charm is going to land here, but Beryl gets stunned in on the rocks. Not going to matter much, it's just a Yuumi, but you can see the rotation up from Kwangdong Freaks. This is the important thing. They are going to secure a very early Rift Herald to continue with this early lead that they have.
And even with the play in mid, they're not working out, right? We saw Jun trying to look for the play together with Bulldog. Bulldog playing very aggressively forward in an attempt to bait out Yehu. Didn't end up working out, but Kwangdong is able to keep everyone alive, get a Herald, and deny Paddock an opportunity to get any plates, with Taeyoon already roaming down when it was clear that they were getting the Dragon very early on. And they get everything. DRX doesn't really get anything. They're even with them getting some free time in bot, still 1k gold behind, and the Herald still has to be placed down. So top lane gank, not working out. Mid lane play, not enough damage available to actually take down Bulldog. And DRX do have a lot of power when it comes to the front-to-back team fights. The Yuumi and Cyan style compositions kind of speak for themselves, but with how it's been going thus far, I would be worried about hitting your spikes, right? Is Paddock actually going to do any damage? Or are you going to be fully reliant on Yehu and Kroko to get something done there?
I sure hope not, as in goes Dudu. He's already doing a bunch to Rascal. Will dodge the Q, and maybe that's enough, but Dudu rather is moving forward, trying to get this last Q on a Rascal, who dodges another one, and will be able to just walk away. A little bit of a scary moment there.
Ice Cold has Flash. No, not using that one. Doesn't need it. Gets a Sunfire and makes his way back.
Grabbing him here onto Taeyoon, who has Cleanse, Flash, and ult. He is going to throw in the Feather Storm and does not have to use any summoners. So even with the Gravitum startup there, it does not matter, as Yehu now with Kroko in the 2v2, just going to posture. Rascal able to teleport back in. Dudu does have his teleport, but hasn't really gone for a good back yet.
And Taeyoon and Jun fairly low now. Should be an opportunity for DRX to get their first objective.
Oh boy. Well, the flash will come in, but the charm is there as he flashes forward into the play as the teleport is coming in. We got Yehu looking for the damage, and he will hit the charm and sets up Paddock for a big kill, who has a lot of chakrams and is getting to work on those turret plays.
Takes a lot of guts to be completely bullied in lane, dove early, and then flash forward into a play like that. But DRX pull it off. Really big moment there as the barrel was completely fine. Nothing to see there. Definitely didn't almost, almost die. Completely calculated the teleport from Yehu. This time around does work out. Is able to make his way down towards that lane. And starts off. A lot of damage goes down, or a lot of CC rather goes down when Youngjae isn't really there. And Taeyoon, crucially, already was forced to use his ultimate, so overforce coming through. DRX is very ready for it, sees it coming, and gets themselves a dragon. Some much needed gold for Paddock.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm thinking about this lane now. What probably happened is Paddock, you know, he's not a new player, but he is a newer player, especially compared to Beryl. Beryl's probably sitting on his back like, go forward right now, like telling him to go into that play. And then Paddock's like, okay, boss, and he just flashes in. I can imagine that just happening right now in this two-person lane, this dual lane in the bot lane for DRX. And yeah, it was a nice look. Yehu comes in, good team play. But we do still have Kwangdong Freaks in the lead. They still do have this Rift Herald that they are going to drop into mid lane and try to get it onto Bulldog here. As Youngjae has been having a fun early game with that dive, but at least Krako has been able to keep up in farm, and now he has a Yomus, so maybe now is when he begins his path of glory. We'll have to see.
Hopefully, unlike Youngjae, Krako, all he offers is damage. With First Strike and with his Yomus now done.
It is a lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage, but it is a style that I'm thinking back, right? So like when Krako has looked at best, it's been on picks like Vi, picks like Viego, where he's able to kind of set and dictate the pace of fights. With Kha'Zix, that can be a little bit harder, but it depends on the space that you can find for yourself in fights. So gonna have to see whether that is actually gonna come true. And I might be a little bit more critical, you know, being a big Krako fan as I am. Spring was a tough time for me, Valdez.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how it goes, right? When you're like, you really want him to do well, just...
Yeah. I know what that's like.
Yeah, doesn't always happen.
I'm not going to name any names, but recently there has, yeah. Anyway, this bottom lane has kind of evened out because, you know, it starts off with a 20 CS lead, 25 CS lead very early on in the game. That is a big deal. But now Padak has a kill, at least, and now he's down 15 CS. Let's see if this follow-up will hit something, as no flash, no cleanse here for Padak. He is just going to have to try to walk it out, as he will try to go forward, but immediately gets burst down, as we do have Krako here, but it's against 4 people, and he will not be able to do anything in the trade, as here comes Yehu on the Ahri, looking for a potential pick, and even a teleport coming in from Rascal. They're going to try to force this one. The Everfrost here on the Taehoon, as they have angled him up against the wall. Isn't enough to get the kill as Krako goes in, and yes, they will take down Taehoon just barely, as Rascal will still frontline here. That's a nice knockback, but it's Sion. Have fun with that one. And DRX able to get something on the back of that play, but this is also happening.
Yeah, I don't think it's good, but it is exciting, and I'll take that.
We had action, you know.
Yehu is not feeling any jitters as he flashes into multiple people there. Crucially though, when looking at the play, it is Kwangdong that comes out ahead because a lot was invested for DRX, right? Krako flashed, Yehu flashed, and Rascal also TP'd in, and Dudu just got a free turret. Big thing here, there is no flash available for Padak, so you can set this play up with certainty. There really isn't that much to be done, unfortunately, and Krako must be happy that he gets away with his life as Bulldog finds a really nice seismic shove. And then you feel like, okay, this should be over. And actually, I think it should have been, but DRX is saying no. And that play there from Yehu, in your first LCK day, I respect it. Flashing over the grand entrance, able to keep the play going. The Krako stepping too far forward, forced to flash, and then only picking up 1 kill isn't really what you're looking for when you invest this much.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, Rascal picks up a kill. It's like, all right, we got that. As now, it's Infernal Rift, by the way. We do have the side of Kwangdong Freaks trying to set up for this objective. Rascal is here. And he's about to get that ultimate back up, but Dudu in position, also has teleport if he wasn't. And it looks like they will be making a big play for this one. Meanwhile, DRX, they picked up the second Rift Herald. They're going to try to use this pressure to potentially get something on the map. Yehu, with his teleport, is in the top lane pushing as well.
Herald is going to crash. I haven't really talked about it yet, but it is Infernal Rift, so every single Drake basically a must-take. Can give them up if you're really not in the position, and for DRX, maybe you want to hold off. Item spikes wise, it does look good. You're not that far behind, but when you look at the gold, still 3k deficit here, and a Kwangdong that is fully set up.
Taehoon, he does have the Featherstorm, of course, but making it interesting is Jonas Strong, trying to look for at least forcing that if Yehu can continue to be solid on this Ahri. You can understand why they did pick this for him. He looks extremely comfortable on this pick.
Something I do want to highlight is that Kwangdong, while these plays are happening, is continuously shoving out more waves. So they're building a bigger and bigger gold lead as the game progresses just by waiting for DRX to do something, right? DRX is all 5 moving into River to contest. That's fine. We can hold off. Their engage isn't that strong. Teleport comes in.
Okay, second teleport here from Kwangdong. As now Rascal, he is very tanky. He's just gonna flash, he doesn't care. As now the follow-up miss on the seismic shove. Nice sidestep from Padak. As now frontlining here is Duty's gonna pull the Scion over the wall, and yes, Rascal is tanky, but doesn't matter, as Kroko comes in from behind, tries to get on top of Bulldog, who will easily survive, and Rascal's zombie Scion nearly able to get to that backline, but not quite able to, as Paddock, really the only healthy member left on the side of DRX, but the rest of his team is gone.
Control of the fight, just so much better done by Kwangno. Unfortunately, DRX, Rascal gets taken down. Kroko is on a flanking angle, but isn't able to make his way over in time. And Paddock actually forced the flash there at the beginning just due to the seismic shove. And right, they're able to get the flash from Rascal. Flashes force from the Aphelios as well, so he can't nearly move us forward as easily. And Rascal goes down so quickly that by the time Kroko joins, there's nothing to be done anymore, right? Doesn't actually end up getting Jun. Bulldog is completely fine as well. Really nice kite back. And the combination of this Volibear and Cassante frontline combined with the ability of a Talia and a Rakan to make sure that you can't go in unless you make sure that you keep those into account makes it really hard for DRX to team fight here.
Yeah, it absolutely does. We were worried about this composition, and you know, if a couple things don't land, plus Kwangdong Freaks are getting off on the right foot to start these fights, it's going to look a little bit shaky on the side of DRX, as they're enjoying now a pretty early Infernal Drake on top of the Hextech that they already had. So definitely in a pretty fun spot for some of their carries that, you know, we talk about the carries in terms of damage as well, but take a look at Cassante and Volibear as well. Those two champions are going to actually do a lot of damage in this game. So it'll be interesting to see how they will feel about those extra dragons underneath their belts. Probably pretty good.
Do still have DRX looking, but it's, again, the same thing. DRX is looking for a play around the mid lane, 4 people there. Bulldog just gets to shove at another wave. That's more CS that is going to crash into the turret soon. No one on DRX looking to answer, even with 2 teleports available. It's going to mean they're going to fall further and further behind unless they can find a play here, but Kwangdong is ready.
Yeah, they've got a nice little concave set up around the middle of the map. Not really trying to take any fights out of sorts, just waiting until maybe DRX makes a mistake. Setting a vision around this Baron that did just spawn. Not really in a position to just rush that down at this point, but definitely still good to have control around the objective. As you see the gold difference beginning to balloon just a bit at a time in favor of Kwangdong.
Yeah, it's not in the realm of unplayable just yet, but add 1 or 2k gold more and the next dragon, and you're kind of getting there. From that point on for DRX, you're really going to rely on some major mistakes that have to be made by Kwangdong before you get an opportunity to get back into the game. And Kwangdong's defensive vision control has also been great. They are continuously keeping track of River, or keeping control rather, keeping track of where Kroko is so that he doesn't get the opportunity, because if you're a Kha'Zix in an unwarded brush, you can take down basically anyone. Actually, you know what? Maybe Dudu and Youngjae are off. And actually Jun can get out, and Taeun has his summoners and a Featherstorm. So maybe it's just Bulldog, who, as we saw there, using his Squires defensively, is very aware of that himself as well.
Yeah, I think if you're in a winning position and you can get like really crazy angles and consistently like get behind enemy lines and just be a threat, that kind of like pushes Kwangdong away, like doesn't allow you Taeun and Bulldog to get position on the map. That would be an issue. But at this current point, it's like Kroko's kind of just running around saying, okay, well, I'm going to try to clear some vision, but I don't really do too much at this point as the Cassante gets more and more tanky, as Rascal keeps running out of lane to try to set up for something, but it's not really working out. As you were talking about like the lane states before and what Kwangdong were doing, it is working out pretty well for them as TP is going to come in. It is Rascal as he's trying to set something up there. We got a TP now on this very low turret that actually will be able to work out just because there is no minion wave, as now DRX is grouped up as a 5. They use 2 of their teleports. What do they have to show for it, I wonder?
Not a whole lot, Valdez. And look, immediately, I'm really impressed by Kwangdong. You know, just immediately, the moment that happens, DRX doesn't get anything. Rotate, Dudu off to a side lane, been picking up a bounty just off of the sheer amount of farm that he's been able to get over his opponent. And now those Teleports are not available. Guangdong still is there, so they have a lot more flexibility with how they set up for the next dragon, with maybe making a Baron turn, because if you look there, you can send Bulldog and Dudu off the side, and then if DRX overcommits towards contesting this dragon, you double TP in, and Baron's gone.
Yeah, absolutely will come a time where that does happen. As June is just going to hold this for Taeyun. And we are still waiting for something to happen here. I do wonder if DRX can get into a position where it is a very late game and perhaps the Aphelios can become kind of a big problem. I mean, there is still a decent amount of engage on the side of, you know, the Volibear and the Rakan, and I suppose the Cassante, but we were considering, you know, when we were just looking at the drafts, perhaps you know, the Talia especially, but also alongside of the Xayah, might not be enough in terms of frontline for your damage carries, as they're trying to... Okay, that ward just disappeared. I wonder if they saw that on the side of DRX, who are really trying to play around vision on this Baron right now, and they have started it, in fact.
We'll be going for it now. Making their way into the enemy jungle on DRX. Need to be careful that they don't get trapped here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they do have a nice amount of vision, but Guangdong can kind of just group up as a 5. The Charm is going to miss. June is on the flank. Bulldog is getting free damage into mid, as he has the Weaver's Wall, and teleport if need be. So just getting a lot of value, and now DRX, they're feeling the pressure. They say, well, we got to try to force this Baron, or at least force a fight on the Baron. Let's see if it goes well, as already a lot of damage is coming in, and June is looking for the flank here. As we know, he's behind him. He gets into that back line. As the follow-up is not there, Podok just going to dash over the wall, flash rather, as a huge ultimate does come in, and Yehu over the wall as well. Tries to get into that back line, and down will go Taeyun. Guangdong Freaks are being routed in this fight somehow, some way, as Bulldog will go down as well. And now the Aphelios just gets to do whatever he wants in this team fight. He's able to frontline with the Yuumi, as June might be able to get away, but it is still a big team fight win for DRX, and they're down 4,000 gold.
They're still down gold. Even with that happening, Youngjae gonna try and make his way toward the dragon, but DRX find a miracle team fight. All starts with a hard engage on the backline. Podok getting targeted, but as you pointed out, Valdez, no one actually follows up. Right, we see the grand entrance is about to come through here. Sure, that's nice, but Podok is able to flash before Youngjae gets to him, and then they're bunched up into a Podok ultimate. They're hitting Rascal, and meanwhile, Yehu and Croco have the space available to do the damage that they need to. Podok completely unmatched. And with no AD carry, no Bulldog, you're not going to win the fight now. Baron buffed up. DRX going to be making way over and surely get themselves in Infernal Drake here.
Surely.
Right?
Right? We do have Guangdong Freaks. They are posturing for this, actually. The Kazakh's damage pretty huge into this single objective. Youngjae is here, though. He is looking for the steal, as Croco not going to go for it. Yehu on the flank. Now it's 1 health on the dragon, and that one goes the way of Youngjae. As now Croco looking for his revenge. I'm not sure he's going to get it. The kite back very strong from Talia and Xayah. And Croco on the Kazakhs not really able to threaten too much. So Guangdong Freaks, they push them off of the objective. And DRX still have Baron.
Yeah, biggest thing there is them getting soul point, particularly for Infernal, so it makes it so much harder to play it out.
Oh boy, well they are throwing everything into the Scion though, as June is going to go down. It is a trade, as now Zombie Scion is frontlining here for this incredibly strong Aphelios. We are seeing, you know, some looks here from Podok that he can try to hard carry this game. It really will come down to him, and some setup from his teammates. Lots of low health bars. That's a cleanse from Taeyun already, as Guangdong still sticking around, still trying to defend these turrets on basically no health.
Yeah, I think you just let them one go, Guangdong. That ended up working out slightly, but definitely taking some risks there, because if you get ace there, right, you overinvest in the defense, you're in deep trouble. 1 health for Croco on his Q smite combo.
Unlucky.
Unlucky, just smite better.
Yeah.
On that one. And even though the re-engage looks good initially here with Rascal getting taken down very low, the charm there from Yehu cancelling the hard engage with the quickness from Jun means that the rest of the team can't get the angle they're looking for. And DRX, you know, it's not necessarily going in a very straightforward manner, but it's 1.5k gold deficit. Paddock is big, and this composition and enabling this Aphelios is still an opportunity, or is still a possibility rather.
Yep.
The only problem is that they didn't get the Dragon. Because if you have the Dragon, it's 2v2, right? When it comes to Drakes, you're feeling so much better. Decent Baron power play, but it really just equalized the game. And series is, thus far, the series giving exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, absolute banger here in the first game as both teams are, you know, it's not the cleanest engages, it's not the cleanest team fights we've ever seen, but sometimes that makes the game more fun. As we are highlighting the 280 carries, the item value currently on the items that they have purchased, and you can see that at this very moment, Paddock does have almost 1,000 gold more, 900. As we do not have a completed third item for Taeyun just yet, but he is sitting on a little bit of gold. So the difference in terms of gold is not really that large. It is very comparable at this point between the 280 carries.
One of the bigger gold leads for Kwangdong is Bulldog, who has not been able to get that much done in the team fights, which is what this game clearly is boiling down to. His E's have been decent, has been able to dissuade some engages, but one of the problems that you do have with Taliyah is that if your positioning isn't perfect, like at the point, once Rascal is on top of you, you're gone, right? There is nothing that you can really do, particularly with this build. I really like the Ludens. I think that you should be focused on trying to kill Paddock, Yehu, or Kroko, but it also means that you are not getting through Rascal. There is just, there is absolutely no way. Yes, he's basically just stacking armor besides that Radiant Virtue, but isn't going to make a difference. I don't think Bulldog is really going to have the damage available, so that's going to have to come from Taeyun, but due to the rest of the items picked up, doesn't have a Lord Doms just yet. Rascal now finished his Thorn Meal as well. And at this point, it's anyone's game val this.
Yeah, we did see in the last fight that if you lock down Rascal for a good 7 to 8 seconds, like they do have the ability to actually chew through. They have, you know, double Infernal Drake, Hextech Drake. They've got a lot of damage just in general, as I was mentioning before. Like, we know what Cassante can do, and Volibear, and obviously Taliyah and Xayah. So they do have that. As this game is kind of slowed down, you see that DRX is just like, well, we're not going to lose the next Drake. And it turns out that this next Drake is going to spawn 7 seconds before the Baron. So I think things are about to get pretty interesting in this game.
Look at the summoners. Basically all available. Youngjae doesn't have flash just yet.
Jonah Strong keeps zooming in on these seismic shoves. They could make the difference, so it makes sense. Rascal's just going to sidestep, and they're continuously going for the Scion. And Kroko is just a slow bot at this point, as Yehu trying to set something up. Youngjae in a little bit of trouble, but Rascal just eating so much damage in the front line. But look at the health bars on the side of Kwangdong, and now Paddock is going to flash into 4 people! What am I looking at? It actually kind of works for a little bit until it does not. As okay, we do have the Xayah going down as well, but Dudu and Youngjae trying to hold on to this fight here as Beryl, it will go down, and the Stone Plate is enough. The 2 tanks, quote unquote, on the top side end up taking down the entirety of DRX.
I thought it worked, then I thought it didn't work, then I thought it worked again, but in the end, Cassante and his buddy Bear reign supreme. DRX just shy of the ability, like, okay, so I'm gonna try and break this down.
What is this fight, man?
So, great sidestep from Rascal. Really, the key thing for me is, like, DRX needs hard engage. Like, just a Nautilus, anything. Because they're so desperately trying to start the fight. Rascal goes in, doesn't actually hit anyone. And then, things are looking dire. Rascal is getting taken up, but then just overextends. And then Paddock flashes in. The stopwatch is big, but crucially, Taeyun lives. Taeyun is actually able to get off the Feather Recall, which together with his Guild Force gets the kill, and that means that the damage isn't available. Beryl, crucially, doesn't actually get to jump back on Croco due to finding the disable on him, or knocking him back rather, so W not available. And the only thing that really matters at the end of that is quite a biggie. It's Infernal Soul. Going over to Kwangdong now, making the game infinitely harder for DRX.
Yeah, it absolutely does. As Cassante, he will have his day. Every day, it turns out, actually. Including today, funnily enough. Yesterday, not so much, but it's okay. He's back here on a Thursday, looking to make the Rift his. Turns out in these very scrappy fights, he can do some insane stuff. As the charm is going to land onto him, that's actually a lot of damage into Dudu already. As we do have a pretty, a relatively heavier damage build here on the Ahri for Yehu. It's not just, what's going on here? Youngjae's going to have to ult out as Rascal ults in. But yeah, Yehu not going for like the Banshee Zhonya's build. He actually has Horizon Focus and a Shadow Flame at this point. So if he hits some stuff, he can actually blow people up. He's not just entirely an enabler. As why are you backing there? Why are you backing there?
I have no idea.
Why?
Oh, June, that is costly.
I guess DRX just take a Baron?
Probably. It is still. A lot of the Fat members are available. Zaya is still there, and there is a Talia, so clumping up in a pit can still be disastrous. Yehu on the flank.
Yeah, and it's Infernal Rift as well, so he can just kind of rotate around this little block, as we did see on the last Baron fight, and be just supremely annoying. As now Weaver's Wall is down. Yehu's positioning so far very strong. Padak doing a good job of zoning them. As will the smite come in this time? Youngjae no ult, he just has to run in, but it will be the smite this time to Croco as Youngjae goes down, and DRX might be able to get this fight now. Yehu looking for the play as Croco is in the backline, and everybody on the side of Kwangdong is just isolated. Yeah, Cassante is Cassante, whatever. He's always Cassante. Bulldog is going to go down, and Dudu will live.
I do think with Dudu actually killing Padak, they can't end.
No, they can't. Of course they can't. Unfortunately, they can't.
Oh, what a game. What a game, Valdez. I wonder what the desk is going to have to say, or the Space Red is going to have to say about this one.
This is a
I'm
great
having a wonderful time. Why is June backing here? I don't know. No idea.
He doesn't even react. Like, he's not even looking at the screen.
I don't want to speculate what happened there, but it's not good. And then crucially here, they are down a member, right? They lose the Baron, but Taeyun is still able to do a decent amount of damage, flashes away. Padak doesn't actually get to do anything because of Cassante. And all Bulldog needs to do here is stall for time. But yeah, this is the hero right here.
Yeah. Turns out we are highlighting the player on the side of the losing team fight, but it's so important, as you mentioned. I mean, if you have Padak and Beryl alive, as he's like, man, this Cassante really getting on my nerves. He's not the only one.
And now, gold is, I think for the first time in this game, in favor of DRX, but how much does it mean? And you know what? These players might have been called up from Academy, but I think we might have a good old-fashioned Elder flip on our hands, Valdez. Look at that.
Yeah, definitely is looking that way right now, Chronicler. We have come prepared. We have casted enough challengers to know exactly what is coming our way. And, maybe it won't come down to that. DRX are doing a decent job with their Elder, or rather their Baron buff, as Yehu really playing with fire here. As he is going to get knocked up and pulled all the way through the wall. That's going to be Spirit Rush. He goes into the tower, as now he is just on the run. I don't know if he's getting out of this one, as, yeah, flash in from Dudu, and down goes Yehu in a bursting flame of fire. Croco as well. Not looking good for him, but he will have to flash away and ult just to survive. Meanwhile, the team does get mid-tier 2. So that's hashtag worth, right?
You'll take that. Yeah, you won't.
Absolutely.
You'd rather have your Ahri. Dudu is really... He's campaigning. He's campaigning for a POG. That's what he's doing as he isolates.
He already won the race.
Leo there. I mean, at this point, yeah.
He won the race.
It's a foregone conclusion. Goes for the flash there. Actually able to take down the Ahri. The only unfortunate thing here is that his flash not being available. Yes, it is a trade, but with how much carrying he's doing, it does mean that Paddock can move up more, and the death timer for Yehu is not going to be a problem when it comes to this. I don't know about this teleport, though.
No, he's fine, right? Yeah, he's just gonna flash.
There are enough boards to TP to. It doesn't have to be that one.
Well, Rascal liked that one the best, okay? As meanwhile, Krako does not have flash, you remember, and now there's a giant wall. Bulldog,
I think he's fine.
Wrong side. Wrong side. Yeah. No, he's fine. Charm gonna land here on a Dudu. Not a lot of damage around here, as Paddock is not going to get close to that wall. Yeah, Dudu is, he just wants to win the game now, says Dudu. As now Rascal in a lot of trouble. He's tanky, but I don't think he's tanky enough. There is just way too much with the Infernal Soul to just rip through the Scion. As now Paddock trying his best. The exhaust comes in, and Paddock is desperately trying to live. He's kiting him out somehow, as finally he will go down to the GA. And there's no more for him. Down he will go. And the gold leads don't matter at this point. The Infernal Soul and the positioning of DRX will get Kwangdong Freaks over the line, right?
No, you don't walk in, right? Okay.
Right.
We have Yuumi coming in hot, but not able to get the tag, not able to take down Jun, and that should be the Elder for Kwangdong, and maybe Kwangdong just wins. You know, they were winning for a lot of the game. And then stuff happened, and then they just win.
I thought Krako would at least try to take the Elder, but I guess not.
Yeah, because he has Barrow as well. So, like, Barrow can back, but then if he dies, I think they do just end. And
can't they just push with Elder?
I mean, maybe. I feel like they should. I feel like you're losing, and slipping is probably the best way. Really big here is Bulldog completely taking Yeo out of the fight. And again, Kroko not being able to sync up with the rest of his team, and the disjointedness that has been a struggle for DRX, still there. Paddock, even with his heroics, not able to get anything done. Rest of his team just watches him go down, right? Because they can't really walk up, because they know they're going to get eviscerated in seconds. And these are the type of moments, I think, as well, when the fights are, they feel relatively close, but due to Infernal, so they're not really.
Yeah, no.
The gold leads, even though, and maybe Kwangdong is just going to sit on their Elder for like the next minute. They're going to get Baron, and then they're going to push. But by the time they're actually pushing, you know, Elder's going to be gone.
Yeah, they're trying to get their lanes in a good spot here, as we're highlighting the top lane here, obviously due to the POG for Kwangdong Freaks, if they do end up winning this game. Nearly 700 DPM. Like, I've seen 80 carries do that amount in the past.
Hey, but I mean, he has the best damage item in the game.
Yeah, he does actually, and he also has Infernal Soul. So
also,
and he has survived to the end of every single fight.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get a segment about the Abyssal Mask, because I'm pretty sure that Youngjae has been sitting on free items for like, I don't know, 20 minutes at this point. As that's gone. Kroko is just trying to shove in the wave, as should be able to get out here. And, you know, 50 seconds, you might be able to hold the Nexus turrets here with no Elder buff being there.
Kroko's trying his best. It's a good, I mean, you're Kha'Zix, right? This is kind of your job. Might as well try to thin out the wave before it comes in. And, yeah. You saw in that last fight, too, like, why Aphelios Yuumi is kind of leaving us scratching our heads. Like, Yuumi very good with some mobility carries, but Aphelios, not the greatest.
Kroko is getting the wave.
Yeah, he's going to stop that wave, but yeah, there is another wave. 18 seconds on the Elder Drake. Is there enough time? It feels like it. If you just Aurelia's in, you push in now, try to take down these turrets. They're getting extremely close. Rascal being burned away like a torch. As people get knocked up, and look at that damage in the Bulldog. Jeez! As in the backline, Dude is getting chunked as well. DRX trying to stay alive here in this game, and they might just be able to, unless Dudu has something to say about it, as he will take down Paddock. At the end of the day, Youngjae will just not die, as they don't quite have the damage. So many low health bars, though, as Krako and Yehu trying to take out K'Sante, but it's literally impossible! You cannot take the K'Sante out of the game! as they will try now. They are so close, a couple more hits, but no, it will not happen. And Yehu just barely with the
He's dead!
not able
game!
to keep him alive. And that will be the end of the game. Someone please ban this champion next time. Down will go the Nexus, and Kwangno Freaks will win game number 1.
What a fitting ending to a bonkers game. Yeah, give him the zoom in.
Media's still gonna vote for Youngjae. It's happening.
Get out of here. I know we often meme, but that was a masterclass. Specifically in Cassante, I want to be very clear in relationship to this game. Dudu doing some extremely heavy lifting there, and I'm sure the coaches will have a lot to say about that game, Valdez.
Milamas looks like he's worked up right now. He's like getting ready to swing the hammer.
It's easy to forget that Kwangno had basically put themselves in a really, really dominant position in this game at like for the first 20-25 minutes.
Yeah.
They were in full control. Everything was great. And then it wasn't.
And then we had 20 minutes of fiesta with, of course, Dudu doing the most damage in the game. That doesn't surprise anyone. Well, on his team, I should say. Paddock trying to hold down the fort here for his team at least. As there was a moment where DRX did crest into a slight gold lead, but then they also gave up Infernal Soul. So didn't quite matter at the end of the day.
This is where we accept that Cassante, unfortunately, just needs to go. You know, I know Maokai's strong. I know he's a really good tank jungler, but for all of Dudu's heroics, a lot of it would not have been able without the powers of isolating two characters all at once and taking them down.
Well, guys, that was game number 1 of a best of 3. So you just know that we have more action on the way. And we'll just have to wait and see what happens there. We're going to a break, and then the desk will be right back.
사이부터 아직 앞에 봐줘 앞에 봐줘 앞에 봐줘 잘 봐줘야 돼 봐줘야 돼. 아 나 뒤에 잘못했다. 형 잘하면 끝났어도 그래? 제발 바텀 웨이브 막 생각해야겠다. 카이스 봐줘 카이스 봐줘. 자 싸워볼라. 맞아야 돼. 아? 사이 노플 카이스 봐봐. 난다 못해. 카이스 있어 카이스 있어. 천천히 봐줘야 돼. 써 그냥 봐줘 웨이 봐줘. 여기까지는? 야 이제 빼야 될 수 이제. 아리 프리스터 카이스 가지 볼배 아리 프리스터 제발 풀 없나 보네. 야 나이스 끝냈어. 아 나이스. 아 내가 얘들아 힘들다 진짜. 아 미안해. 한 탈 잘못했다 내가. 쏘리. 아 근데 첫 번째 때가 내가 끝내보자. 아 그 내가 내가 할 만한 했으면 얘기할게.
아니야, 그 정도네 얘들아.
다음 자리부터 했어요. 고마워.
나이스.
Welcome to the space. I've always really wanted to do that. My name is Wolf. I'm filling in for Lar because she just got to Korea very early this morning. So we're covering a little bit before she returns to hosting. I'm joined by Ox and Hooney here on the desk today. We had a very back and forth first game here between these two teams. At any point in time, you didn't know who was going to win until the very end. Let's start with the draft and talk about how this all started.
Yeah, so I feel like with the draft, you look at Kwangdong's draft and it's like, okay, you know, we're against Yumi, we have Volibear, we have Talia, we have Zyra Khan. The game plan is like dive bot, get an early lead there, shut the Yumi out of the game, and it seemed pretty straightforward. That obviously didn't really come through, and it got way more chaotic than we'd have expected just based off the draft.
Yeah, I mean, somehow they had a tool that they could actually be a lead. Like they were making like some proactive play, like middle of the game. It would have been better if it's like a little bit earlier. But the thing is, like, still they were doing like there's some fight, like they were actually making the play. Like there was some Baron play. Like we'll see later. But the thing is, like the game was really chaotic. Like the draft, honestly, was not really much better.
So there were some pretty early leads, obviously, in the bottom side of the map for Kwangdong Freaks. DRX fought their way back at several points, but never were able to regain control of the game. And then we did have, in this first highlight, a bit of an error here on the Aphelios.
Yeah, so in this fight, it starts to go really heavily in favor of DRX. They don't get on top of the Aphelios, and then what ends up happening is a big ult comes in, does a lot of AoE damage, but the critical mistake ends up being this overstep from Paddock, where he commits not only his flash, but his Gale Force and his flash, and ends up in a really bad position.
Yeah, I mean, I think he could have just used just one of it both, like just at least one, and save one later after using Starbucks. And but the thing is that you also need to know, like, they're actually the Kwangdong, like they're not bad. Like as the gold wise, they're not losing much. Like as you see, like you will see the gold graph, like they're not that behind. So you can't like make like this kind of type of play. You will just make them lose the game.
And Dudu, of course, the hero of this game, most likely going to be the POG, popping off at the end of this fight. He had several moments. This one moment we're going to take a look at here in our second highlight, the Baron fight, as well as that final fight when he pushed. What are you guys' thoughts on Dudu's performance overall in the series as we take a look at the second highlight?
Yeah, I honestly feel like they didn't quite live up to their expectations with the early game plays. The Yumi had started to scale, and a lot of these fights literally came down to Dudu 1v9ing and dragging them over the finish line. This is another example where he just makes a fantastic ult call later in the fight, and it starts off pretty positively for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this game is started from Dudu and it ended with the Dudu. I mean, the highlight originally from the first one would have been, like, honestly, I would just give to Dudu just killing the turret because he just 1v9 this whole game, and he was be able to lead the game from just getting a whole turret gold. And you see, like, from this beautiful moment of the Dudu just making isolated AD carry, and it's just basically he 1v2 at both you.
I just find it so insane. Like, we were watching this, I was like, yeah, I don't think he wins this. And then the Gargoyles comes in.
We were like, no way.
It was so insane. So clutch. And again, multiple times where the fight actually looks like DRX are winning, and Dudu clutched it out.
Yeah, he just had a phenomenal performance on this Cassante, a pick we've seen from him so often. As we move into game two, DRX will have blue side. So the question becomes, will that Cassante make it through? Will DRX pick it up? Will DRX ban it away? What do you guys think as we move into the second game?
Whether they ban it or pick it, you can never let Dudu have this
I don't know, like,
series. He's too good.
The spring split, we've seen a whole split, whole season with not giving Dudu Cassante, and they still haven't got the lessons yet. I agree, this is the first day of the LCK for them, but the thing is, like, you know Dudu Cassante, right? You have to know.
I think it's pretty known, and I think we might have a unanimous vote. Let's go ahead and find out who will pick up POG here for the side of Kwangdong Freaks in this first game. Dudu, he's going to pick it up. Gold difference at end 5,000. We did have his stats come up for just a brief moment. He's 9-1-7 with 850 DPM. And guys, walk me through this final fight.
I mean, this is a one fight for DRX until it isn't, right? You see how low the bot lane is there, just deleted by the Aphelios, and then Dudu goes in just before Aphelios reaches a fountain, flicks him back, and then even then, this doesn't necessarily look like Kwangdong are going to win the game here. It looks like, yeah, they might be able to back off, but the healing comes in from the ult, the constant reset of cooldowns, and he just plays it so flawlessly.
I mean, the comms are so hilarious. Like, everyone was like really depressed. Oh, we lost the game. We lost it. Like, we had an Elder, we had a Nash, we basically had an Exodia, and we still lost the team fight. But Dudu's still alive.
Yeah, there's a
Dudu was
moment-
truly Exodia.
There's a moment in the comms where Dudu is just like, actually, let's fight this. It is a unanimous vote, so
As it should be.
pretty unsurprising given the performance and the ultimate carry we did see once again from Dudu in the top lane. DRX moving to blue side here. We'll see if they can tie us up 1-1 here, or if it is going to be a Guangdong 2-0. Let's send it back to the casters to take us into game 2.
Thank you, Deskers, for that wonderful breakdown, especially Wolfost there holding down the fort as,
Why not Wolf?
Wolfhost. Wost? Nobody
Wost.
knows what that means.
But I
Also, thank you to media for voting for the right choice here. I was getting very worried that somebody would not. But this one was pretty obvious, right? This was like, you know, the first question on the exam, not very difficult. And yeah, I think that DRX are the next ones that maybe have to pass the exam, because not only is it Cassante, we all know what Cassante can do, but in the hands of a player like Dudu, who has shown already that he is very well versed on this champion, that he can single-handedly carry teams on this champion, especially teams that are not very successful. Just don't give him the pick, or pick it yourself.
It's also just the Dudu factor. I don't remember which team he was on. I don't remember when exactly, if this was last year or the year before that. But I remember Dudu against D+ with a Gwen game where he did effectively the same thing.
Yeah.
Like he legitimately like 1v4'd and won them the game. Sometimes Dudu just gets you, man.
He's been just getting better and better, even through spring.
Yeah.
That's a big reason why this team was beginning to win, you know?
And you cannot let him have the most broken top laner in the game at the moment. Just not allowed. We'll see if DRX will learn that lesson. I hope they will.
Well,
because
yeah.
for Guangdong, it still wasn't a perfect game, right? The mid-game was still very messy. And for DRX, even though I think Paddock obviously playing on, you know, when you play on a knife's edge, but he just...
we did it!
It kind of... I don't even know if he was close to the edge. I think the knife was like thrown into another room and then he jumped after it. And he definitely can take it a little bit easier, but Yeo actually doing a great job, outputting a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And I'd rather see a DRX be over-aggressive and taper it in. Just play like complete psychopaths collectively than what we saw last split of this team where they do nothing. I mean,
Yeah,
you're
sure.
on a
No,
team,
I'm on the same page.
You're on a team with Croco and Barrel, right? So you might as well commit to it.
Play to your strengths, right?
Exactly.
Don't just sit there and lose. Like, at least sit there and try to win and lose. You
And
know?
they did that, and they could have won that game if not for the Cassante factor. But they do need to shore up the early game because Guangdong was in full control there, out-skirmished them, got all the objectives, got the early trades in the bot lane.
Surely ban Nico. Just...
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
So that
it's
leaves
Zeri
Zeri
first pick.
and
Yeah.
Yumi. So
Oh.
you can take Yumi, and maybe the Zeri gets taken away, but at
think-
least then
think-
Zeri doesn't have Yumi.
But now they can Zeri Lulu.
You can do that. And then guess what? Aphelios again.
I guess. I don't...
For Flash Gale forcing into 5 people again.
So, I don't know if I feel like this is still not good. Like you did. What?
Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay because somehow on blue side you've still given over Vi and Zeri.
Well, at least they banned away Cassante and Annie.
Yeah, but you're blue side, so you can just
Yeah,
first
that's
pick
the
it.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the point you were making as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, they get the same combo, and it's not Zeri Yumi, but you also, with Guangdong here, they also take away one of the strongest counters into the Zeri, which is Vi. And it looks like DRX is just straight up going to run it back, which...
This Zeri's going to have a fantastic time in this game. Although I do think that we should see the Lulu. I mean, this is a very aggressive pick where you're really trying to shut down the Aphelios Yumi and make him irrelevant.
Oh, this is... Yeah, they're full diving.
Yeah, so you're basically... You're wearing your heart on your sleeve and you're saying, Aphelios, you're dead. We're going to try everything possible to take you down. And that means that you're going to give Zeri kind of a weaker lane, a little bit less support in terms of like a supportive enchanter support there, as it's not Lulu, it is Rakan, of course. So
ban Lissandra, maybe? I think Lissandra fits so well with the Guangdong comp. Gonna be Aso instead. I get that Bulldog is a good ASOL, and that ASOL is, particularly for Ophelia, is really frustrating to play into, but like looking at what Kwangdong have, at this point, they're fully committed. I wouldn't mind a Poppy ban, actually. I think both Rascal and Kroko would be happy to pick that one up. And I think Poppy into what Kwangdong already has would be very good. And Kwangdong themselves, fortunately, also realized that. It's going to be the Gragas taken away here instead. So still paying some respect here to Dudu. Although, could be Bulldog on a Gragas mid as well.
I think that's a fine ban. I think I'm kind of on the same page. Maybe Lissandra, Gragas could have been a little bit better.
Yeah, I think you slammed Lissandra here.
Yeah.
But Bulldog is... I'm seeing some giggles.
He's going to play Talia.
It's going to be like Swain. It's just Talia.
He's just going to play Talia, yeah. The very up-in-your-face divey mid laner, that is Talia, of course.
Hey,
there's that one guy,
You can help with dives with your ult. No,
I was going to say, there's that one guy in Twitch chat, he's like, what do you mean? He has Weaver's Wall. He can get into the backline.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
God, Valdez.
God.
They're going to run it back.
Okay.
I don't think the comp was the issue last game. So
I feel like, especially between these two teams, from what we saw from game 1, this time you kind of upgrade with a Viego. I think this is a pretty nice upgrade.
Yeah.
Like, Viego is really good.
Yes.
With the Ahri. It's really good with the Yuumi. It works much better with the comp. You can get resets. And Gwen feels great. You were just talking about how not only has Dudu done this with Cassante in the past, he has also done this with Gwen in the past. So maybe he can just try to get on his single-handed carry once again. And Gwen as well, you can kind of go immune, you can get into that back line. You're not really a huge like CC threat, but at least you can follow up really well on the engage from the side of Vi and Rakan.
My issues with the DRX remain the same though. You still do not have a way that is, like, besides individual picks, to reliably start fights. I really think that this is a type of these are the scenarios where the change to Yumi's ultimate actually made her so much worse. Because if you're playing with old Yuumi and you have an Ahri that dashes forward, or you have a Cyan, like
even.
that will 100% work. And now because you lack that root, we actually saw Kwangdong do this really well. Obviously, they at some point threw the playbook in the fire, but up until that point, they actually were, I think, quite well, particularly for a team like Kwangdong, that where expectations for macro aren't as high. They were dragging DRX across the map, really respecting the ability they had to engage, and as a result, DRX fell, 4k gold behind. They found a miracle team fight, sure, but that shouldn't be the way that it goes. DRX, that mid-jungle duo, Kroko and Yehu have to do more work this time around, because otherwise, might be similar to game number 1, the first 25 minutes.
Yeah, the first 25 minutes, before we reached the epilogue, the very extended version, the director's cut. Guys, we are ready for game number 2. Let's hop into the Rift once again. Here we go. I feel like we learned a little bit about why they prioritize the Ahri pick so much for Yehu. It feels like extreme comfort, like he knows all the ropes. He looked very comfortable, not nervous at all. Really liked what he was able to do. Now this is really bad. Paddock is going to get absolutely isolated. He will have to use his Ghost and the heal on the side of Beryl. Of course, June did use his Ignite, but definitely a winning trade here for Kwangdong.
Thank God he can hold on to Flash, because otherwise we might just see repeated what happened in the previous game, and level 1, June would just look for a grand entrance and probably kill you. Not going to be the case still. Obviously not a trade you're going to be happy with. Very painful to have to use your heal in particular this early on, but should be relatively safe. The main issue is going to be, can Paddock adjust his positioning in the early laning phase? Because one of the big reasons why Youngjae was able to find the early ganks was because of how well Taeyeon and June were trading early on, right? Hard forcing, starting level 1, keeping Paddock and Barrow on the back foot, and we'll see whether that is going to be the case. Interesting different rune choices here from Beryl. Lahen's one of our most notorious Yumi players, also or always going for Gathering Storm. Beryl is a Scorcher instead. And you know what, given how the previous laning phase played out, not too surprised Taeun gonna start off. Expect this to be the Triforce Zeri, which in my opinion is so much worse to play into because it feels very unfair with the amount of health that she has, even if you do get a pick.
Yeah.
But there is no Enchanter, so we'll see whether they actually end up going for that. I think the comp has so much damage that going for the tank just makes complete sense. As Rascal, again, is in the unfortunate position of being a Scion into a matchup that actually this time it's even worse than the last one.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Cassante is still somewhat manageable. I wouldn't have even been surprised if you ended up going for the Comet instead of the Grass, but still going for that, hoping that he can get those procs off nonetheless.
Yeah. Paddock here, he did have that rough moment in the river. Of course, he had Beryl with him at least, but did go for the cull start. This one, you know, is not the Xayah Rakan. We still have the Rakan, but he doesn't get caught out at level 1 in the lane this time. So seems like he's a lot more comfortable at least to farm it out, to build up that cull. And unless we can see some nice dives from Youngjae once again, should be a much more comfortable game, and we might be able to see the early to mid game play out a bit differently here for especially the bot lane of DRX that was really struggling after what happened in the beginning of game 1.
And does look like that is going to be the case. Rascal understandably struggling. Yehu has the lane in a pretty nice position here. Bulldog going to have to walk up a little bit, and as mentioned in the draft as we were loading in, I really want to see Croco and Yehu try and go for proactive plays, right? You need to be the engine for the rest of the team. Can be with mid-jungle 2v2, can be in how you set up the early skirmishes, and based on how Yehu played in the previous game, I actually do think that he's the type of player that will try. It might not work, right? And if you end up going for the 2v2 and it backfires, that can happen, but I do think that using the power of the Viego, of that Ahri, is essential to ensure that you don't fall behind in the same way that happened in the previous game. Although, as you pointed out, Paddock and Beryl, even with the summoner deficits, are at the very least holding on a lot better than in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, there's just going to be a lot less action, you would imagine, down in the bottom side of the map. Of course, June can still look for angles. And perhaps this time, you know, Paddock and Beryl can get something going. But yeah, I really liked your point about Yehu. I feel like it's a great match for Croco, right? Maybe that's why they kind of brought him up rather than anyone else from the Challengers team, just to kind of mix and match with Croco. And as you mentioned before, the Challengers team doing very well as a unit, so maybe they don't really want to break that up just yet. Might be the next generation of DRX, you never know, as a squad. So. Yeah,
also with the current meta, it's not necessarily completely up in Satap's wheelhouse, right? So, and as you point out, a lot of other reasons. That team has been together for quite a while now, although they did just bring in Frog, which... Frog.
I love Frog.
Yeah, when it comes to names, it's hard to...
It's definitely better
hard
than
to match challengers.
K-Yehu.
You mean Yehu?
Yeah, just Yehu.
K is
silent, guys.
Yes, important.
In case you missed the explanation at the beginning of game 1.
We're doing it again?
I guess we have to. His last name is Kang. That's where the K is. He wants to be called Yehu, which is his real Korean name. So ignore the A, ignore the K. They're not there. It's just Yehu. It's silent letters everywhere. English
really does lend itself, I mean, not the K part, but the A part to these type of situations.
Sure.
We'll
give him the benefit of the doubt. Sure, okay. We are getting a very early Drake here. We're trying. DRX is trying. Yehu does get his ult, and immediately the charm is cleansed. Is now Croco in a lot of trouble. He's got the Yumi on his back. Taeun here is not going to go down. It's Bulldog on the chase. Yehu in a lot of trouble. He will be going down for first blood. It's now on the chase here on the DRX bottom lane. Looks like they should be able to get away. Product definitely do not go back in there as they leash the Infernal Drake for Kwangdong Freaks.
Crucially there is no ultimate available for Croco, and not having the Viego ultimate this early on is a big loss of power, even though Kwangdong doesn't have theirs available. They're coming off of fresh backs. DRX As mentioned, I think that they needed to look for the early skirmishes, the early 2v2s, but it not going your way is definitely a very painful one. And they barely get away with it as...
June's AFK. No, he's just holding the lane.
He's being a good support.
Yeah.
Helping out his buddy Taeyeon. No, this is not like the recall. I still... That one... It's got to haunt June as well, because it's haunting.
Yeah, it's a rough mistake. It does happen. But yeah, Kwangdong Freaks, once again, off to a great start. Now, what we learned from Game 1 is that doesn't necessarily mean that they will win the game anytime
What does
soon.
it mean?
What did they mean by that is really the question. I think that it's still a great start. You get a kill onto Bulldog, you'll have a much better time, but it's still just one individual Infernal Drake. It is just the one kill, you can say. 1,000 gold lead here to the side of Kwangdong Freaks, who still do have the potential for great 2v2ing with Yehu and Krako in the future. And Paddock, again, he's going to be up to a much better start in this game. So curious to see if he can get something going. Surely he has the ability to kind of just turn off his brain and let fate carry him. Well, not fate. Let the winds carry him into the abyss, potentially, as we're looking for a play on a Bulldog who flashes as the charm is waiting, and it is not going to land. Nicely done by Bulldog, who's going to be able to sidestep that one.
Pretty great movement there. Not going to get anything is DRX besides the flash. Wow, that was a lot of damage. Zeri obviously always going to be fine, as Kroko might be dead here.
Yeah, he's getting 100-0. Down he goes. He is on vision. He thinks he's safe as Paddock is flashing in. He's looking for some revenge as he does it again. This time it actually makes sense, and he will pick down the Talia, who already had 2 kills. And that's actually a good look. Rascal able to roam up to the top side. Will he be able to get this Rift Herald, though, without the jungler? Looks like no for now.
This guy's a maniac, man. He's just going
He's a great addition to the LCK.
I'm happy we got Paddock. Because, you know, with the name, you're thinking Psyduck, you're thinking Cuddly, you're thinking laid back. No, he's not laid back.
Kind of has a reputation.
I mean, he does get angry.
Yeah, exactly, you know? Like, he's kind of chilling, and then all of a sudden...
He's not.
He's not, and I think he fits that very well. As now, we got Rift Herald Fight 2 Electric Boogaloo here. 4 members of Kwangdong Freaks, now 5, as Taeyeon is going to rotate down. DRX, also a 5-man unit. No ult here for Yehu, who is trying to flank on the right side, as it will go to Zeri. Okay, smites are fake, and none of the points matter. Down will go the Rift Herald, and that one goes to Youngjae. As now, Taeyeon may be in a little bit of trouble. Groudham does come down, but no Moonlight Vigil here for Paddock means that he will just get away.
Yeah, I think based on the cooldown that Youngjae smited, and then Taeyeon just got it with the auto. So another situation where it went down to very, very low. Also do know Paddock did use his Ghost for that play. And Kwangdong pick themselves up the Herald. Don't really have to give anything meaningful up. And are, again, in pretty decent control here in the early game.
Okay, well, we're going to press our buttons onto the Aphelios. This is what the comp does. Taeyeon does get low, though, as Paddock trying to stand up to them. But Bulldog, TP, and Weaver's Wall coming in. That is enough, in fact, to take down not only Paddock, but also give a kill over to Zeri here onto Barrel.
And you got a hard commit there, right? Even with the teleport coming in, they did actually have Yehu on his way, as a lot of plays going to go over to Dudu here.
Yeah.
Flash also used by Rascal. Not sure what happened there. Maybe, I assume Dudu was able to force it out, yeah, with the needles. So it all starts off, right? Kroko on vision, it's Vi, so the moment that you get hit by a Q, you're 100% dead. And then all looks to be lost as Paddock just goes in, just crits with his blue ultimate, you know, that's just what you do when you're a good Aphelios player.
Yeah.
And then here, crucially, I think you harken it. Even with the TP, right? Croco does have his ultimate available, but the charm from June actually buys enough time. Paddock doesn't have his flash because obviously he used it to flash over the wall. And then what should have been a 3v3 that they might have been able to win instead turns into a kill going over, and Bulldog getting more and more fed. 100% kill participation, extremely proactive with this Talia.
Yeah.
DRX, their early to mid game worries clearly not really solved in the span of one game.
Yeah, it's just an issue. I mean, you think about RE Viego in terms of 2v2s, that's like, it's up there. It's
so
like,
good.
It's S tier, you know, it's one of the best, especially in terms of creating angles to get picks, to create action, to get your team ahead. But instead, it's the Vi, once again, alongside of Bulldog, who's playing like a god, as this trade is going to continue in favor of course, Dudu. No surprise there. But we will keep taking a look at that, keeping tabs on that 1v1 on the top side. But yeah, Kwangdong Freaks, just as a team, but also as a 2v2, have been able to... Oh, that was crazy. Kaun, Yehu, rather, is able to get over, as now the reset for Croco, but the follow-up comes in, and now maybe a Zeri moment. Taehoon already with 1 kill, is looking for the second one, just waits, doesn't even attack, just gets the last hit, and that is a double kill now for Taehoon on the Zeri.
And even with the play being set up nicely, with Yehu flashing over the E there and getting the point-blank charm, taking down Bulldog, the problem is that these plays are not being set up across the map, right? The fact that Dudu can just TP in, that you're going for a play that aggressive when you don't have a TP advantage is a risk in of itself, but also, obviously, the Zeri and Rakan are going to get to the fight earlier than an Aphelios. So even with them getting Bulldog, the cost is way too much. Herald goes down mid, second Dragon gets picked up, and for Kwangdong, I gotta imagine all the comms now are, guys, just don't do what we did in the previous game. I like the bait here being set up. Bulldog staying on vision there is definitely over-ambitious, but then June being able to channel there, the 100-0, getting ulted and promptly taken down. Teleport isn't even really necessary, right? Although it is Paddock, so I assumed that if the teleport didn't come in, he would have gone.
He would have flashed in, and you know, who knows what happens.
Oh,
but
we don't know.
He would have done it. you can't stop him. He is
Maybe
insane.
we should.
No,
Maybe we don't.
I'd be scared too. I think you just let him do whatever he wants at this point. But yeah, like Taehoon is just able to get like 2 free kills. He's not even like a big part of the fight. He's just there, and he's able to hit some stuff as Paddock once again is being a threat. The Aphelios Yumi is able to trade pretty well, especially with the Storm Razor that he did pick up here early. Also a very nice pickup for Aphelios' in this patch. But yeah, we're in a state now where Kwangdong are like 3,500 gold ahead. The side lanes are not in a good spot. Like, Rascal can't do anything. He's barely holding on to his turrets. Mid lane as well, you know, in terms of like the 2v2, Kwangdong are just kind of bullying there. And in this 2v2, Paddock and Beryl do look pretty nice in terms of the trades they're taking, but when it comes to team fights, I don't think it's going to look anything like this.
No, it is not. And as you mentioned, side lanes, yeah, top lane is not looking too hot. And that's not on Rascal at all. That's just the reality of this matchup. But Riftmaker is done. That's when Gwen turns into a real champion. Level 11 done now. That Gwen is only going to become a bigger and bigger issue as we go into the later stages of the game. Kwangdong setting up a four-man play here, using a Talia again.
There is double TP on the side of DRX. That is the one thing you have to look for, as there it is. The 1 TP will come in, as Rascal not going to bother. So nice little rotation down, going to force the TP out of Yehu. Croco at least able to hold the mid lane. Probably should have been in the bot side, but either way, with the TP, he is able to stick around here, as his bottom lane is safe. It's Chemtech Soul, so Kwangdong Freaks probably not super happy with that, but
yeah, it's one of the few advantages, right?
Previous still getting Drakes, you know, it's still good.
It's still good, but compared to the Infernal Drake that Kwangdong was able to pick up last time around, this is definitely lower value. We are perfectly on track. Same draft for DRX, you know, barring one
Yeah.
champion.
I was going to say one thing that's in their favor big time is Chemtech Brave. Never mind, we do have the pick on Tajun this time once again. DRX, are they going to be able to turn this one around as pick after pick is coming out? Youngjae is dead as well. Double kill as Kroko and team able to make this happen. And finally, a good spot here for DRX.
Perfectly on track. Let's go. June.
Yeah.
June proactively, I think, has had a great series. Like when he's the one making the plays, has looked great. When he's getting engaged on, when he's caught off guard, not looking
good.
hot. Not good. No.
Bad.
Particularly on Rakan, a champion that has as much mobility, right? Flash still available as well. Does get taken down, and DRX actually showcasing what we've been talking about this whole time. With Viego Ari, if you can just get a kill, the rest of the fight will win itself.
Yeah.
The cross map is still won pretty decisively because of Guangdong just rotating Bulldog down bot and saying, okay, you can have the Herald, that's fine, and getting first turret blood. So the gold lead hasn't really been dealt with. But they might be able to break up a mid lane turret, should get them more map control, and hopefully can lead to more. Real question is DRX going to contest? Because looking at the spikes, Guangdong hasn't finished a lot of their second items yet, right? We see Taeyoon is getting very close, but outside of that, hasn't really come through yet. So maybe they want to go for it, but considering it's Chemtech, I think you can also just let it go. Based on their posturing, though, they're going to hard contest.
Well, they're setting up for a pick, too. I mean, there's no vision in their own jungle here for Guangdong, except on the right side. So a nice little jab through the forest. And now some vision is being set up. You can see that Guangdong Freaks as a team, not just June this time, trying to set up some vision. Make sure that nobody gets caught out in trade. DRX also posturing with 5 members on this Drake, so that answers your question. They will absolutely fight for this one.
Contest everything.
That's the way to play the game, right? We're not here to sit around and farm minions.
Well, sometimes
Don't
you
tell
should
us.
farm minions.
Yeah. Okay, DRX trying to set up for this one. Rascal in the front, but again, unless you have Yehu or Kroko that get a nice angle, you're not going to have a good time getting picks here. Whereas Guangdong Freaks, they can press a couple buttons and they can get it done pretty easily.
Also do note, Rascal actually going for the Jack shows this time, kind of has to because he's playing into Gwen, does mean that baseline tankiness not, at the beginning of the fight, not going to be at the same level as Jun does get hit, but with the Herald being thrown down, Dudu is going to respond. Could just be a charge, but Guangdong still prio. Should be able to get prio in mid and rotate back to Dragon if they want to go for that.
At this point, it kind of looks like both teams don't want to take the Chemtech Drake.
But one team has a Gwen
What do you think?
inside.
Yeah. Guangdong are taking it very carefully, right? Jokes aside, they're like, okay, we're not taking any chances.
Yeah.
No charms, no nothing. As KU here in a little bit of trouble, but now it's June in trouble, actually gets extremely low as the follow-up from Rascal is going to get the flash out of June. Gets a knock-up here, but Seismic shove now onto Rascal and the follow-up engage. Remember, the Zeri is pretty huge at this point in time. Dudu on the bottom side, right on front line onto Kroko, and actually gets over the wall here. Kroko's like, well, God, where can I go? As, okay, he is going to back away. Bulldog pretty low, but he has teleport
Double
here.
TP!
Yep, both teams trying to get back into the fight. And Rascal is here, so his Yehu.
Still going!
The fight is not over. It's time for number 2. Electric Boogaloo, number 2.
What even are side lanes, man?
Hey, I mean, Dudu gets it.
I can hear Hootie.
And that's it.
He's on the other end of Lowell Park.
Well, we have one guy, right? Like, you know, Dudu's got it going on.
Yeah.
And obviously Rascal, I mean, he can't really unless he wants to go into the top lane. As DRX, they are just going to take the Drake. They just took it.
They just took the
Guangdong Freaks
Drake.
are like, actually, you know what? You can have it. We don't want it.
Yeah, because Guangdong also don't really have to fight over it because it's a relatively weak individual Drake. They have a winning side lane, which they ended up using 1,300 gold lead for Dudu. And then also, they were sitting on a decent amount of gold. Taeyoon, most notably, didn't get to back, sitting on 2k, will not finish his Runans, picks up a pickaxe as well. And yeah, hard forcing the fight there if you don't have a great angle as Kwangdong is unnecessary. And they learned from their mistakes from game number 1, which I appreciate.
Great.
Great.
Let's see if they can keep it up here. They do have a very nice gold lead, very comfy.
I'm not so sure, but we'll see.
Very comfy padding. 5,000 is at 21 minutes. It is quite strong. And, you know, what they got instead is nobody dies. Dudu got more side lane pressure. They got total vision control around the Baron. So even though, you know, it feels like nothing's really going on, they're giving up objectives, they are, in fact, doing other stuff on the map at least. As now they're trying to set up on the Rascal here. They know that DRX can't really do the Baron, although maybe they will try. I mean, if you give them enough time, they can, as Rascal is going to take a while to die here, still living with the Jack shows, and actually DRX are like, yeah, we can't really do this. Not yet.
It's too early. Really nicely done by Kwangdong. Taking a risk, surely, due to the fact that their jungler is in the bot side of the map, but recognizing that with everyone else in the ready, no opportunity for DRX to take the objective. And crucially there as well, we're now starting to see the 2-item spikes. Right? Nashor's is done. Runan's is done. Bulldog has just picked up his Seraphs as well. So the relative level, power level of Kwangdong is so much higher right now, as Gale ulting there, just making sure the turret stays alive. That's a pretty costly investment.
Yeah. That's what he was, yeah. No, yeah, he's going to be able to push Dudu off, at least for now, but he is down 2 levels. So at this point, he's just basically stopping the wave from killing the turret, and that is exactly what he will do. The wall comes in onto mid. Kwangdong Freaks, they pressure their 5k gold lead into a 6k gold lead. This is how a Scion dies eventually.
Yeah, Rascal knows he's dead there. As soon as Vi is there, not really going to be able to get away. Knowing that, tries to ult, but not going to be quite in time. And then immediately, right, as soon as he's dead, Youngjae making his way over in case DRX did actually plan to hard commit towards this objective. And this goal, it's the same as game 1, but it's more now. It's 2k gold more than last time.
Yeah.
Which is big, I hope.
It's very comfortable, and Kwangdong aren't really making any mistakes, right? Like, not even any small ones at this point. They're just kind of playing it slowly, and I think that's totally fine. They're just going to wait. They have Zeri, who's quite fed, and is going to be mowing down people. So DRX are just going to do Baron.
No TP on Dudu.
All right.
A lot of power gone.
For it. I mean, 4v5 still. I mean, maybe Taeyoon can get something done here, though. Padak has taken some damage. Bulldog has a very nice angle on the left side, and Taeyoon beginning to poke his head in, as now Dudu is here, and DRX are not able to force anything. Kwangdong Freaks stay calm, and they're in a great spot now. They're able to get first track here onto the mid lane.
We are still fighting, but meanwhile, like, Dudu is snipping away at the turret. It's gone.
It's
he might be thinking that, you know, rock beats scissors, but clearly not in this case. And to Baron we go again.
You guys can't do Baron, especially not now. Well, they're going to try, as maybe they get some kind of pick. They're looking for the turn. This is one way. If you do not have engaged, they get Bulldog, and that might be enough, but no, he flashes away. He is alive for so long, as now June is able to follow up. Down goes the Rascal. Padak goes down as well, and that should be the nail in the coffin here for Kwangdong Freaks to take down game number 2. They'll run straight at the Baron after this team fight win.
Bulldog, the sacrificial lamb. And DRX, you can sense the desperation, right? Like, going to Baron again there, not really knowing any other way. What can we do? Try and find Miracle Team fight. Last time they were able to, this time around, not so much. And yes, they get Bulldog, right? He doesn't even end up going down immediately, right? He's able to flash away, and by the time he dies, Dudu is there. We have Padak amidst many enemies again.
Of course he is.
Of course he is, but he doesn't actually have the items to really back that up. And also this is a tank Zeri, so you're not going to 100 to 0 here. Just doesn't work that way. And starting to feel like this game actually done I know I said starting to feel, and it was a 6K gold lead, and they were leading, but that was the situation
I think
in
you're
game.
safe now.
I think we're good now.
I think you're
Yeah.
good. Yeah. I think it's okay. Kwangdong Freaks. They went back to the drawing board. They're like, what went wrong? How come we weren't able to turn our lead into a pretty successful one? As Dudu in a little bit of trouble, but he's immune from Troll Face. So he's just going to run away from that one. As Taeyeon, meanwhile, is tank Zeri, as you mentioned, just pushing alongside of Bulldog with the Baron buff in the bottom lane. Here comes Rascal. He's like, well, I might as well try to press my buttons at least. As he nearly dies as well, we'll be able to walk it off. Trying to clear out this wave and prevent Kwangdong Freaks from taking their entire base at this point.
I don't think it's happening. I think Kwangdong with the Baron should be able to end on this push. If they really want to play it safe, they can back off. Looks like they are. They're really learned their lesson, Valdez.
This is really clean from Kwangdong. I'm happy.
They're just piecing out.
This is good.
Yeah.
This kind of satisfies my LCK kind of waters, you know? Like, this all makes sense to me.
Kwangdong was, when we looked at the end of last split, I think with a pretty big gap, the best of the teams that didn't make playoffs. And in the first game, didn't really see a whole lot of that. We saw it a little bit at the beginning, but this time around, looking controlled. DRX, their engages clearly not working out. Kwangdong very ready for them. And starting to feel like Kwangdong is just going to pick up the clean 2-0 here. Because DRX, with the gold the way it is, you are going to have, which he has actually done on Zeri before, Taeyeon like skate into all of you, and then none of his team has to be there. The skating into people he's done, but the rest of his team is definitely going to be there. And they're playing it out as safely as possible. 2 inhibs down, put Dudu inside with TP, level 16 Gwen with a stopwatch, no way you can collapse on her.
Yeah.
And then just shove from there.
Yeah, still 15 seconds on Baron buff. If they wanted to be like uber safe, we're talking like they have 98% win potential, but they want to go for like 99.9. They could back away and wait for the second Baron buff. But even then, you're like maybe taking a risk of a steal or something. So they're just going to push in. As you see, Yehu, oh, they part like the Red Sea. They just get out of there as Kroko on the left side is just dead. And there's no way to get away from this one. Padak as well is going to go down. And Kwangdong Freaks a very clean game number 2 as Rascal. Oh, poor Rascal. Maybe he's carrying the log himself. I'm not even sure if anyone's carrying the log in this game. For the side of DRX. You'll get the reference if you watch the intro. That's Kwangdong Freaks taking the 2-0 in pretty swift fashion tonight.
And Kwangdong, in game number 1, had a few issues. Game number 2, they cleaned it all up. There was the one skirmish that they weren't quite able to get. And I'm kind of stalling because I'm like, that was a team effort. Is it Jun? Is it Youngjae? I feel like both of them
I don't
had.
think it's Jun. It might be Youngjae.
Yeah.
Youngjae was pretty active on the map.
I feel like a lot of the
Bulldog is another
skirmishes-
great. It's probably Bulldog or Youngjae. Maybe you take your choice. I know who you're going to vote for.
Yeah.
You have those 2 choices. So, no spoilers. But yeah, Kwangdong Freaks, pretty good look. And yeah, it is against a team that they're bringing up academy players into the LCK for the first match, who are understandably not going to be playing at 100%. They're going to be nervous, etc., you know, inexperienced, whatever. But I feel like, especially Yehu played pretty well. Padak, he's kind of insane. Like, he actually was on the good side of inexperience, where he's like maybe going a little bit too ham. But either way, it's still Kwangdong up against a team that is still struggling, still figuring it out, but it's still a good look for them as he charged him.
Youngjae, what a silly goose.
That says Youngjae, push him. I don't get the reference. This is Bulldog.
He's so goofy, man.
He didn't play Aurelion Soul today. They banned it twice.
Banned it twice. I think we aren't 100% sure as Taeyeon. Clean Zeri game from him as well. I'm not 100% sure what to think about DRX, given that, as you point out, first match for Padak and for Yehu, very obvious issues with cohesion still. A lot of the plays looking kind of halfway. I think also running back the same draft and prioritizing the Yuumi that highly when it was clear that the lack of hard engage was an issue in game 1. It didn't end up working out. Game 2, a lot more one-sided. But I do think that this is the Kwangdong that we're going to see for the rest of the split, right? Able to draw some specific bans, looking very cohesive as a team. Not immune to some individual errors left or right, as we saw most notably in game number 1.
They really cleaned it up, though.
In game
Gotta
2,
give them credit. Like,
100%.
that was pristine. Like, every fight they took was very balanced. And, yeah, maybe DRX were kind of giving them some pretty easy angles, but at least we didn't have game 1, right? They were able to just take their lead, make it even larger without taking big risks, and then move on to the victory. DRX definitely going to have to figure it out a little bit. You know, they go for this play on the Infernal Drake a little bit early. Kwangdong Freaks answer very nicely. As Paddock and Yehu together, the 2 Academy players trying to get in there, trying to get this first blood, but they fail. They go too deep, and that leads to early fight win and the Infernal Drake to Kwangdong.
Yeah, it's really just a snowball from there because, particularly again with Ari and Viego via Ari, you also see often, you want to play crazy aggressive, and as soon as that stops working out, you lose a lot of the power of the combo. And for DRX, I think there are some good instincts, but they need to be a lot more deliberate. And I think this is some of the remnants of what they struggled with, and it's an overcorrection. Last split, the team just didn't do a whole lot and just kind of lost games, and it felt very, very set from the beginning. I think now they swung way to the other side where they're like, we're going in on every single play. And, you know, maybe take into account teleports, take into account rotations, because otherwise, not going to always work out as the way you want.
Yeah. Well, we saw some pretty nice mechanics from some of our younger, newer players on the DRX roster. But as you said, at the end of the day, the decision-making, the team macro movements needed to be a bit better. As we're listening in to this last fight, obviously this was 13,000 gold in the lead at this point. So it's over, they said. Go mid. Chasing Rascal as there's a massive minion wave on the Nexus.
And game 1 was a big up and down of a gold graphic. Game number 2, none of that. It was a very nice, perfect game. You know, could have been maybe 2 minutes earlier if you really want to nitpick. But I don't think we should. It's the first time we've seen Kwangdong in quite a while. And pick up the decisive 2-0 victory here on the day.
Yeah, they were great. Good stuff from Kwangdong. They take the 2-0. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say about that second game.
Thanks, Valdez and Chronicler. I'm still Wolf. I'm still with Huni and Ox. And we saw Kwangdong Freaks with a pretty dominant finish to the series. Almost the opposite of what we saw in Game 1 from start to finish, full control. We did see a lot of over-pushing, over-fighting here on the side of DRX, which led to a massive lead. But I think the three of us all agreed as a unit that the draft was also massively in favor of Kwangdong Freaks going to this one. Gentlemen, let's walk through it a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like Zeri just isn't balanced. I think that's a very safe statement you can make. And I think Vi as well, also, when you're playing into an Aphelios, like the thing when you look at this composition, Aphelios needs to do so much work in terms of sustained damage in fights, but you're into a Vi, you're into a Gwen, you're into a Khan. It's really hard to play, and especially when you have a Yuumi, it's like your support champion is fully committed to your AD carry. So if they kill your AD carry, that's 2 champions down essentially because of the best friend bonus now. It's not like you can just attach to another person and be as useful. And then you have this Zeri just running around the fight being invincible. It's yeah, pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, for DRX draft, like, Aphelios has to be really, really huge. But the thing is, like, I think the tools are not there. Like, I think they did, like, it was, like, lack of the decision-making from the draft as well. But the thing is, like, even in the game, I didn't really feel like there was anything specifically to Aphelios. They're not pushing towards to him because they have a Sion on top. And he's playing against Gwen. Like, it has to be Aphelios' carry and has to be at least stronger than Zeri. So it was not the game.
You don't have the good lane matchups, you don't have the scaling, and you also have threats against your only really scaling AD carry here in the Aphelios. And then, as we go into these highlights, we'll take a look at how the early game, also in terms of team fights that shouldn't have been taken for DRX, really backfired here. So walk me through the disaster that started up here on the top lane.
Yeah, so I think this is one of these situations where you've got red-white, you want to be aggressive, you want to potentially have the opportunity to hit the tower because Zeri's low. But you want to Vi, any overstep feels so amplified into this champion, and you can see that it's a fantastic job just to punish the hubris of the Aphelios here.
Yeah, I mean, they had a reason because Viego had a behind. Viego was sitting behind, but the thing is that it's just obviously not enough from the TP. And I think the decisiveness from the other side, the opponent team, was the TP was really, really fast. But the thing is, like, the Aphelios used the flash previous fight, and that's critical. He has the flash, and he was almost in front of the turret, and then he got ulti. There's no way he can leave.
And these are two players who are very young. As was mentioned on the cast, they're two players who are not from challengers, but actually basically third-string players from Academy. And oftentimes when you see a new player promoted into the LCK, it's a very timid play style the first few games, sometimes very nervous. But I think they went, as Chronicler mentioned, a little bit too far the other way. As we move into our second clip here as well, once again, you're going to seeing blood in the water, having that killer instinct, but it backfires.
Yeah, and again, I will say I'd rather players come in the league and have that killer instinct, that aggression, be punished for it and reflect. And this was definitely an example. So I'm hoping coming off the back of the series, they will learn lessons. Because there was moments like this, there was a lot of moments in the first series where a play looks good on paper, but you're playing against a coordinated team, right? And you are punished so swiftly for your over-aggression.
Yeah, I mean, they're just picking up the Talia was a really, really big accident. He should have not done it. The thing is, like, the fighter was already over, and they had a TP first is coming from the Gwen, and the fight is just not even close. And the Aphelios side need to be ahead, as we said it. If they're full behind, I don't think they have any future behind.
Yeah, I think at this point, after those two plays, like, these are super early plays. The game did go on longer, but it felt like it was kind of just a slow finish out of the game. There wasn't too much hope in return. There was obviously a couple of moments where you saw potentially something, but it never really felt close.
Yeah, there isn't that much agency in the draft, unfortunately, there for the side of DRX. And we also saw, of course, after that second highlight there, about a 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead that early on in the game. The Zeri moment was there, and right, this is a champion that also wasn't banned, was left open. They picked the Scion with Gwen open into Dudu. Dudu becoming a huge problem for the squad once again in this second game. And I look at this, and there's obviously some focus that Kwangdong Freaks could put onto closing these games out a little bit more aggressively, a little bit more cleanly. But look, you're looking for a 2-0 here. Let's see who ends up taking the POG here, because I think there's a few good options. It is ready. Let's take a look. It will be Taeyun on the Zeri.
We got it.
Yeah, we got it. We wouldn't share on this one. I feel like, there's a lot of members. I think Dudu also could have an honorable mention. But, he got game one. And I think just a solid performance. If you pick up a few early kills in this champion, the momentum is so huge. And especially, one thing to mention is that Yuumi is a lot more shield-based than she used to. And the fact that you're stealing these shields in fights means you get an extra movement speed and you just become essentially immortal. And this was the big one, I gotta say, where he finds the 2 kills and is able to deliver and just carry from here.
Yeah, I think usually the fight were pretty smooth for him. Like for Taeyun, I think he was just like pressing some button and just win the fight. The difficulty was like pretty low, but the thing is like you need to know he laned really well, and then even in team fight he didn't mess up anything, and he was just playing like optimally basically.
Yeah, really good ult usage. The spacing was very good. He was very rarely in danger, and his team had a great front line. Few votes going over to the jungle here, and 2 mid votes as well. No votes for the top lane, surprisingly. I thought a good game here once again for Dudu, but doesn't pick up any of them. A 7 out of 11, pretty dominant choice here. You guys were on the money with your votes, and we'll see, how the rest of the season is going to go for DRX, because I think there are certainly going to be some growing pains. I believe we do have Jisun, though, on standby for the interview. So Jisun, take it away. Oh, not yet, she said. Excuse me. Sorry, it's my first hosting day, guys.
It's the first time.
Don't worry, don't worry.
I'm getting into things a little bit here very slowly. But eventually, of course, those players will be on standby. Any final thoughts on the series?
I mean, for me, I think it's just starting from just Dudu K'Sante first pick. It's just big snowball, Like, I think they were, they knew it, and it's open. They pick it, and they won from the just Dudu K'Sante. I think that's really big attack from the mental.
It does make me wonder, the mental attack, because game 1 was so close, and it came down to the K'Sante 1v9ing. Could that have tilted them for the game 2? Because they seemed a lot weaker in the game too.
Yeah,
It definitely affected.
Yeah.
definitely some nerves coming through, but I did get word that the interview is actually ready now. So Ji-sun, take it away.
2023 서머 첫 경기를 승리로 장식한
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Dudu and Taeyun on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Congratulations.
네, 두두 선수부터 승리 소감 부탁드릴게요.
Dudu, how do you feel about this win?
1세트를 좀
I think
다행히 이겨서 2세트까지
I was so relieved that we won game number 1 and then game 2 was pretty smooth.
태윤 선수도 승리 소감 부탁드릴게요.
What about you, Taeyun?
1세트에 두산테
Yeah. Had it not for the Dusanta in game number 1, we would have lost the series even. But I want to say thank you to Dudu. And it was like hard but easy at the same time, this series as a whole.
생각이 드는데요. 이번 서머를 DRX와의 경기로 시작을 했는데
So you guys kicked off the season with a match up against DRX. How was your first match? So you know, the beginning is everything, and I'm so glad that we are having a great start with a 2-0 win.
오늘 경기를 마무리했는데 정말 기분 너무너무 좋으실 것 같아요. 1세트 뱀핑 얘기부터 해볼게요.
I want to go back to game number 1. So the B1 Ksante was the main character of that game. Especially you were the one that finished game number 1 in the end. Was that your idea to go for the first pick Ksante? Well, to be honest, I just go for like B1 Ksante if we have nothing to first pick. And I guess my teammates have a really big trust in my Ksante, so we wanted to give it a go. Then Dudu, how would you like to rate Ksante right now in terms of the tier list? So I think he was definitely first tier pick in the spring season, but right now I want to say like 1.5. He's got a lot of counters right now, and he cannot really pull off the same performance in the laning phase just like he did in the spring season, so I don't think he's like an OP right now. But Dudu's Ksante was something else. It was definitely an OP in game number 1. And Taeyun, Kwangdong Freaks decided to let Yumi through for 2 games in a row. Why was that? We had a lot of picks to deal with Yumi. So, like if Yumi is open, we might take it, but we knew that there were a lot of cards we can use to just go against Yumi.
자신감이 좀 있었던 픽이었던 것 같네요. 네, 그럼 두두 선수께 질문 드릴게요.
Going back to Dudu,
1세트 마지막 상대 넥서스 앞에서
I want to take a replay. Take a look at the replay where Dudu, you were able to just take down the enemy Nexus by yourself. So here's the replay of it. So at the beginning, we were just focus firing on that Sion, and then I kind of realized everyone else will be able to take Sion down, so I was just targeting Aphelios, and then I just realized my teammates are all dead, so I was like, I gotta just run. After getting a kill onto the Aphelios, and then somehow I was like, maybe I can keep taking this fight, and I did, and I kind of won. And Youngjae was crying, you know, we have to back, just leave, but I went in, and I was able to just end here. Taeyun said, that's bussin'. You're really good.
근데 진짜 지린다라는 표현이 맞는
I mean,
것 같아요.
indeed, that play is just out of your mind. How did you pull that off? And with that outplay, now you have created so many nicknames: the God Dudu, the Ronald Du, or the Erling Haaland Du, Dushai, the God Dudu, the Goat Dudu. What is your favorite one? Well, actually, on my way back to the green room, so No Fei, you know, he was like the God Dudu, great job. So I would like to go with the God Dudu, the League God Dudu. And Taeyun, at the end of game number 1, we were able to have a listening to the player comm, and you were keep apologizing to your teammates. Why was that? Like there were so many fights where like I was not able to pull off the best play when I had my ult and flashes. You know, there were so many bad plays that I was pulling off, and then I died in the final fight. And then I was actually telling my teammates to go for bottom lane to deny when they're ceasing to end the game. So I was feeling really sorry that I kind of messed up the last fight, but somehow Dudu made a great outplay and saved us. And with this new patch, now Zeri is back to building Triforce. Tell us about it. I tried different item builds in solo queue. You know, I went for Trinity Force once, and then I went for a crit build. So I was like, I actually played up against the crit build Zeri in solo queue. I was like, this is maybe really good. And then I tried it, and then I realized Trinity Force is still better than crit build. So I'm sticking with the Trinity Force build for Zeri now. And Dudu, a lot of people are saying that Kwangdong Freaks has become even stronger compared to the spring season. What do you think? I think our late game macro has become a lot better as we have bigger faith in each other. So now, when I don't actually have to group up, I just rely on my teammates to do good, you know, as a 4, and I go side lanes. Pretty similar, you know. I think when the game turns to a macro phase, all 5 of the players are now on the same page. So we know when to kind of be cautious, we know when to go for a map play and macro play. So I think we kind of improved together as a team. And a lot of fans are really excited for Kwangdong Freaks for summer season. What is your mindset heading into this entire new split? Well, 2-0 start is a really good sign for us, and I hope we can keep this momentum and start a winning streak. Thank you. What about you, Taeyeon? Same, you know, exactly the same. To be honest, you know, we have to beat the teams that other people expect us to be better than them. So I hope we can pull that off every single time and also take down some of the stronger teams in the LCK too. And this will be the end of the interview from Dudu Taeyeon from Kwangdong Freaks, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that translation. A pretty honest interview from the players there. Dudu especially saying he thinks that K'Sante is actually a little bit weaker than it was in spring. Really interesting to hear that. Let's take a look at our standings after this best of 3 to see where we are. We're still only halfway through day 2, but Kwangdong Freaks up at the top of the standings. Great start to the season thus far.
Yeah, definitely a solid start, and especially when, you know, looking at these teams who finished spring lower on the table, getting wins against teams like DRX may not seem as important, but it makes a big difference, right? Think of the difference between you being like 9th, 8th, or 7th towards the end. But with a strong start, maybe Kwangdong are aiming for more.
Yeah, and it's a 2-0 start, which is it's gonna be better for them to find the flow for them and get the mood better.
Good vibes, good vibes.
Yeah. Now that is, of course, our first series of the evening. We will have OK Savings Bank Brion up against Nomshim Red Forest coming up after about an hour-long break. We'll see you guys then.
캐디는 미쳤어요. 개사기.
마음에 뭔가 변화가 생겨서 이제 솔로 랭크에 좀 집중했는데 게이머를 다시 해볼 수 있겠다 그런 생각이 들었던 것 같아요.
Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. I gotta fight. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
방금 깨가지고 비몽사몽한데 좀 있으면 평소 생활하던 시간이랑 나아질 것 같습니다.
아니요. 너무 일찍 부르신 거 아니에요? 보통 아침 5시에 자는데 쉽지 않네요.
배는 또 촬영하면서는 또 처음 타보네요.
저 처음이고 촬영도 처음이고 살면서도 처음인 것 같아요.
수영에서 하기? 진짜 가요.
한쪽이가 잘 뜯냐? 그래서 잘 모르겠는데. 수영 절대 못해. 좀 죽어요.
장가마치 한 1000개 꽃가루가 한 7은 되지 않을까요? 꽃가루도 있고 오늘 좀 덥네요 날씨가.
1위죠? 1도 안 되죠, 뭐.
0.1, 0.1.
아, 뭐 이거 진짜 아무나 찍을 수 있는. 엄청 덥지도 않은 것 같고 그리고 나무들이 많아서 좀 시원한 감도 있는 것 같아요. 연기가 좋아요, 봐봐요 지금. 표정 연기가 장난이 아니에요.
그런 거 왕호 형이 잘하죠. 1부터 10까지 다 꾸며낼 수 있는 사람이기 때문에.
저 진짜 솔직 담백한 사람이기 때문에.
좋네요. 좋은 추억이 될 것 같아요. 이런 환경 속에서 인터뷰 처음이라.
삼촌이 형 같아요. 삼촌.
다행히 아까 주먹을 이렇게 주고 있더라. 이러고 주고 있더라. 힘줘가지고.
그럼 다르게 쓸 수도 있나요?
뻗치고 있는 모습이 인상적이어서.
오늘은 손 같은 데서 찍어가지고 되게 신선하고 좋은 것 같아요.
이 손 다 빌린 거예요.
진짜요? 거짓말. 얼마입니까 이거?
썸 얼마면 사실래?
얼마인지 보고 결정을 해야 될 것 같습니다.
저희 리그 샌드박스가 모래품 그런 좀 밈을 가지고 있는데 그런 밈을 좀 이용해 주신 것 같아서 잘 어울릴 것 같습니다.
컨셉에 맞게 되게 잘 촬영해 주신 것 같아요. 모래폭풍 샌드박스.
딱 불독 체인 보자마자 너무 재밌던데요. 그냥 신기하고 뭔가 이런 걸 찍는다니 뭔가 잘 찍혔을지 모르겠어요.
파괴전차 느낌이 어쨌든 단어 선택 자체가 좀 강해 보이잖아요. 그래서 마음에 드는 것 같아요.
제가 전에는 사실 타이틀 촬영할 때 이렇게 메인인 적은 없었는데 이제 뭔가 같이 메인으로 이렇게 찍으니까 되게 재밌는 것 같아요.
조금 타이틀 촬영보다는 일찍 끝날 것 같아요. 최대 2번으로 촬영을 끝내도록 하겠습니다. 체감상 3번 정도 된 것 같긴 한데 그래도 3번 정도면 빠르게 하지 않아요?
하나, 둘, 셋.
그냥 앉았다 일어났는데 무릎이 아프더라고요.
하겠습니다.
엔진은 안 났어요. 그냥 엔진 한 번 났어요. 엔진 한 번 넣어요. 어깨에 가만히 있으라고 하셔서 제가 그때 어깨에 뭐 어떻게 잘못했나 봐요.
이것도 아마 촬영할 것 같아요.
너무
네.
표정을 뭐 잘 써야 된다 이런 느낌의 선수였었죠.
연기에 대한 훈수였다.
잘 해가지고 우리 선수가 잘 된 것 같아요.
고민하거나 이렇게 체스바를 돌려봤는데 오히려 역효과가 난 것 같기도 하고 좀 잘한 것 같진 않아요. 뭔가 아쉬웠어요.
저 약간 인중 쪽? 좀 위기가 있긴 했는데 그래도 벌레가 더 싫어서 잘 참았어요.
힘들진 않으세요 지금?
지금 벌레가 좀 많은 것 같아서 그래도 이게 너무 예뻐서 잘 나올 것 같아요.
RNG 선수들이랑 했는데 그때 웃을 거 다 웃어가지고 샤오 선수였나? 동아 형 얼굴 보고 NG를 너무 많이 내가지고 동아 형 이렇게 진짜 폼 미치겠어. 동아 형이 전성기였어.
한 분 체 한번 내려와. 확인할 수 있을 것 같아요.
특유의 표정이 있거든요. 그 표정을 보여주면 저희는 행복해요.
그 표정이 어떤 표정인지 좀 설명해 주실 수 있어요?
근데 그거 말하면은 숙소 가서 맞을 수도 있어가지고 말 못해.
네, 열심히 하겠습니다. 자, 한마디 시게. 둘이.
기니 열심히 하겠습니다. 우리 열심히 하겠습니다. 해야 돼. 열심히 하겠습니다. 열심히 하겠습니다.
뭐야? 재미없네. 뭐 끝이야?
너 때문에 그런 거 아니야 지금. 머리 안 감았어?
이렇게 배 타고 와서 스페서 촬영도 했는데 굉장히 좀 신기한 경험인 것 같고
세상이 잘 뽑힐까라는 걱정은 조금 있지만 그래도 잘 만들어주실 거라고 믿고 있습니다.
너무 좋은 경험이었고요. 다음에도 꼭 타이틀에 나오고 싶습니다.
참아내지 못한 눈물에 가려질 때면 저 너머의 끝에서 누군가 나를 부르고 있어. 비를 뻥 맞고 햇볕에 몸이 다 들어가도 만월에 피어난 꽃처럼 작게 남아 빛나고 있어.
해야 되는 게 잘못 막으려다가
해줘 손에 쥐어진 운명의 방아쇠를 당겨 빛발의 우리의 시간이 여전히 나에게 용기를 주고 있어 너의 진심된 마음은 꺾이지 않을 거야 다녀왔던 그 순간이 헛되지 않게끔 손을 잡아줄래 함께 가는 거야 저 너머로 잊지 않을 거야 다녀왔던 그 순간이 헛되지 않게끔 손을 잡아줄래 날아가는 거야 저 너머로
승리만 겨냥한다. 망설임은 곧 패배의 씨앗이 되지. 함께가 아니야. 아무것도 아니다. 한 번의 세발. 이제 빗나갈 일은 없다.
손을 잡아줄래 함께 가는 거야 저 너머로
welcome back to the LCK. We took a little break there, but now we are jumping into the second series of the night. It is OK Brion up against, of course, Nongshim Red Force. And yes, this is the one team that has made a new change to their name, specifically coming into the second half here of the year in Summer Split. Care to explain, Chronicler?
So there are two things we need to explain. One is that the new sponsor is OK Savings Bank.
Yes.
Right? So OK Savings Bank now sponsors Brion, which means that the full name is OK Savings Bank Bro, which we shorten to OK Bro. But it gets better.
But
it gets better because the sponsor of OK Savings Bank is OK Man, and I would highly the mascot.
The mascot.
There you go. And OK Man is a carrot, and I can't really explain it better.
It's actually a carrot, yes. Perhaps you guys will see as the days come along more about OK Man Brion, but one thing that hasn't changed is their roster, right? It is the same team. They just have a cool new sponsor that made it essentially even better than what we already had with all the memes around this team. Now we have OK Man Brion, and it's going to be a lot of fun. On the side of Nongshim Red Force, they added Quad to the roster.
Quad, coming back, was known back then as Soka in 2021 DRX, the DRX team that struggled immensely with only Pioshik and Kingen, and then also Quad, back then Soka, Bao and Becca. And both of these two teams, as we mentioned at the top of the day, weren't able to make playoffs. Nongshim was the weakest team, but for them, I think it was expected coming in as a challenger promotion team that wasn't even amongst the best team in challengers, even with their playoffs performances. But for Brion, 8th place in the spring regular season was not where this team wanted to be.
No, I think they had the ability. Yeah, there he is. It's him. It's OK Man. There he is on the left. A fresh start as OK Savings Bank Brion. Executive Director Shin Mi-kyung says supporting a talented team may lead to greater achievements, but supporting a team with potential holds greater meaning. We will strive with big dreams. And
he gets it.
This is still a team that has talent, okay? I don't want anyone to misunderstand. Again, they just haven't reached their full potential. We'll have to wait and see if they have the ability to place higher than 8th this time around with the help of their 6th member, OK Man.
And promising mid laners Karis versus Quad. As mentioned, Karis came up around the same time, was back then on Gen G. This was in 2021 when he came in, and Quad back after 700 days here in the LCK.
Well, guys, we have a little interview with these teams. Let's jump into that right now and see what they had to say.
LCK 첫 시즌 시작할 때는 되게 할만하다는 느낌이었는데 하면 할수록 이 자리 쉬운 자리가 아니구나라고 느꼈던 것 같습니다.
아쉬웠던 부분들은 열심히 하고 있는 방식들이 좀 잘못됐다라는 것들? 약간 그런 것들이 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요. 분위기는 최악이었죠. 그때 당시 순위가 농심이 꼴등이었으니까 저희가 지면 안 된다라는 생각을 가지고 게임을 임했는데 그러니까 왜 졌지라는 생각도 되게 많이 했었고 그거에 대해서 되게 화가 많이 났었던 것 같고
한 판 한 판이 간절했었는데 깔끔하게 이겼다고 생각해가지고 엄청 다 같이 좋아했던 것 같습니다. 브리온에서 경계해야 될 선수는 아마 엄티 선수라고 생각할 것 같아요. 초반에 되게 움직임이나 동선 이런 게 되게 좋다고 생각해서
개인적으로는 실비 선수가 메인이라고 생각하고요. 수영이는 좀 쉬다 와가지고 좀 아쉬운 것 같더라고요.
스프링 때보다 진짜 더 할만하다는 마인드라 개막전 첫 경기부터 이겨서 기분 좋게 1승 챙겨가겠습니다.
어쨌든 브리온이니까 브리온답게 그래도 승리를 쟁취해가지고 팬분들께 승리 안겨드리겠습니다.
So there you have it. Some call-outs there saying, oh, Quad's not that good. He did hit first rank on the Korean solo queue ladder, which is, I'd say that's pretty good. You know, it's certainly better than everyone else on the ladder at that time. Now, can he perform in the professional environment? Once again, we'll have to wait and see, as here comes OK Savings Bank Breon, and they've got some flags, and Umpty did a little bit of a fan chant as well to start us off. He asked, "Are you ready?" And then the fans said, "Okay, bro."
I cannot believe that this is a real roster in the LCK, and it just fits so well, right? This is a team that already had the fans on their side. They were already called bro.
Yeah.
The Giga Chat memes far and wide, and now they're okay, bro. No matter what you do, they're there. Dope jackets as well. Can't make this up.
There it is. I thought it already happened and we missed it, actually, but I didn't know it was going to be a thing there on the stage. That was pretty cool. So, Umpty a little embarrassed, but should not be embarrassed.
He nailed it.
This is the elements. This is what OK Breon is.
Look at the little. They added them as well. OK Man's in the corner. The little carrot man.
There's two of him. He's animated now. Well, in a different way. Now, on the side of Nongsin, they've got something prepared as well. No spoilers, as all 6 players will be walking out here for the team that is Nongsin Red Force, looking to place better than 10th place. The only way is up, right? Or sideways, I guess. But
yeah. Well,
hopefully not sideways.
Definitely can't go down. Dundon coming back.
So they took a selfie with the fans.
Very wholesome. And you know, I know the bro fandom is big, but I actually, even at MSI, talked to a hardcore Dundon fan that had a Nongshim jersey, a Dundon jersey specifically shipped.
Makes sense.
This team, very lovable. Quad now joining them as well.
Yep. All right. Anything else? Oh. Uh-oh.
Wait.
Oh, no. All right, Sylvie.
Oh! There's no way! There's no way!
Okay.
No, Valdez. KO.
Oh! Yes, true.
This is I'm happy that these teams are setting the right atmosphere for this match. Amazing.
Signs say I love Harvard. Twitch
What?
I don't know if we can really advertise any other streamers. Shout out to Gabriel. He's great. Here is OK Man Breon's and Nongshim Red Force's matchup history from LCK Spring 2023. It was a 2-0 to Breon, and then it was a 2-0 to Nongshim. Of course, the match mentioned in the teaser video.
Yeah, and neither series was very close. For Breon, as Umpty mentioned, the team really deteriorated over the course of the split, where a lot of teams slowly got better, were able to find their form. They kind of stayed the same and only fell down. And for Nongshim, yes, they had a pretty abysmal split when it comes to the records, but when you have zero expectations on you as a team, I think it's a lot easier to deal with. These players have been playing together for years at this point. Yes, Vidal traded some places with Jiwoo at times, but at large, it's just been these players together. And I think that it makes it a lot easier to cope with expectations, and I'm going to be quite there. And for Breon, last year they were able to make playoffs, and knowing that that is a possibility, I think, means that anything short of that, and in particular 8th, right behind a Kwangdong Freaks, was not what they were looking for.
No, it was not. I'm excited to see Angry Umpty against the return of formerly retired Quad, then Solka, took 700 days off, came back, hit first on the Korean solo queue ladder, and now he's on Nongshim. So he's ready to come out and show what he's got. Can he perform on stage is always the question that we ask for any player, for any new player, but also for returning players. We'll see if he can get it done.
Also, meta read's going to be big here. Some of the picks that are popular right now, Rakan is the one that most obviously comes to mind, is in a great spot when you look for really either team. Yeah, well, Cassante is that's not team specific. That's just any team. We literally just got a masterclass from Dudu, and of course him and Morgan used to play together.
Yeah. I think absolutely we'll have to see some focus on that. I think it's a champion that especially
100%.
can take over lower level games that can kind of get messy, and that's where the champion excels, right? Well, let's see what kind of read they do have, as OK Man Breon is on the blue side. And the blue side so far has reigned king. We have had a couple of wins on the red side so far, but every other win has been blue.
Most notably DRX, who lost on red side, then went to blue side and drafted the same composition.
Yeah.
But that's not blue
a
side's
good
fault.
idea, guys.
No, don't do that. Hey, look at that.
That's a good idea.
That is a good idea.
Nice.
Now, I do know that Dundun, in his time off, has been playing some completely off-the-wall, crazy stuff. I also know that the entirety of Breon has been spamming Ivern. Now, of course, Ivern not buffed on dispatch, so shouldn't really be too relevant. But as Peter with the respect band towards him, Rakan gonna get taken on the board, and Nico and Millia are basically guaranteed. Although we do know Peter likes Blitzcrank, so we could see like what we saw in the KT Hama series, leaving the Millia open, and it might be what they end up going for here.
Yeah, you know,
We'll
maybe
see.
ban away Lucian, so you take away Lucian Melio, but you let Melio go through, and then you pick the Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
Could be a good read from our guy, Chronicler. As Vi going to be the ban here, so that's 3 champs that can really get in your face and mess things up, that are just taken away by Brother, like, no, none of this. Denied.
Do you trade? Can also leave open both Nico and Milio, and then pick whichever is left. Not going to be the case here, so it will be the Milio. I do think, though, looking at
Pick Annie.
Yeah, right. When Breon have looked their best, yeah, that's not.
What?
So they get Milio Annie?
But guys,
that seems mildly problematic.
They're like, oh no, it's okay. We'll take Aphelios Yumi. Surely we will be okay. We saw the DRX. Wait. Didn't DRX lose 2 games?
Yeah, no, they did.
Now that was DRX and it was Padak from Academy, but yeah, I mean, there's certainly a lot of stuff that's available for Nongshim that is really strong.
Maybe you just Zeri Yumi and call it a day.
That's fine too.
Yeah, there's a lot still open. The Rakan and the Lucian really throwing off the curve in that regard. Not saying they're bad bans, but it does mean a lot of stuff is open. Can also go Zeri Milio, but not quite as threatening. I think this is the call. Yeah, why would you?
No need to really invent the wheel here, reinvent the wheel. Just play Zeri Yumi.
Breon, what do you have planned? Yeah, like yes, you got Milio, but you're playing into Zeri Yumi
and Gragas, but you know, I suppose maybe they say, well, if they pick Annie, we've got a good matchup for it. Gragas can do some incredible things as well, and as great as a frontline and kind of as a disruptor, but Nongshim still gets Zeri Yumi and Annie potentially here. They don't have to take the Annie, as they might just go for a jungle instead.
So the reason why I don't mind them not going for the Annie as much is I think that Sylvie is, as Antu was saying, kind of the core of this team. I think the team, when they look good, it is often through Sylvie setting plays up and being able to dictate team fights. That is the case here. And more importantly, I also think Annie loses some of its impact when playing into Milio. Milio obviously takes away a lot of what makes the Annie so threatening. You still do your damage, you're still... I think it's a great pick. If it doesn't get banned, I wouldn't be surprised if Nongshim still just lock it here on R4, but it is going to get banned away. But I do think it drops slightly in priority, and I think the Wukong Works well for Nongshim. It's a comfort pick. It gives you incredible amount of team fighting power. And none that is bothered by the Milio either.
Sure. So Viego's taken away. No jungle yet for the side of Brion here. And you could flex Gragas, I guess, but definitely not the highest priority here. So they're going to take away the Volibear as well. We saw even what Kwangdong was able to do with that early on in game number 1 earlier today. What is the focus pick here in mid that they might want to take care of? I suppose they could also ban another top laner, and Malphite is going to be taken off the board.
So for Nongshim, you're in a little bit of an awkward spot. You don't know what the Gragas is going to go. So you're going to have to take some risk here. You can go for Ahri, which you're not going to be particularly excited about, but even if they do end up going Lissandra, I do think the value of Mercs gets really high. That is his pick.
Really?
That is what he does.
Okay.
And he's like, you know what?
Okay.
That's the crowd going, wow, a squad picks up the champion that he is the most known for.
I mean, all power to you, especially if it works out. I mean, the guy will have insane comfort on this pick. We saw before that Yehu coming in from Academy, he played 2 games of Ahri, and they kind of prio-picked it for him, and he looked great, you know? So maybe just pick comfort for a guy who's making his way back onto the stage for the first time in a while. But as you'll note, Syndra gets immediately smashed down, and Gragas will be flexed.
Oh, and Lee, not at the forefront of the meta at the moment. I would say, like, Kha'Zix is still open, but I would love to see Umti on something that has more early impact, right? This is what he does. He's the guy that gets in going early.
And then it's like, yes, a tank.
A tank?
Yes. Yeah, a tank.
I mean, you have
a tank.
You have Zeri Yumi.
Yes.
You're going to be feeling very good about that one. Aatrox, I think, is actually in a pretty decent spot at the moment.
You should just play Jax. That's my pick.
No, I'm actually, you know, I don't mind the Aatrox into Gragas specifically. We'll see. It might end up being the AP Gragas, in which case the matchup becomes a lot more volatile. But
he should have played Ornn and upgraded Vitals items and went on to victory.
And be Ornn.
And won the game. But instead, now we're going to get kind of a volatile matchup in the top lane that maybe he can control, maybe he can't, and then maybe Morgan pops off on Gragas. A little bit worried about that.
Yeah, the top lane matchup I'm not as excited about. Barring the Syndra, though, Brion has a very short-range composition, and you're going to be playing into a Yuumi and a Cassio. I don't want to think about what's going to happen to OK Bro if the Cassio gets kills early.
Will they be okay, bro?
They will not be okay, bro. It will be bad.
No.
I know.
Okay,
This is never going to get old.
We were worried about it getting old on Tuesday. No, it's not getting old. It's getting better. Okay, Savings Bank Brion have selected these champions.
I love the Milio, and I think that the Syndra specifically makes all the sense with what they're playing into. But Syndra has not been that successful, and Zeri Yuumi on the enemy team, quads on his one trick, scares me a little bit, Valdez.
It is quite scary. Don't look directly into her eyes, although we will zoom in very close. Guys, we have game number 1. OK Savings Bank Brion up against Nongshim Red Force. Let's do it. Here we go. Game number 1. We have like so many fans in here. It's crazy. People heard about Bro's new sponsor and they're like, oh god, I gotta be there. I hope OK Man is there.
Is OK Bro the best shorthand and like name for a team that we've ever had in League of Legends?
Yeah. I think so.
I think so too.
I think so.
Like, I don't know what beats it. I don't think you can do any better.
There's not that much competition, to be honest.
No.
KT has had some eclectic
they
choices in the past.
But nothing on this level.
Nothing on this level. And in terms of acronyms, absolutely not. Like, we haven't gotten close. So this is what it's going to be. There is Loud with LLL. That's kind of interesting, but not quite. Doesn't quite pack the same punch.
There used to be a Benelux organization called Lowlands Lions, which also had sort of LLL. But you know, they were in the Benelux, so I don't think a lot of people are familiar, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we have you here to let us know about it.
I'm glad that you're glad.
Yeah.
I don't know how valuable the information is. Looking at the early game here, we have both junglers starting on top of the map. Sylvie starting solo on Raptors. Umti starting solo on his blue side as well, or the top side rather. And both are going to be pathing their way towards the bottom half as Vital going in aggressive early here.
Yeah, level 2 up against level 1 of Bro's bottom lane. Ward over the top here. Says, well, the Raptors are gone. That's interesting. Let's see if it can spot Sylvie on the rotation. Don't think it does.
We do see some pings, so they have a guess. But yeah, they don't know for sure. We've seen already, Croco, for example, in the previous game, or in the previous series, took a path where he went from Raptors to his bot side.
Yeah.
Sylvie, most notably, especially against Lee early on, just looking to get to level 6 as soon as possible. He can mirror very well, but you're not going to be winning any fights against the Lee early. And Umti is going to look to create as much chaos as possible. Also looking at the level 6, while I think that when it comes to 3v3s, 4v4s, the combination of the Casio and the Wukong can be very strong. So we do now have Hannah and Effort taking control back of the lane as they were able to get control of the wave and have now a level lead. When it comes to the 2v2, you'd much rather be the Lee in the center, right? Like the combination of hitting a scatter or getting a kick, landing that damage, landing that chain makes it really hard to straight up contest. It'll be interesting to see how Nongshim is going to play into that defensively, and how we are going to see Brion try and leverage that.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting. We'll see if Bro can get kind of a good foothold in this game, because the ever-looming threat that is Zeriyumi that was given over for free to the side of Nongshim is certainly going to be an issue as the game comes along. Zeriyumi is in a really good spot on this patch, and so although Aphelios seems to be like the #1 choice for all of the LCK teams, or at least some of them, OK Savings Bank, Brion have made their choice. It does remain to be seen if it can really stand up to this power of Vital and Peter and on their picks in this game.
The actual ability for Brion to get onto Vital is pretty poor as well. That's something that's really big. Barring Morgan Cask, as long as Cleanse is available, Vital doesn't really have to be scared, right? Obviously, Umti can go for crazy plays, but with just the existence of Dash, it makes it so much harder to like reliably get a play. You really have to find a big outplay. You have to catch Vital off guard. There isn't a Vi. There isn't a
Nautilus.
Yeah, exactly. Something that can reliably knock down Vital. We do see Hannah and Effort doing a great job here in the early lane phase as Exhaust comes through.
Yeah, they're really trying to press that forward and win the trade, but not going to happen, really. Senna and Effort are doing just fine. And both bottom laners, the AD carries, have the call. So we're just farming it out, taking good trades, seeing what we can see. Will Umti make an early impact in this game is one thing to continue to wait for. He does have a 1-camp lead in the jungle, but would like to see some impact in the lanes at least, and not just allow Cassiopeia and Zeri to get to a mid to late game state where they have not been mostly unaffected. That
yeah,
scary.
Wukong as well, right? In general, Nongshim is going to be extremely happy to take it slow and not run any risk. Morgan is indeed going, as we see, for the Lost Chapter, so assume that's going to be a run-of-the-mill Everfrost build with, you know, you're still fairly tanky, being Gragas, but not going to go full tank. Also have the Phase Rush, which in general is a great rune for Gragas because you can go for short trades with your E, W, and Q, and then run away, particularly into Aatrox, who really relies on hitting sweet spots and hitting his W to get good trades. It is a pretty big boon as Wad moving forward, but is aware of Umti, so should be completely fine.
Yeah. Cassiopeia at this point in the game, very good at taking short trades, obviously, but she definitely wants to be on at least a couple of items. Like one item you can do some fun stuff, but definitely want to continue scaling into this game, pick up a Rylai's, you know, continue to be a threat outside of just putting down Miasma and preventing engages in this game. So far we have not seen any action, which Nongshim will be happy about, although Sylvie's bot at level 5. Maybe he was just trying to take the Krugs, but they're not up at this point.
Brion should know, because they have a lot of control here on the top half of the map, and there is no ultimate available for Sylvie, so this play not really going to be working out, and he would just be wasting his time, even if he forces summoners. The cost might be a little bit too high, not going to be the case. And for Nongshim, I think they're decently happy. You know, just get to level 6, get the Cassiopeia ultimate. Most notably, Vital, once he hits 6, gets an immense amount of power in an all-in. Might be able to see him and Peter try and get for that, as well as Umti has his ultimate available.
Oh, and Miasma is used, so Umti gets in, flash from Quad. He does not mess around because he knows what's going to happen if Lee Sin on level 6 gets a good kickoff. He will be dead, even if he flashes after, you'd have to imagine. Is look at this. Nice setup from the side of Brion, but you see that Sylvie will respect it, and will drag it into a safe spot for now.
Yeah, must know that Umti's in that brush hard to outsmite a lead, though, with his Q, and smite available.
Uh-oh. Nope, easy smite for Umti. Sylvie not able to react, so red buff taken away. Umti going to run away gladly after that.
And Umti, often the instigator of early action for Brion, no different here. Able to get himself the mid lane flash and immediately turn that over, as now we do see Sylvie rotating over towards the red buff with Herald being started up. They are aware that this is happening, but going for a bot play here when Anna has sums, Effort has exhaust, Milio ultimate is up as well. Isn't really any counterplay, and Brion running the map here early.
Yeah. Nice plays from Umti, pick up that early objective. Sylvie at least takes the red buff. I suppose a nice little consolation prize at this point in time. And as you mentioned, the pressure on the bottom side not really going to be that scary. You could try to like get on top of the dragon, but there's a control ward there, and he will be able to clear that out. But ward here from Effort placed in a very sneaky spot, going to keep them even safer down there. And so Brion just a natural kind of 800 gold lead at this point.
And that's
a lot of that in the jungle.
Yeah, that's free Herald as well, right? Herald's still going to come down. So for now, Brion taking pretty big early leads. Dundun picks up the Merc Treads, which are going to help out a lot against Gragas. Really doesn't like playing against that. Reduces the impact of your, or the duration rather, of the E, which makes trading efficiently against Aatrox a lot harder. Umti invading again here. And Effort roaming up as well. It's Milio, but he doesn't care. They're making their way over to Dundun. I don't know if there's really an opportunity here, though. And looks like in an attempt to make a crossplay for Drake, nothing of value is found, and Nongshim will be able to pick themselves up a Cloud Dragon.
Cloud Drake into Chemtech Drake. So if it's not Ocean, I mean, Ocean, if you get it very early on, can be fun. I mean, it's not nearly going to be as impactful as a Hextech or an Infernal or a Mountain.
I agree, but it is Aatrox, Cassio, and Zeri with you. So, you know, I'm seeing Ocean, so I'm like, you know what?
Nah.
No, you're still...
nah, I'd rather have...
Okay, you'd rather have them, but
So
as far as Ocean
might-
Souls go...
You might take Ocean Soul over Mountain.
Maybe,
in this
right?
game. There's like a lot of members that aren't really gonna be building
Dundun.
that much resistance in this game.
What STP? Do know.
Dundun, yeah, he's in a rough spot here. There's a lot of things that can just kick him up against the wall. The follow-up scatter to the weak, presses the win button, does the Syndra, and that is first blood as Umti nearly dies. But still a very nice setup there in the top side for first blood at 11 minutes into the game.
And even though they spotted the play, not actually going to be committing the teleport from Quad here, which should mean that Brion is going to completely break open the early game here. Not going to get a first turn blood, do note, but they're also getting plates on bottom half of the map, with Morgan getting a lot done there. And then add the Herald to that. 2k gold lead now here set up. And yes, Nongshim do have a lot of team fighting power, but they gotta start using it at some point. I think the one item spike is when we might try and see them do a little bit more. Drake stacking, if they can get the next one, can be a win con, but if you're gonna keep bleeding objectives like this, it's not really gonna matter that much.
Yeah, you know, Breon needed to get something going early on, and now already has his Gore Drinker. Curious to see where Karis would be at on that first item, but they can certainly start making some big plays already in this game, and if they pick up the Chemtech Drake and start stacking Drakes, they're going to be in a really amazing spot very early on, so trying to make some plays down on the bottom side, but...
Yeah, it's Stormrazor Aphelios versus Hearthbound Xeri. That's not...
Yeah, but he has Yumi.
Yeah, I mean, I know. I know Veldes,
so he's invincible, right?
No, it's still not good. What I want to highlight here is how well the Breon mid and top lane in particular are able to use the cryo to set up Umpty, right? Umpty's continues going for these invades. They've been tracking Sylvie since basically mid 1 because every time that they find a moment, Karis walks in, wards over the Raptor Pit. Morgan shoves in top, goes toward Krugs, wards that, and it makes it much harder for Nongshim to rely on Sylvie. And Gold is going to keep ballooning up until the point where Nongshim actually pulls the trigger on a big team fight, but with how far they're already behind, it's going to have to be a great fight, and Vital definitely is going to need to have that Triforce finished as well.
Yeah, he's getting himself into a really rough spot. Like, over and over, Henna's just poking him down. You see how low he is. He's going to have to back here. This is not a cannon wave, as Umpty is lurking around, so it's actually not a bad spot to back because you kind of have to. Otherwise, you might die. But at the same time, it's just going to be Bro continuing with this wave that they have. They're going to get this first turret blood in bot. They have so many plates under their belt as well. You can just see the gold leads across many different lanes here. Top side is like 700, bottom side now is about 700. Just across the board, things are going well in the early game for Bro. Even though it's a relatively low action game and you've got a Lee Sin, I mean, they're still making plays to win objectives and at least win on the map. Would love to see them try to make a play on this Drake as well. Although, maybe you're saying, oh, if it goes early, maybe we've got a win con and just stacking whatever the Great Drake is. That does spawn for the soul. So, we'll see.
Yeah, crucially here, we do see Nongshim finish up some items. Quad already had his Rylai's, but Sylvia Sunderer. Vital has his Triforce done, but is that enough to offset what Breon are cooking with? I'm not 100% sure. Second Drake would be nice. It would at the very least buy a lot of time, and again, do really want to highlight the level of... Ornn would have been better, you know, for inevitability of late game scaling, but between Cassio and Zeri Yumi, you're still feeling very good about that one. As Vital showing off a little bit of Zeri gaming as level 11. If he hits 11 and he has Gore Drinker as well, and Dunin can join this fight, maybe Nongshim can make it work, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they just decide to let this one go with the entirety of Breon being in position.
Yeah. It's Chemtech Drake, I mean, you definitely don't want to lose a big fight here. You know, imagine they took a big fight and they lost it in a huge way. We'd be like, what are they doing? They have all the scaling. Like, why did they take this fight? But instead, I think they make the right call. They are pretty far down, and it's Hextech Soul, turns out, so pretty good, you could say, for both teams. Imagine Hextech Soul on an Aphelios that has Melio, and you'll probably want to puke. Nongshim here. Sylvie is going to get started here on the second Rift Herald pretty early on.
They do spot him out. Teleport coming in. Committed here by Karis. Going towards mid.
Yeah. How many objectives can you just give away? I feel like Nongshim did a good job of picking up the first Drake at least, but that's also Umpty picking up Rift Herald and kind of getting his lanes very far ahead, so it's kind of consolation prize territory. But it does buy them some extra time in this game, potentially, as Vital's like, I've got Yumi, buddy. I'm not scared of you now. I have Trinity Force. As they are going to get in here, actually. Teleport comes in from Quad. Trying to do some damage on Akaris, who's totally fine for now as the better trade comes in. The spike comes in from Sylvie, actually gets in, and Vital already is trying to frontline here. A very broken up fight for the side of OK Bro. As you see, is just trying to take the gate, I believe. Okay, there he goes. It's a little bit delayed, but yeah, they kind of get out scot-free, but Nongshim did pick up the second Rift Herald.
And that's as big a win as I think they're going to get in the current game state. You know, stall out, try and make sure that you don't lose mid-turret. Because I think once that falls, you are giving up full control. Or rather, you're not giving up. You don't really have a choice. But you will not have any control over the game. And you're going to get completely choked out of everything. Losing top turret at this point seems somewhat inevitable as Dundun.
Uh-oh. Well, the barrel's going to miss. He's still getting up there, and is rotating up to the top side. And the Cert is so low, they're not even going to care about that as, okay, a little bit of anti-synergy. Will it matter at the end of the day? No, it will not, even with not having his kick. That is going to be a nice little kill in the 2v1 in top side for Bro.
And you see the response from Nongshim again is anticipated by Brion. They're more than ready for whatever is coming. And nice trap being set up there by Morgan, able to find his way into the brush. Dundun uses his ultimate early on. Turret does end up falling. And this Aatrox not really getting a whole lot done. And as you mentioned,
should have been Ornn.
Should have been Ornn. Very clean there from Morgan, right? Chains is E into the Everfrost into the cast.
Ornn would have lived.
He would have, yeah, because he could have just W.
Exactly. Not meant to be.
Hey, no, I was going to go in about, 0-7 Jax, but I was Jax. This is Aatrox. It's not the time. It's not a 4.5k gold lead. Not quite, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
but
their front line is just a lot of disruption as well. They don't really have like a traditional tank. They're going to have some health stacking on some of those bruisers, but it's not quite the same. And Zeriumi can do a lot of crazy stuff, but especially now with Brion in a pretty solid lead. Like your Aphelios is going to have range advantage. You're going to have Syndra for Scatter the Weeks. You're going to have so much disruption with the Gragas. There are a lot of ways for Brion to kind of fight on their terms.
But this is Brion. So will they fight?
What are you trying to say?
Well, Brion, when they're in good shape,
okay, man,
are a team that, gets an early lead and then chokes the opponent out by continuously pushing further. Brion, when they're not looking great, has leads like this and then sits on them for 10 to 15 more minutes, after which the opponents are able to, reach item parity. Vital is approaching a Stormrazor, right? And once you hit third item breakpoints for both the Cassio and the Zeri, yes, you have a lead, but will that be enough? I'm not
sure. We got a little rotation up to the top side. Nongshim saying, hey, we like to fight too. As they're down 4.5 gold. Quad in a little bit of a rough spot, but it's Morgan with Phase Rush, as now it's Karis who is TPing in, of course, and he's in a lot of trouble as they're winning the fight in top. We got a fight in the river as well. just going to kick Vital away, but the slow from the Yuumi is enough, and he'll have to flash out of that one. Brion kind of getting pulled around the map here.
This is where I ask you, does this look like a team that's 4k gold ahead? And yes, the topside play was set up by what?
No, it doesn't. As, okay, that is the Rift Herald coming in. They cannot deny it. As, Nongshim are just running the map somehow. I don't know, I mean, they do have some very strong skirmishers, and I guess if Brion don't get it started on their terms, it kind of gets rough from there if it gets scrappy. I mean, Zeriumi's going to be great in it. You're going to have Aatrox who's great in it. Actually, all 5 champions are just great at scrappy fights on the side of Nongshim. And it is, 8th versus 10th from Spring. So is it going to get scrappy?
Yes.
Yes. Umpty's just going to take this Drake. Yeah. Okay, just going to take the Drake. And, they are ahead, so this kind of makes sense. The way it all happened, not necessarily, but it's still a Hextech Drake in favor of
Drake.
OK Savings Bank Brion.
They get the Drake. Everything's fine. I just can't shake the feeling that this is going to be a 45-minute game. And Brio,
you know what you signed up for.
Brio might win, but
you never know.
You never know.
Yeah.
Because I witnessed some Kasanteing today, and I think Zerayumi, I think they're on the same level when it comes to things that you can pull off in a game of League of Legends. I think Zerayumi's pretty close.
It might even be worse. I don't know.
Well, after that doo-doo play, I don't
iteration of Zerayumi.
It might be. It might be. Yeah.
It's pretty
It's a tough
gross. I don't know.
comparison.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see, Chronicler, because we do have another 25 minutes on our hands.
You know what I would love? If Brion just started Nash.
Oh,
Ah,
wait, no, it's there.
fine.
Okay.
Just start Nash. You have full control of the top half of the map.
See, Chronicler, I know they got a new sponsor, but it's still Brion.
No,
so I'm sorry, but that's just not going to happen.
But it's good.
Okay, man? Bro.
Like...
It's just not going to happen. They will wait for the Hextech breaks, and they actually, you know, they understand that they should fight over those. At least Umpty does. He was there. So you got that going.
Yeah, I know. It's the same team. It's not going to change. I don't know why I was expecting anything different. They started off so well, though. Yeah, setting up plays. Going for dives. On top. Technically a dive.
True, yeah, okay.
Turret was effectively that, but still counts.
G-Sun wrote us a message earlier on when we were talking about the name. It says, oh, no K, bro. Oh my god, they're doing it.
Yes.
Wait, they're doing it.
And they're going to get it.
They're doing Baron.
It's gone. Oh, it's so gone.
Wow, they figured it out.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, Sylvie's here. Surely they're going to, wait. No, surely they're going to block Sylvie out. Wait, he didn't get over the wall. Oh no, as in goes Vital. He's just going 1v5. What are you doing? Oh man, Sylvie is in the portal and he flashes to a stun and spins and dies. I don't know what I'm watching anymore, Chronicler. This is just insane. Dundon's dead, and so is Quad, I think. No, he's just gonna, okay, he puts down my asthma. Well, they stopped the Baron for a good 10 seconds. Is it worth it?
No, it's not, Valdez. And a lot went wrong there for Nongshim. So it was still relatively close, right? It was.
I don't think it was close.
There were some health bars that were relatively low, but so the thought process is we're going like Paris and Effort are relatively low. Hannah, we're not going to talk about, but if you do this, which you shouldn't, but if you do, the rest of the team needs to be there, right? It starts with Sylvie not hitting his W over the wall, and then subsequently he gets scattered as he flashes over the wall trying to get to the pit.
Sylvie was in the portal when
yeah, no, I know.
They're not even. The rest of the other two members are like, wait, we can't go through the wall, man.
So that should be game. That should be it.
I'm just really happy that Brion actually did the Baron.
That's what we're going to take away from this. They started Baron.
Let's look at the positives here, okay?
But you're right. They did. And
you were right, Chronicler. That was the play.
Yeah.
Especially if you think Vital's going to go into 5 members and do that. I mean, I know Zeri's really tanky with the current build and all that, but
there's limits.
There are limits. We saw Pada kind of do the same thing on Aphelios in the last series, but that was taking it to another level, okay? Maybe he just doesn't care. He might be able to take out Karis here, but again, it's Syndra, one of the better champions at scattering the Zeri away. But Vital does get the turret and backs out of here.
It's an 8k gold lead. We're seeing some build shenanigans happening. What a reminder here for Hannah. I'm pretty sure Quad is building towards a Jack shows as well. I guess.
You know, that's an interesting item.
I think it makes
it's
sense
more
on
of
Casio.
I feel like it's more of like a solo queue item.
Well, it's also, you would expect to go with Conqueror, right? But instead it is Phase Rush. We'll see. Might not end up being that. might be going in a different direction. DRX is done for Dunda now, I guess, which that's something. But Brion
should have been Ornn.
I don't think it would have mattered.
I'm never gonna. I'm never gonna.
Let it go.
I'm gonna say it in week 9. Nongshim's playing.
9.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, man, do you remember week 1 should have been Ornn?
And Brion, as they do, methodical, full control of the enemy jungle. Right, entirety is lit up. No one can move forward. Sylvie's gonna try and might be in some deep trouble here.
Effort's looking for the gank, and he's got Henna, who does a just disgusting amount of damage.
That's Stormrazor, baby.
He's got 3.5 items at this point. Like, he is so fed. They even have 2 Hextech rigs, so he is just running at them. Not a care in the world. He's got the Melio to enable him, and he actually has a front lane on his team. So, and a lot of disruption. So, yeah, I mean, Brion are just in an immaculate spot in this game. Again, I'm just feeling really happy that they're doing things. They're like pushing leads, they're taking objectives, they're getting the Drakes.
All turrets now gone outside of the inhibitor ones and the Nexus, of course, but all in due time.
This is like kind of, this is the point we got to look at though. Like, do they slow down from here?
Yes, that is always our question.
Like, what if they just stop pushing the?
But they won't. They did Baron. They can do it again.
I mean, they did it once.
Yeah.
Can they do it a second time?
They can do it again. Surely.
Surely they can just do the Baron a second time. I mean, that's what I said the first time, and they did it.
And they did. Yeah, I think,
and they're well set up for it very early on.
It's a new season.
They turned a new
leaf.
They opened up a new bank account at OK Savings Bank. Right.
Yes.
Well,
I'm waiting for the savings to kick in. Actually, that's what we're doing now.
Mm-hmm.
In about a minute and a half, we will be hitting that. You know, Baron gonna be coming up, and at that point, shouldn't be anything to do here for Nongshim. I get that Brion wants to play it safe because you're still playing into Cassio, into Zeri-Yuumi. But it also means that we get a little bit of time, you know, to stand together.
Yeah, we're just hanging out,
you and me,
you know.
Just vibing.
The Giga Chads that are OK Savings Bank Brion are giving us some extra time to chillax, to meditate a little bit, right?
Yeah,
get your reps in, right?
I think the previous series had a lot of challenger energy. You know, it was very not game 2.
Podok was bringing the energy.
But game 1 was big challenger energy. This game, this is peak LCK.
Yeah.
You might think there's nothing happening, but
you don't get it.
Well, I was going to say you'd be wrong, but I don't think I can make that statement.
Well, we're on the chase now. I mean, Sylvie, if he gets a good engage, and now the Zeri finds multiple members. Again, they're down 8,000 gold. They don't seem to notice or care as a nice little engage, but we're able to get out of there.
And that is free ultimate's gone, and crucially, Sylvie's flash gone. Henna held on to his. Will still have that available, and that should make matters much harder for Nongshim if they want to try and get onto this Aphelios here. Dun walking forward aggressively. Not sure if he should.
He's posturing.
He is Aatrox. Definitely one of the champions that does a great job of posturing.
He's got great posture.
He is a scary dude.
Check your posture. Try to be more like Aatrox.
Round 2.
They're doing the Baron. This is great. They're looking for the turn. Let's see if they get it here. Sylvie is over the wall once again. And okay, they're going to get the flash at a Dundun and the ult. So
that's big.
Just like that. And now you can just do it again. They've learned.
Perfect. Wow. Textbook League of Legends, Feldas.
Man, this is clean. Although you don't want to flip it with Sylvie. It's not technically a full flip, but surely, okay, they're going to turn here on a quad. Down he goes. The Zeri moment is, well, never mind. Yeah, Vital's dead. So is Speed. Yeah. Okay, so that is a really nice turn from the side of Bro. They're able to get 3 kills. They don't get the Baron, but that's fine. They get a huge lead, 10,000 gold now, and they can just take the Hextech Soul if they'd like, or they could just end the game.
Sometimes you make plays and you're not on the same page, and that's why the play doesn't work. In this case, I think the core issue is actually the play. I think even if Sylvian didn't know where, I don't think the play is working. It should have been Ornn. Don't even need Nash. What a game from Breon. Clean and calculated.
Really good stuff. So, wait, who was that? Okay, let's see if Dundon's got it. Wait, oh no, it didn't happen. Okay, Savings Bank Breon, man. They are here to play in game number 1. Extremely clean, calculated, decisive. Good stuff from the guys in green.
Didn't give up a single kill. The whole game.
Clean.
The whole game, Valdez.
You have to vote for Pog.
I do.
So who are you voting for?
It's just Umpty, isn't it?
I guess so.
I'm like...
Umpty or Morgan? Maybe? I don't know.
Maybe?
I think Umpty is a safe one. It's
I
okay,
feel
Savings
like
Bank
you
Breon.
can never go wrong
Just
with an
vote for
Umpty
Umpty. It's fine.
And yes, you know, this is a Breon that was in 8th. It is a Nongshim that was in 10th, but I'm pretty sure that was one of the worst games that the Nongshim rather have played all year. That was rough. Right, nothing works out. Quad was unable to do any damage. Sylvie didn't get anything done early, which that part's not too bad, but then after that, nothing happened either. Dundon just got targeted with nothing happening on the rest of the map.
Media's voting for Hannah.
And Vital,
Let you know.
Vital and Peter. This one is mostly on Vital. I'm not going to blame Peter. He had no choice. He was following his best friend.
He was along for the ride. Yes, well, that was game number 1, guys. We are going to take a break and come back for game number 2. I hope it's just as good as that one. We'll be right back.
도 쳐내면 끝나? 어차피 얘 딜 없어 이거. 그냥 마크였으면 마크하고 타워 치면 타워 치면 될 것 같은데? 내가 앞에 쪽 보고 있을게. 50이랑. 앞에는 약간 타워 치는 느낌을 봐줘도 돼. 앞에는 아래 무기에서 타워 쳐. 다들 아래 타워부터 쳐봐. 50 박을 거야 무조건. 잡고 하자. 잡았고. 잡고 하면 돼. 얘 잡고 하자. 얘 스락이야. 확실하게 잡아. 끝내자. 끝. 끝내봐. 호타호. 끝났어. 잘했고. 끝. 진짜 깔끔하게 하긴 해.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. OK Savings Bank Brion with a nearly perfect game win over Nongshim in this first one. Very one-sided affair here. My name is Wolf. I'm joined still by Ox and Huni on the space. What do you guys think about that first game?
Yeah, I am so happy to see Zeri Yumi lose. Honestly, I feel like that was very satisfying. We saw coming out of the draft, it was like, whoa, they let them get Zeri and Yumi, right, with the Aphelios first pick. And sure, they answered Milio, but it was like, is this the right decision? Apparently, yes, it was.
Yeah, I mean, today it's okay, bro. You know,
it's okay,
they're
bro.
ready.
What did you guys
go?
What did you guys well, I know what you guys think about it, but tell us what you guys think about the Aatrox to round out the draft rather than something like an Ornn.
Give me the Ornn that they were hovering, and I'm like, wow, that would make that team fight really good. And also, the immobile Aphelios would be punished by it. And also, they recently made it so you can't cleanse Ornn CC, so Milio's ult isn't effective.
Yeah.
And they're hovering it. I'm like, this is really good.
Well,
And then
if I really have to make assumptions about like why Aatrox is there, because if they pick Ornn, it might be too much AP. And they need for sure like top lane phase like the prior because they know that Zeri Yumi will not have it eventually. And I think that's my, you know, at least my.
I think you give him too much credit.
A little.
So let's build on that a little bit as we move into our first highlight because bottom prio, of course, was there to the Milio lane. We did see Gragas crush the top lane. There was an early lane swap, and then tons of plates went over to Henna here on the Aphelios.
Yeah, I think this is one of actually the big play patterns of Aphelios, and it's something that you often don't think about it till you see it happen in front of you. But if you give him free time on a tower with the right gun setup, he will just shred those plates, and it allowed you to really snowball the pick ahead, and it meant that the Zeri never really caught up. You know, they got the Herald in to secure even more, and then they followed this on, and they actually got a whole tower bot lane as well that already weakened, so much gold put onto this big carry pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is really great example that like Aphelios, you need to be ahead. Like we were just keep making the sentence that like before the previous series that Aphelios, if you get behind, you can't really do anything, especially if you're playing against Zeri Yumi. And I think this is like really good example that they really need to make a snowball and they win the lane and they know how to make a proactive play with the early game play with the Herald, like getting those turret play. So it's really these two fight like in the game.
And you get a massive lead, you have the prio. I think this is part of the power of Milio is that early game prio you're going to get. So you get plates in the top lane with the Herald, you get plates in the bottom lane, you have a massive advantage. Then we see on the side of Nongshim some really hard forced engages, especially on the side of Sylvie and in the bottom lane, Vital really trying to push the advantages. There's a critical Baron fight where there's a hard engage attempt with the Wukong here. Break me down this fight, Ox, where Sylvie makes a bit of a whoopsie.
Yeah, so a lot of mistakes here. I feel like the big one is the fact that we see the Wukong not able to go over the wall. So when the Zeri ends up sliding over, you're solo. You don't have the Wukong with you. And this play also doesn't go too well. The ult in and then the flash into the Lee Sin for the perfect kick. So now Zeri's dead and you can actually see Wukong's like, I'm coming. I'm here. My AD carry's already dead. Yumi's gone too. He's hesitating to go in, and yeah, look, they were already behind at this point. There's no guarantee the fight would have gone like in their favor if they'd pulled this off, but that was not pretty to watch.
Well, I mean, it looked really bad. I agree. Like, it looked really, really, really bad, but the thing is, like, you also need to understand this is, like, the last chance for them that they could actually make a comeback. And they're kind of low, and the Baron was low as well, so they could maybe perk a flip at the Baron, but they failed.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, your desperation is really sinking in, and maybe that Hail Mary play works if the Cyclone connects, you have the Zeri there, you're chaining all that damage together. Maybe it gets you back at the game, gives you a little bit of map control, but you're losing control of Baron, you're desperate. It did not work out at all, and unfortunately, Nongshim back to the drawing board here as we move into this next game. Blue side is going to be the selection, unsurprisingly here. What sort of adaptations do you guys think we should see from Nongshim going into game 2 in the draft?
So I think it's important to have lanes that are going to have strength, going to have prior that you can play through. It kind of felt like Brion got the lead, and they are a slower paced team generally, but they didn't need to go fast, right? They had control from the early game, and there never really felt like too many windows other than that Baron when Nongshim could come back in. So have a lane that's going to be in your favor where you can make plays so you can have that priority and control.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really make a confusion. Also, like the Zeri, they picked Zeri at the red side, but they actually lost, and I don't know what they're gonna do. Which is like I think Zeri right now is the most spending in LCK, most highest priority in LPL as well, and they lost. So They gotta do better. They gotta do a better job next game.
And I think there are 3 players that could be front runners for the POG. We'll find out which one of those players will get it. Let's take a look at who picked it up here for game 1. It will be Hannah. The boom boom damage coming through here. 862 DPM. We were talking about potentially Morgan picking it up, on the top side of the map, having some really nice laning here. But it was Hannah who was given a lot of gold, and he popped off with it.
Yeah, I think the team did a great job setting him up, but there's plenty of times, plenty of games we've seen where a player's been set up with a gold injection and hasn't been able to translate, and Hannah did everything he needed to do in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why we were like hesitating, because like the games are so smooth, and I feel like from OK Bro, like they were not making any single mistake, like everyone. Individually play really, really well, and that's why it was like almost a perfect game, right?
Yeah. Bit of a split vote here between bottom and jungle. We do have 1 vote on the Korean side, of course, for the Lord himself. But that is going to do it for our first space here. We are looking at a series here where maybe we see a 4-0 day. Might be that OK Savings Bank Breon is going to take it 2-0 here. A very slow-paced team, right? A team that takes small advantages and pushes them forward. We'll see if they can close this series out 2-0 or if Nongshim will bounce back, as they do have blue side. But for now, we're going to send it back to the casters as soon as I believe we're ready for that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and send it back to the casters, and they're going to take us through game 2. Okay, bro.
Thank you, Wolf and Ox and Hooney, for that wonderful breakdown. And I just want to give a very special shout out. Thank you so much, media, for giving Henna the free boom boom damage POG in this one. Really well deserved. He had a great game, just like the rest of the POG or rest of the side of OK Bro. But sometimes it do be that way.
As the desk was saying, Hannah played a clean game of Aphelios, and sometimes that's all you need to do. Make use of the resources given to you.
True.
And as the desk was saying as well,
Sometimes you gotta know how to get carried.
There you go.
Like you're playing in solo queue, just don't mess up. Kind of just do your job.
Okay, I know
and you can get POG.
I'm not the biggest Hannah fan, but I don't think he deserves that much for that.
No, I mean, no, Hannah's great. I actually thought he had a great spring. I think he's getting better and better.
He is.
He just wasn't the MVP of that game. We are getting ready for game number 2 here. Nongshim have selected game number blue. game number blue here for game number 2.
I do want to highlight something that the desk said, and I want to echo. Barring specifically Bjorn, to me this wasn't about draft, right? Yes, they didn't have prio in a lot of the lanes. Although, why did top not have prio when that was the counter matchup that you picked? Not okay. It was the Lord, but shouldn't happen.
They did kind of get on his case early.
They did.
I think Bro did a good job of that.
I mean, they deserve credit, but even before that, Morgan was already shoving in early and getting wards in the jungle, and same for Chorus, right?
Yeah.
So that needs to change. Nongshim just needs to play better, right? Yes, they're not the best team, but mistakes like Sylvie not being able to go over the wall, Vital with his ease in, is below the level that the team has set for themselves in spring, and they need something much better if they want to turn this into a 3-game series, because otherwise it might just be a very quick 4-0 day, because Breon looked way better. Now we have seen Breon struggle in the past when they don't get early leads, so that might be something that Nongshim wants to play towards. Milio still open here.
Still open. A lot of stuff is open here. I mean, Vi is going to be taken down, but you've got Yumi again. You have the champ you just mentioned that was just hovered, Milio. And that is going to be the first choice here for the side of Nongshim. The Ivan hover. It's not quite
yet.
Patch. We're almost there.
It's not time yet, but I 100% think we will see that. And it's just going to be Aphelios. Do note as well that we have seen Jinx like highly drop in prio. I think Jinx Milio is crazy good. Kog'Maw is another example. Morgan, I assume, is going to get the Gragas again. Don't know if it'll end up being him. Can, of course, flex that towards Karis as well. Jinx, great option as well. Was, during MSI, kind of as the patch progressed, more and more important. Really started winning more and more into the Aphelios matchup. And Milio and Jinx is a unfair amount of range. Like that's that's
It's a
Nilio
lot.
W and Rapid Fire Cannon and Jinx is going to be really tough to deal with.
Yeah.
Is it going to be the priority on the Wukong again? Because Sylvie did not have a great game.
No, he did not. I think that Nongshim have a lot of different areas to kind of focus on.
Okay.
The Annie is going to be the choice here. This means that maybe the Gragas stays mid, but still an option to flex it. Annie locked in, and it's Yumi. That was left up, of course, so they're going to go for the Aphelios Yumi, which is very popular nowadays in the LCK. Zephyr is nodding about something. They're still going to take away the Wukong. It is the most comfortable champion on the side of Sylvie, so still giving respect to that pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bunch of jungle bans here. But no, that is a clear sign, if you needed one, that the Aatrox experiment not quite working out. Dundun, back to Sion for you, buddy. Maybe Ornn. You know, it was a good Ornn angle, and frankly, any frontline champion is going to be great here. So I think banning out the Gwen makes a ton of sense. There are other tank counters, but they're not necessarily at the same power level right now.
Gnar. I forgot about that champ.
We saw him banned once yesterday as well, which also didn't make a ton of sense to me at that time. Umti again getting something with which he can have early impacts. Viego this time around not banned. Gonna be very happy with that. And so Kha'Zix I'm okay with. Like Kha'Zix Sion wouldn't surprise me here. Kha'Zix Sion, Kha'Zix Ornn. The main
They
win.
should play Sejuani Ornn.
Sejuani Ornn?
All of your eggs in the vital basket.
You know what? I will be okay with it, but no.
It's Kha'Zix Sion. So, as you mentioned, Sion duty. And it's Syndra, once again, for Karis. I mean, he played pretty well, given the scenario, yeah. So I think that Karis was one of the guys that struggled a lot in spring for Brion, so I'm happy that at least he gets a good game under his belt to start.
This was a guy that at times felt like the savior of Hanwha Life, right? Like where he had really big plays. And even going way back, did of course play behind BDD, one of our most iconic Syndras. Back then, he had a lot of carry potential, and he had a lot of carry moments. Didn't show it every game, but I agree with you. In spring, it really felt like he kind of dropped his level, not able to really consistently do a lot of lane, but then also not finding big moments like he used to on Hanwha Life. Struggling a lot. The Syndra, though, was clean. Main thing that it will do here is just have a way to reliably threaten the enemy backline, outrange the Annie, and, very important, set up for Umti. That Syndra and Viego combo can be very lethal when played around, but when it comes to team fighting, Nongshim learned a lesson from game one. Beefy Boy in the top lane, very, very strong.
Yeah, Beefy Boy and a bunch of damage behind it, so they will have that and a ton of range as well. They certainly got that going on, so. But on this side, they do as well. A lot of range on the Rift this time around, just with the Syndra and the Aphelios and their abilities to poke and stuff like that. But either way, guys, we are ready to jump onto the Rift for game number 2. Here we go. As we're zooming in on some skins that you don't often see. And he has Ghost.
I'm not sure why.
Run fast, good.
That is, yes.
That's why.
We have, of course, seen the Ghost be run a lot on champions like Jax or Gwen, where... Cassante, another good example, yeah, where it actually allows you to have a lot of added mobility in team fights when you're trying to get onto enemy backline, stick onto champions. Sion, not really that guy. It's not what he does. He just stands in front and looks at you menacingly. Of course, you can do decent damage if you hit a decimating smash or an ultimate on the backline, but playing into what Breon have that generally shouldn't happen.
I feel like one of the only ways where you use Flash as Sion, though, as well, is to, like, Flash ult someone real quick to, like, kind of get some mini engage. Whereas with the Ghost, you can't do that. So in team fights, I don't know. I feel like the Flash would have a lot more use, whereas the Ghost maybe in the lane, perhaps, if you...
Maybe, but it's into
But
tank
also,
Gragas.
yeah, also Flash is really good against Gragas in general.
We'll see. Maybe
I don't know
Dundan
about
can
this.
convince us. Dundan definitely does walk often the line between is it genius or is it just bad. In the previous game, unfortunately, it didn't work out. Not entirely his fault. I do
Is
think
it Iron or is it Challenger?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think Showmaker encapsulated this perfectly yesterday when he was like, yeah, no, I just walked past I had faith that I was fast enough to just walk past a Syndra stun. Because he would have kited back. You know, if he would have juked, he would have died.
Yeah, just walk fast.
It's just walk fast past it. It's fine. Hannah going for the longsword here. I think ideally you try and pick up a call, but Milio and Jinx are so oppressive in the early lane with the poke that you're able to get that I think he feels like he needs the trading power. And very different story here right from the get-go for Nongshim, able to actually get Prio towards the bottom side of the map, something that they basically didn't get at any point last time around. Quad, even though he did get to play his Cassiopeia, wasn't the problem, but also didn't really do a whole lot. Yeah. Not really able to get a lot going, so going to try and make a better case for himself here on the end.
There's a lot of times with Cassiopeia where everybody feels her power when she gets like that Cassiopeia moment.
Yeah.
But oftentimes in pro play, it's just so difficult to have a Cassiopeia moment, and if it does happen, it's like once or twice a game. And this fights generally don't get scrappy enough, so it feels like she's kind of just doing nothing.
Yeah.
You know, like doing a bit of poke damage, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, we got behind, and then I threw down my Asma and my 80 carried Flash in the enemy team.
Hey.
Okay, well, you know, that was a little bit harsh, but you know what I mean. Right, like he didn't really, there wasn't really a moment for him to do it.
There was not.
This game, so wasn't really Quad's fault, I do agree. And Annie is definitely another one of these champs where you can kind of just Flash R someone and you're probably doing your job, right? You're not reinventing the wheel, it's not crazy. As he is getting outranged by the Syndra though. He's getting kind of counted out, and you can see that Umti is using this very well to be extremely aggressive in the enemy jungle. Make life hard for Sylvie.
Yeah, the problem is in isolation, you just don't win the 1v1 against Kha'Zix, so was trying to leverage the fact that Karius had Prio, but Karius is very low in mana. Not the case for Quad. Doesn't currently have any charges on his corrupting pot, so Quad was actually able to push it back, sustain back up, and Umti decides the better of it. And now, Hannah and Peter, or Hannah and Vital, or Hannah and Effort actually able, got it on the first tries to charm.
Got there in the end. Nice. I'm excited for more 6 game days so we can like.
So we can really.
This is like the 4th game and we're already just falling apart.
We have to get back into the groove.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the heal.
Uh-oh. Okay, he's able to walk past the Chompers. Just walk fast enough and you're fine, it turns out.
Yeah, doesn't even have to blow cleanse. So he's going to be feeling great. Sylvie not able to get anything going there. And is going to be behind in tempo now. Umti already has a back in. Karius has TP back to lane. And Quad going to do the same thing shortly. Mercury treads obviously very high value into the Rion composition. And everything is going okay, bro.
True.
Yeah.
True. It's kind of like game 1. We didn't really have anything happen in game 1 until, okay. Pressing R, poking out Karius. And it's just going to throw Tibbers away.
Oh, good teleport mechanics there from Quad.
Yeah. Very nicely done.
Shout out to Umti though, being able to read Sylvie backing there, and even with a mid laner that was getting kind of bullied. Gonna be a early Drake. Umti obviously already has 4 fields. Viego in general is a jungler that does great with early dragons because of the percentage health damage that he has available. So early Mountain Drake picked up for Brion and looking at the mid game in particular from Nongshim, I think they're going to be pretty reliant on like find target, kill target with the Annie, and then get the Vital Train going. So getting a Mountain Drake quite nice into that.
Yeah, feels pretty good overall. We got another Chemtech on the way, so more potential for Hextech Souls in this game. We did have one in the last one.
I love Hextech Soul, man. Hextech Rift is probably my favorite addition to the game in years. Since
Zeri, right?
No, Zeri is not. I know you're being sarcastic, but
what do you mean?
Zeri is not one of my favorite additions to the game.
How about Cassante?
Also, no.
What?
Renata, I really enjoyed.
Renata. Oh, that was a good one.
Renata was great.
Belveth.
Like Renata. Nah, I'm not that much of a Belveth enjoyer.
How about Akshan?
No, also no.
Okay. Just trying to figure out, kind of
you're
where your
good.
alliances
You can-
lie.
Hey, this is a game between Nongshim and Brian. I'm sure we're gonna have some time to delve deep into these topics. So Veldus, because
Brian didn't go time in game 1.
True. Well, so they were doing a lot, but it was mostly it was still a low kill game, right? We went to like 8 kills in like 30 minutes. But
0.
Because I've been wondering about this.
Okay.
We know a lot about what Brendan Valdez does not enjoy. There's Blast Cones, there's Zeri, Lulu, Lucianami. There's plenty that we can name. But what do you love? Like, what have recently been out? We're like, man, that was a wait. What do you mean nothing?
Absolutely.
I'm building up to
in
this.
League of Legends?
Expecting
General?
you. No, in League of Legends.
Oh. Well, nothing. No, I'm kidding.
You're giving me nothing, man.
No, I'm a big fan of control mages, personally.
Kind of making their way back.
Just in general.
Okay.
Nothing really meta related. Just because like blast plants are unfortunately a permanent part of the Rift. So yeah,
we're trying
mages.
a different angle, Veldas. We're only being
something that I
Also
really
there.
like is Anivia farming the Raptors.
That makes sense.
It's very specific, but it's something that really makes me feel happy. It's like one of the things that it's one of the only reasons why I even play Anivia.
It's pure dopamine. Just
back in the day, I was like watching Froggen stream, and back then the meta was just you farm mid-wave and then you farm Raptors at the time. What do you call them? The Wraiths.
Yeah.
And then you go mid, and then you go to the Wolves. And then you go to mid, and then the Raptors.
If your AD carry doesn't farm a wave and a half and you give up 2 plates, is it worth to get Herald?
No.
I'm going to say probably not, unless you get a dive off. So Nongshim got to try and find their way into that one. I feel like Anivia is one of those champions where she's going to get 1 placebo buff, and then everyone's going to pick her in every single game.
It's hard when you have so many champions that are like Gragas and Annie, because Anivia just hates them.
Okay, that's true, but
if she had a buff where her ult didn't get interrupted by CC, then she'd be insane.
I mean, if we can rework Annie, and turn her from
Sure. I think the Annie buffs are
this.
good. I do think her playstyle is pretty binary. It's kind of like
you flash bear.
You do one thing, and they have added some cool things where you can use your shield in different ways.
I do like
but
Molten Shield.
You still flash bear. Like, it didn't really change much at all. But yeah, like if they could give maybe take away some power, but let her ult stay, I think that would be a good one.
I am a bit curious though. So I asked you, what is your favorite thing at in League? What's one of your favorite recent things that is not in League? That isn't a cat.
What? No, it is a cat.
Okay. Good enough.
All right, well, we got some fighting, maybe. Sylvie does not seem to have his hop. He's just going to walk away. Both teams very good at that in this game, just kind of walking away. Oh, nice setup here from Morgan, but it's Sion.
Wait,
so
Linden is actually going for a zoomy Sion build. He has Swifties as well.
I should know this, but can you ghost as zombie Sion?
I don't
think so.
Yeah, because you can flash as well if you're zombie side. I'm pretty sure.
Can? Yeah. I should watch more of the bounce. I should know this.
Peter spamming his own mode.
Well, we'll see, I guess. It's Ocean Soul. So it's not Hextech. We're going to have this Rift Herald drop on the bottom side. Uh-oh, and he's dropping down the bear again as Karis is considering using some gameplay, but not going to go for it. A little bit low on mana. And they are able to at least give some plate gold over to Vital and Peter down on the bottom side. Split with Sylvie. Oh, slow onto Vital.
And specifically on this patch, whoever gets their first item.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, he's getting poked down. Flash on in. Heal is used. And the Emilio ultimate, so Vital will be okay. And in fact, he doesn't even have to flash.
Yeah, I'm going to call not worth for Henna and Effort there. That's a lot of summoners invested. Sylvie does have his ultimate available.
Oh, God. Wait. No! Yumi is dead. They killed the cat. Oh, no.
Oh, Bug beats Cat in this scenario. Effort just wants to clear some vision for Henna.
Oh.
Doesn't have his summoners available and gets eaten by Sylvie. And Kha'Zix, he gets to snowball a lead.
It's a big bug, to be fair.
That is a big bug, yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of implied, no? I don't know how a small bug would be.
Generally, it wouldn't, yeah.
No, they don't. They lose.
Eat them for breakfast.
Absolutely, yeah.
Lunch and dinner and dessert.
So as I was saying, the current meta really feels like, particularly for AD carry, whoever gets Stormrazor first and just wins the lane from that point on, because you can get the opponent caught, right? You get a couple of Stormrazor and part autos, but they are on exactly the same plates, exactly the same CS.
Parity?
Yeah, I do think that I'm not sure if Henna was able to pick up a kill, because if he didn't, then call. Yeah, he gets close, but no
야, 이거
cigar.
텔. 나이스.
It's like screaming, kill him. Like the energy, like the energy. And that's good. You know, Nongshim needs some wins. And as now Umpty, he's being stalked by the same bug. Sylvie gonna do an insane amount of damage. Has another Dirk on top of that. As TP coming in. We're 14 minutes. You could have done that 4 minutes before as they just turn onto Vital. He's in a ton of trouble, but Melio exists. As now Dundun gonna make his way down to the bottom side. And nothing happens.
No. Now Vital and Peter are both forced to flash. Vital to stay alive. Peter to make sure that his carry stayed alive. Look at this. Look at these plates. Even.
Parity.
That even. Perfect gameplay here. CS numbers in top. Even. Mid. Even. Bot lane. Exactly even.
And we're watching Sion versus Sunfire Gragas.
Yep, that is definitely happening on our screens.
Morgan still has 2 biscuits at 15 minutes into the game.
Well, he doesn't need to eat the biscuits in the early game. He can eat them later.
I like how he has so much sustain. And yet,
look at this.
What's happening?
Riveting
Great.
gameplay.
Love it.
Oh!
Morgan! Oh my god.
Wait.
Wait. Knock up. Dundun doesn't have
he doesn't
ult.
Have, he doesn't have Ghost or ult. Meanwhile, though, Brion getting cheeky, starting up Herald.
Shimmer coming over here, but not really convinced that they want to take this fight. So yeah, it's gone. They push in mid. Don't really get much. And again, it's Ocean Soul, so... I mean, it's, you know, you're going to want to pick up some Drakes, especially if you can stack 3. It will feel nice, but yeah, it's not going to be a huge contention place on the Rift.
Oh, Karis and Umpty.
Okay. Uh-oh. Quad is going to be able to get away from this one with his Molten Shield speed up, and yeah, he's totally fine. He's able to hold on to his flash, which is very nice for any upcoming fights.
Well, this is also a Crown Syndra. And Crown into Annie, maybe, you know. I think generally at this state, at this point in the game, Annie might have a tough time walking up and proccing it without taking a bad trade. But you're also playing into Jinx and Milio.
Just avoid them.
Just don't get autoed.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why he's like waiting in the brush. He has Crown, so Annie will just laugh at him and just do more damage.
Yeah.
Especially in a long lane
I'm
like
not so
top. So don't do that.
So,
okay, we're gonna take the Ocean Drake.
What is the time when Bree on the side? Enough is enough. We're gonna make
38 minutes. That's my earliest guess.
That's when it happens.
Yeah, I don't think any earlier than that. That's okay.
Well,
it's going to be a fun time. I think that Henna versus Vital is going to be a very interesting story we have in this game, especially because Vital, he's going to have, of course, the Helio. There's going to be a lot of ways for him to get some nice poke damage off, but Henna's going to be really fast, very deadly if he can get into range. And so this might just turn into a game of which AD carry can carry harder.
Yeah, I'm going to default to the one with Milio.
Generally
is the safe bet. Oh, and crucially, Dunan does not have Sunfire yet, but he does have his Jack shows done now, which is nice.
Now, I want Onks to explain to me how Dundun did more damage, even though he doesn't have Sunfire yet.
Yeah, I know about that.
Best damage item in the game, I thought.
That seems... Maybe they should do a segment in the desk, if they can fit it in.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to talk about. Like, you got to be careful. You don't want to use up all
I love
the time.
these teams, man. If you don't, you know, if you can't handle the LCK at their Nongshim versus Breon, then you don't deserve them at their, what, T1 versus Genji.
Yeah, that's true. Well, what is your favorite part about League of Legends?
In general or added recently?
Yes.
So recently, as I mentioned, I do actually think it's the Hextech Rift. I think Hextech Rift is super cool. It really messes with a lot of the timers that people have in their head. I think it leads to like really good chaotic games where like people are contesting really aggressively.
What about Chemtech Rift? What do you think about that?
I am ambivalent. I don't dislike it. I know obviously you do.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, no, I'm fine either way. I don't have a strong opinion. Previous Chemtech Rift obviously not great. Current iteration completely fine.
Yeah, this is gonna charge. Gonna strong. It's gonna
Yep.
Yeah, it did.
That's Crown.
And Karis is totally safe because he has Crown. Edge of Night picked up for Sylvie. Oh wait, no, now he doesn't have Crown. Uh-oh.
So in general in League, that's tough.
Is it Shyvana?
No, it's not Shyvana.
Thought maybe it was.
No, I do like playing AP Shyvana, but I don't even play him that much, but I might just be playing Nasus, man. There's just something intensely satisfying at just bonking.
Yeah. Some stacking.
Yeah, it's specifically the stacking.
Yeah, stacking is fun. I like what they did with Aurelion Soul. I think it's just a really fun champ to play. It just kind of feeds into the fun factor, like the mini game, you know?
Any day now.
Yeah.
Any day now we'll get interrupted, Valdez.
Sylvie found Umti in the jungle, and he like did a little bit of damage, and I thought maybe he would like...
Maybe he would try and kill him?
Yeah.
Ooh.
But then he just did that, and he just walked away.
So,
like, you know what? I'd rather just take the Raptors.
I know Yumi exists, but I am going to heavily favor the Milio Jinx team when it comes to just winning by nothing happening in the game. I'm also worried. Dundun, my guy, he's sitting on a Balmy Cinder, and then he's also building a Bramble Vest.
Yeah.
Where's your Sunfire, man?
He needs Thornmail for the Aphelios. That's okay. Might have some damage coming on in. He's going to miss the Q, but certainly you can see that the Gale Force Stormrazor Aphelios can have some angles, at least at this point in the game.
Yeah, does force the heal out from Peter. That's a summoner that you get for basically free. Nicely done there by Hannah, as Sylvie is taking a blue buff. I would like to see him take lives, but that I haven't really seen that yet.
And I would love to say that he's trying, but he's not, actually. He's taking the lives of the jungle monsters.
Fair, it is a little bit hard because there is a Crown Syndra, and Hannah always has Yumi on top of him.
And he's really fast.
Yeah.
Well, Sylvie's waiting. He's finding his angle. So is Quad.
The crown proc?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So, okay, they procced the crown. Is
they
this
don't know
where they fight for the Ocean Drake? Umpty hiding, actually a bit far away from his team. Sylvie gonna watch him fly by. As here comes Quad, he's gonna drop it onto the tank Gragas, who body slams away.
Still a lot of chip damage done though, but the health bar is still full enough. Morgan can sustain back up using his passive. Needs to actually go to Dragon Nongshim.
Okay, there you go, they're grabbing him. That is a massive amount of damage onto Vital already, as the cleanse did come in, and this is actually going really heavily in Bro's favor, but Sylvie did find that backline, immediately goes down to the Viego, and this is going to be a big one fight to the side of OK Bro, as Peter in a lot of trouble. Cars desperately wants to kill that Melio, and then run straight at the Scion. But in fact, you know, he's buying some space, and Henna is a juggernaut at this point.
What is happening? What?
Cars got the kill, and then he took his hands off the keyboard.
So Hannah, great job. That man is playing a mean game of Aphelios. I know, you know, last game we were memeing, actually playing really well this time around.
He's
using
great.
his aggressive pressure. Very well done. Sunfire is done for Dundon. That's nice at least. But Sylvie, like, going all in on the tank Gragas, and Hannah just being allowed to, like, not having to blow a single summoner and walk forward like that.
Hey, at least he killed the tank Gragas. Imagine if he
He
didn't.
did, yeah. I guess that's true.
So he did what he was trying to do.
So, and that's it. That's just the action we get for the next 10 minutes.
And then Brion were like, we can't really take this straight. So let's break down this fight. Henna.
Okay, so Hannah's playing really well. And due to Umpty and Karis, Quad can't really join. But I really, Sylvie, you gotta actually get on top of the people that matter, right? Being able to take on the Gragas when he's already effectively out of the fight doesn't mean anything. I don't know why Karis is trading his life for a Nilio.
Worth.
I don't think it's worth, because I think him dying there is what gets the Dragon to Nongshim. Now it's only a second Dragon.
But he got 300 more golds. So...
And they got... Both teams got mid lane turret. So now all we need is that top lane turret to fall, and we're back on even footing again. Oh, it's the third Dragon, actually. So it's Soul Point, so it is actually big. Sorry, the pace of this game has thrown my sense of time off by an immense amount.
You know, we're like traveling in a wagon. Anyway, that's the story for another time. Sylvie's just going to jump over the wall, as now he's the one who's being hunted. Henna is... He's really in a spot where he can kind of just do anything, which against Annie shouldn't, and what was a Fed Kha'Zix should be a little bit more difficult, I think.
Yeah, and I also think that what Henna's doing right now, he's not going to be able to do as we get further in the game. Because right now he's still winning that, right? But as we get deeper and deeper into the game, and Vital eventually will, I assume, pick up Rapid Fire. Not really going to get the opportunity anymore. Quad also has gone for a very aggressive build on Annie, actually going for Shadow Flame. So, should be able to take down Hannah fairly quickly. Sylvie is... Oh, hold up.
Okay. Cask.
Okay.
He's having a party, you know, everybody's getting a little turn.
Any second now.
Oh, they actually hit the Jinx. No ult here on Melio at the end of the day, so nice little proc in mid, and Brion are attempting to exert some pressure on the map.
We have... We have moved in this game past the need for side laning. Side laning is actually, you know, Quad's trying, but at large, we are no longer tied to the idea that side lanes matter. There is only the fight.
There is only Baron.
What are we fighting for? Not kills, that much is clear. Position, so he can then, you know, threaten an objective. Eventually, Veldas, League of Legends will get so solved that off of one wrong click, you know, you win a game.
Yeah.
As we get deeper and
they're
deeper.
just like, oh, go next.
So we're actually,
Go next.
so what we're seeing here is moving to a purer form of League of Legends where we get closer and closer to no team can make a misstep, because that means that you guaranteed there's no way to come back, you know? One misstep, and
it certainly does feel like both of these teams are playing that way right now, actually.
That's one ward gone at Baron. And that will lead to a Baron. And that will lead to a team fight. And that will lead to you losing the game.
Soon everybody's just going to draft front-to-back comps with tanks, and then you can just start the Baron at any time. You get like 1,000 gold lead, you're like, we're just going to go to the Baron. We're T1. We're just going to start clicking on this thing, and if you don't stop us, we're going to take it. And then that lead becomes 2,000, we win.
Yep.
Could happen. But it's not happening here.
Not in this game.
Remember when I said 38 minutes?
I think you were right on track.
Yeah. We're getting there.
Slowly.
We didn't have that fight a little bit ago. That was fun.
The one fight?
Oh,
yeah.
God. Here we go again. Vital's like, wait, I just wanted to play the game! As, yeah, the Aphelios is beginning to really... The difference maker here is that Aphelios Yuumi just has a lot more burst damage than only Jinx. And Henna's like, every single time you're alone, I will always threaten this.
And now, Edge of Night gone on Sylvie. Baron started up, Brion making the call.
All right, he's got to get in here, but they don't have any vision at all to get in. And Morgan is giving his life. He casts him away. That's the Baron over to the side of Brion as in goes Dun. He's like, oh, wait, oh, crap, never mind. As the rocket will sail wide. And Brion get away with the Baron. And 0 blood is spilled.
Double teleport is available. Nongshim is going to run towards the dragon. They might have a window here, but it's still 10 seconds to spawn. They need to rush this down immediately. If they get Prio in mid, set up a trap here, deny vision. Actually, it looks like they might not even contest. Paris is desperately trying to finish his death cap. He's level 16 now, so that is going to be Baron traded for Ocean Soul. And because it's Ocean Soul, you can definitely afford to.
Yeah, also they know that all 5 members of Nongshim are going to be there. So they're like, let's kind of kickstart this Baron.
But there he is.
And
our one-man army.
Dindin's going to get that going. Karis, he has death cap now, so he can back off. He can teleport back into the fight, and he should be fine. So that push in the top lane actually works for him. And now they're trying to engage on a Morgan here. Morgan is immediately ready to give his life over. He's like, okay, just leave me. But actually, teleport comes in, and we have Sylvie from downtown is just running from behind all 5 of them as he's not quite able to get in there. Morgan is taking a lot of damage. The Jinx with the Melio, certainly a big threat, but guess what? Nobody dies.
Everyone's okay.
Lovely.
So now it's Nongshim's turn to push into...
Oh, God.
Oh, 3-man scatter.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage, and immediately Henna is threatening with the Gale Force.
We were talking earlier about what favorite things are. In this game, my favorite fact is that Henna doesn't actually have a kill yet.
He doesn't need any kills, man.
Anyone. No, but it feels like he's played a really good Aphelios game. He keeps
I hope he gets Pog with like 1-0 and 1. And they just end the game and his scoreline is just like 0-0 and 4 on Aphelios in 48 minutes.
So there is now a slight gold lead for Brion.
True.
Which, you know, that's something. Nongshim,
200 gold ahead on his build right now.
Oh my God. This should be, with this push towards the bot side, be a further lead. I do think that they can get this. Oh, no, we're going to maybe catch someone in rotation. Sylvie is fine.
He's telling us of a night. Wait, how is that possible? Okay, Dundun, you're tanky, but maybe that's why he got that that bramble vest. Okay, Cass comes in. They almost got him to half health. That was close. Good job. Oh, nice try, guys. Good effort.
This game is quickly on its way to become one of the most iconic LCK games of all time. Because Ox was talking about this. I hope he talks about it when we get to Desk as well. And he was saying that, you know, his first cast ever for the LCK was Nongshim versus Brian. And he kept saying it was iconic. You know? That's what this game is.
It is quickly becoming an icon, yes. Yeah.
So Dominic's is done for Vital as well now to make sure that he sticks.
He can probably one-shot Vital. At this point, he feels like Lucian in the flesh. Just it's a fella.
Yeah, because I think Henna's actually going for Rapid Fire, and then Vital is going to go for BT. Which, if he can withstand the initial burst, then maybe he's okay.
I mean, you would expect it at some point, right? I hope so.
Maybe. I think the bigger problem is that Henna just gets to do that every single time.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't let him do that. Yeah, it's just the fun. With quad with flash?
No.
No?
No, sorry. It's okay, bro.
It's okay, bro.
Yeah. It really does feel like both teams are kind of paralyzed at this point. Like, they just do not know how to get it started.
Paralyzed or poised?
Okay, Quad's doing it. Protobelt forward. He got Morgan to half health. I saw it. You were here for it. Vital's getting excited. And now, Morgan. A little bit too far forward as there is the pick. They're actually on the inhibitor turret here. Not... Okay. Oh, they actually hit... Okay. They hit effort this time.
That's RFC gone now, or done now for Henna. That's big.
Yeah.
I think. Now we're just going to keep on pushing.
Dundun's doing a great job of standing there as Henna, he's going to take an insane amount of damage. Vital just outranging him as finally the stuff we talked about actually coming true here. 34 minutes into the game, that's Nongshim. They're going to take down this inhibitor.
Nongshim realizing that the 38-minute power spike is coming for Brian, and they need to be ahead of that. Get the mid lane inhibitor, setting him up perfectly for a recall into timing towards this Baron. 20 seconds. When they get Baron, should be able to make their way over towards the Elder as well. And it really is as easy as getting Vital excited. Morgan goes in. Even if he does it, a body slam, like I don't really think there's a lot of backup follow. Just a little bit overeager. But it's actually off of the backs of Nongshim Brion that are able to get first move into River, that are currently setting up for this Baron.
All right, Sylvie's got a pretty good angle, but Karis able to zone him away for now as in comes Dundun. He is trying to provide a front line for the Jinx. Imagine that. The cast hits nothing as Karis goes into the stopwatch and has to get away here. The bear is thrown, but Vital is excited, and everybody is going down. Henna cannot do anything as Brion will be taken out. They will be aced. It is a triple kill for the Jinx. And we will have a game number 3.
We're going to game number 3. And this series is the gift that keeps on giving, Valdez.
Yes. Oh, God.
He's gonna die.
Okay, well, he is executed. And it turns out, you know, Zombie Zion does more damage. A great play from Dundun as they take down the Nexus. 35.5 minutes. Nongshim will not be taken out that easily.
Who do I vote for? What do I do? It's Annie?
I'd say vote for Peter, actually.
Peter?
Yeah, he kept Jinx alive all of those times when nobody else was helping.
I mean, he does some good flash keeping his
Vital might get
body
it.
alive.
After what we saw in game 1, probably Vital gets it.
I don't know. Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's just go. Let's stick with the program. He didn't tilt. And then when he started autoing, it was great.
Yeah, see? Look at his damage.
I should have voted for Dundon. What am I doing with my life? Look at that damage done.
No, it's okay. You and Media, you'll be in good company. Henna did his best, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's everything we talked about, right? Like, the Jinx and the Melio eventually will just be able to outrange you, and as long as the team sticks together, you can outrange, you can outdamage, it is possible, and eventually Nongshim believed. They believed in it.
That's all they needed, Valdez.
Yeah. Just a little ounce of belief, and they got there in the end. And guys, I believe we will have a break, and then we will have the desk end game number 3.
키 좋아. 앞라인. 정화 받았다. 아, 치면 돼, 이거. 앞으로 가죠. 아래 봐. 때려 높을. 나 이거 써볼게. 시야 좀 해줘. 시야 좀 해줘. 야, 비에고 넘어온다. 나 살았어. 야, 밑으로 가자. 얘들아, 그냥 밑으로 가자. 잘했다. 웨이브 살리면 돼. 얘들아, 우리 크림보다 못하겠는데 훨씬 더 잘할 수 있다, 이거. 이거 그냥 계속 내 콜 들어주라. 인정이 템 뭐 잘못 갔어?
아니 도미닉이 안 나와가지고 중간에 BF랑 BF 올린 다음에 그라가스한테 딜 하나도 안 박히길래
잘했어. 다시 자신감 생겼어, 인성이 형? 할 수 있지?
할 수 있어.
가보자. 1 더하기는
3이야
1 더하기는 3이야.
좋았다 윤서야.
야, 잘했어. 아니, 더 우리 좀 못해서 더 잘해야 돼, 우리.
LCK 첫 시즌 시작할 때는 되게 할만하다는 느낌이었는데 하면 할수록 이 자리 쉬운 자리가 아니구나라고 느꼈던 것 같습니다.
아쉬웠던 분들은 열심히 하고 있는 방식들이 좀 잘못됐다라는 것들? 약간 그런 것들이 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요. 분위기는 최악이었죠. 그때 당시 순위가 농심이 꼴등이었으니까 저희가 지면 안 된다라는 생각을 가지고 게임을 임했는데 그러니까 왜 졌지라는 생각도 되게 많이 했었고 그거에 대해서 되게 화 많이 났었던 것 같고
한 판 한 판이 간절했었는데 깔끔하게 이겼다고 생각해가지고 엄청 다 같이 좋아했던 것 같습니다. 브리온에서 경계해야 될 선수는 아마 엄티 선수라고 생각할 것 같아요. 초반에 되게 움직임이나 동선 이런 게 되게 좋다고 생각해서
개인적으로는 실비 선수가 메인이라고 생각하고요. 수영이는 좀 쉬다 와가지고 좀 아쉬운 것 같더라고요.
스프링 때보다 진짜 더 할만하다는 마인드라 개막전 첫 경기부터 이겨서 기분 좋게 1승 챙겨가겠습니다.
어쨌든 브리온이니까 브리온답게 그래도 승리를 쟁취해가지고 팬분들께 승리 안겨드리겠습니다.
Welcome back to the space. We had our first game of OK Savings Brion, or rather second game of OK Savings Brion versus Nongshim here. We're all tied up now 1-1. And like the chess game in the opening with Umpty, things were very slow paced. It did feel like a turn-based game here and not an action-based MOBA. Very slow game here. We looked at the draft, looking at the Milio coming through with the Jinx, felt like huge advantages here on the side of Nongshim. And ultimately, that range advantage did come to fruition much later on in the game.
Yeah, it felt like for 90% of the game, it was the Aphelios Yuumi bullying out the Jinx, dashing forwards, burning HP bars, and eventually it gets to the point where the Jinx with the Milio W, with the Cozy Campfire, can auto you from like 17 miles away, and you just can't really do anything about that, especially since the only engage they had was the Gragas. And, you know, bless Morgan's heart, there was that one time he attempted, it did not go well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this game is about, it was like, I think that stacking Drake was really important for them, like, because the, you know, I mean, eventually they made it the soul point, and then it was like the Ocean Soul, and it was really, really broken at the end. And I think it really mattered actually at the, like when they're sieging, when they're fighting, like those kind of thing where, like, it was like needed. And fortunately, it was not Cam Tank, so, you know, they made it away.
Yeah, they certainly did. And we did see that even though there was a little bit of a lack of action, there was a bit of a lull state through the mid to early late game. We did see Henna make some aggressive plays here. Nox, you and I were talking about this one in particular, where we did see Henna very aggressively look for an assassination attempt here. And plays like this were the only real attempts we saw from Brion to push their advantages.
Yeah, and this must have happened like 4 or 5 times for the entire game, where you see Gale Forces, Flashes, Summoners traded, because Henna played this super aggressive. And honestly, I think if we'd seen Brion 1, he would have been such a massive factor, because off the back of this chunk out, they managed to transition it into a Baron. So we were seeing Brion, this was like probably the most action we were seeing throughout the game, and it did allow them to get them this Baron, which was, you know, a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. It was not only like from the chunk, you know, actually there was a further action that they actually what they wanted to do, and which is like everyone knew that like what they need to do instantly as soon as the AD carries just out of the game, and they're just good to take the Baron. And I think they could have just snowballed like a little bit cleaner. I think it would have been a little bit better, but the thing is like the Ocean Soul, another one.
Ocean Soul definitely huge, and I think this is on a lot of ways some of the passive play out of Nongshim as well, not understanding their win conditions as much and allowing Henna to have these windows where he can make aggressive plays like that. But that isn't, of course, our final replay we're going to be taking a look at. We want to talk about the 35-minute Baron fight, where things went a little bit crazy, didn't they, Huni?
Yeah, I mean, from here, I think the fight was like kind of messy starting from. Like, I think it's just like from OK Bro, you know, they had like a little bit better the team fight positionings wise, because like it was like more so like sandwich, and they can't really exit it.
I think a big factor is a lot of the advantages we're talking about with Henna. It's when the Jinx is isolated and you can actually get in range. But in a constructed 5v5, when you have this mega tank Scion with an Ocean Soul as well, just standing in the way, you can't do that. You can't Gale Force into a Scion to reach the Jinx. And so in this situation where they're all corralled in the pit, it's so easy just to clean up with that super long range for the Jinx.
Especially when you're able to get into range of that Aphelios and he can't do anything about it, even with a cat on his back. So we're tied up now. Looked like after the first game, we might have an extremely one-sided series on our hands. But now we're going back to side selection here again for Brion, and they have chosen blue side going into this third and final game. Thoughts on some potential draft changes here very quickly before we get into POG?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the pace of the game has been quite slow, so having that late game agency and ensuring that if it does come to the 5v5, you're comfortable is going to be really important in my opinion.
Yeah. Let's take a look at who picks up POG really quick. Sorry, Huni, we'll get your thoughts on this as well. Will be Sylvie, actually, who picks it up here on the Kazakhs. But of a surprising one to me, to be honest with you guys.
Well, I think this was a big one. You saw how excited the coaching staff were. This was the first blood when the Jamie died. Everyone was so happy, like, yeah, kill the cat, let's go. And, you know, I think there was definitely some positive moves in the fights when you're catching out these isolated targets. I did say I feel like it's sometimes harder if you're into an Aphelios Yuumi to actually find someone isolated because there's always a Yuumi attached. We did a pretty good job of posing a threat on these flanks.
I mean, it's more so like, I think he had a little bit rough game on the game one, the previously, but the thing is like, he came back, he turned around and he's performed really well. And the fact that he wasn't just controlling the object, I think it actually mattered a lot.
Let's see those media votes. I knew it. How could I have known that the media only saw the moment where it was a really excited coaching staff moment and people were shouting? That's what stuck in their brains. But I'm sorry to tease you guys on this one, but that's it for us here on The Space. We're going to send it back to the casters for the deciding game.
Thank you, Spacers, for your input on that game. We had a fantastic time casting Henna Gale Forcing into people. And then we got a game number 3. So what will happen this time? As was mentioned, Breon did select the blue side. And hey, I mean, blue side so far, 100% in the series.
And I gotta say, I think blue side quite strong, not just because of the fact that obviously the team that was been on blue side can get Melio, but you are so much more limited in what you're able to do on red side, right? I think that one of the big benefits of red side is often that you're able to really tailor your draft and your game plan to countering and looking for creative angles. You don't get to do that because you have 2 bands that are locked in. So we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point teams are like, you know what? We're going to leave everything open. We're just going to ban Comfort, and we're going to just leave open Melio and Zeri and Nico and see what you do. Because with how it's looking right now, blue side is a lot stronger. And generally, if that keeps happening, at some point teams are like, throw up their hands like, oh, we're going to try. We're going to try random stuff. Try something.
True. I think it's a good idea.
Well, I don't know if we're there yet.
At this point, you might as well try something crazy. No, I mean, I think Nongshim will feel confident after the way that game 2 wins. They say, okay, we eventually got there. There should be a way to handle this and get to the end. There have been metas many times in the past where we've had, it feels like, 2 or even 3, it feels like, necessary bans on red side. And then the blue side kind of just got to do whatever they wanted. So I think teams will eventually figure it out and decide, okay, well, we're going to leave Melio open, but we've got this great counter. Or we're going to leave Nico open, but we're going to get this great lane counter, shut her down early, and she won't be a big factor. Something like that.
That's my type of guy.
Dun Dun fan. Very, very Dun Dun hey yo. Wow.
This is adorable. I'm loving this, fellas. This is the energy I want for a Nongshim versus OK Breon series.
They're wearing their school uniforms.
I know.
They said, okay, we have skipped school to be here. Probably not a good idea, but hey, I love the passion, right?
Like the drawing.
Gone jungle.
Any
Umpty fan.
Yeah, any Umpty fan is good people, you know? You just know.
Yeah.
Gotta
we had
love this
Umpty
man.
the turtle on one of the fan signs as well.
You're gonna eventually, like, are we not gonna run out of... Hello! Oh?
Hi, Mama on TV!
You know, for so many other teams, running out of possible memes and fan signs is a serious risk. But if you're a Breon fan, that's never happening.
You never have
There's
to worry
too many.
about that, yeah.
And they added more this split.
They
added OK Man.
Look at him, he's right there. 4 times.
He's just happy. He's living his best life. It's perfect.
This is, so you're a T. Well, I'm a QT and a pretty, and you are an umpty.
Aww. Oh,
Okay.
let's go. Okay.
Time to eat, bro. Okay, step, bro. Great signs. I love it. They've even got the jersey. So we do have a slight delay, as you guys may have noticed, but we've got many great fan signs to keep you interested.
And for Quad, it almost also must feel great to be back. You know, his LCK split, as mentioned, was extremely rough. That DRX roster, even though The next year they turned it around, and somehow, I still can't fully believe it, One Worlds, they were very, very tough to watch. And retiring and coming back, particularly because, you know, when he retired, he was like 19 or 20. And being back here on the LCK stage for such a long time must feel amazing.
What is
Chance
that animal?
for redemption. Sorry?
What is that animal? Is it supposed to be a raccoon?
Yeah.
It's a hamster.
It's a hamster, I guess. I thought raccoon as well.
But why?
It's Nongshim.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, so G-Sun says it's just a meme.
Thank you, G-Sun.
Just, you know, the meme hamster. Everybody knows about Hamster, the meme.
A packed LoL Park for Nongshim versus Brion. See again, the fan signs coming through.
G-Sun sent me a meme hamster.
She actually...
I don't know what it means, but apparently it's a meme.
Yeah, it's just, what's up? I'm vibing hamster.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Everybody knows about that hamster. Very famous hamster.
Are you never a vibing hamster, Brendan?
Me?
Yeah.
A vibing hamster.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say that I would. No, generally not. There's a quad fan there.
Man, quad fans must have been waiting for a while.
Yeah?
Oh. More French or OTP fans at the very least.
Lord Morgan. Oh, there he is. There he is.
Man, the camera work?
Whoa.
Whoa.
They've really outdone themselves this time.
Still one of my favorite emotes. The Morgan, well, how do I have this power?
Yeah.
Emote.
It's a good one.
Huge fan.
The issue has been resolved. And, yes. Okay. Well, we are getting into draft for game number 3. Will Melio go through this time?
So we're gonna check boxes. Cassante, checked. The Maokai to me is such an interesting one because it after the nerfs it drops off for such a long time, right? We saw well in the terms of the meta, but like it was like a full month I think where he was completely abandoned, and then we were like, oh, Tank Maokai is actually still great. If only we could have known back then that the AP nerfs were, you know, not enough to no longer make the champion viable. Not going to be the case, as we are looking to trade, friends. Because this should be a Nico ban, if Nongshim is following the plan from game number 1, if I remember correctly. And then it will be a Melio versus Zeri. Now, I do think in game 1, Nongshim had the way to a great composition. And then they
had Zeriumi.
Yeah. And I think I might get it again.
Seems pretty good, yeah. Kind of fell apart towards the end, though.
So we pick Aphelios. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
And then we Zeriumi.
Maybe they'll pick
I think we skipped
Jinx Melio.
I think we skipped Alessandro. I think Jinx Melio is actually the correct choice here.
But then they're going to get a Aphelios Yumi.
Yeah, but that's not...
Oh, no.
That's fine.
I mean, Nongshim got there in the end in game 2 with that same duo, but instead they're just going to play Zeriumi.
Peter, Diglin. Oh?
Yeah, the Rakan was banned in game 1 in first rotation.
Instead of the...
Annie.
Annie.
Yeah, so...
Aw. Peter's like, hey, Sylvie, come on. Hover it for a little bit. Crank up those emote sales.
And then
pick me Yumi. I don't want to talk about that part. So, the Gragas again coming through for Morgan.
This time Gragas got picked first.
Instead
before
of
Melio.
Yeah.
In the first game, Melio got picked and then Gragas was picked.
So we don't pick Cassio this time. I think that's what we've learned.
They actually picked Wukong in the first game.
Okay, perfect.
In
Actually,
the spot.
is it... Wait, no. No! No!
No! This
No.
box is unchecked.
Okay, round 2.
We put an X through the box.
So then they're going to ban Syndra, I assume.
Yeah.
Not wanting to run into that again. Or it turns out Dundun actually plays a mean Cassio and we're going to rotate it to top.
Maybe.
He would. I don't think he played well, but he would be okay with it.
Cassio kind of struggles against Gragas eventually because you just run out of mana.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, if you can get kind of some tempo and really push it, maybe you can feel good, but generally not.
So do we R4 Viego here, or do we ban it? Lee already taken away. Makes sense to deny Umti his playmakers early on. Kazak's also going to get taken away, even though the early impact was there. Mid-game, not so much. And it's a volley. So R4 Viego, I think, seems like a no-brainer here for Nongshim, so he can pick that one up. Can still go towards Wukong as well. Do you think that the Viego struggles a little bit more than the Lee when it comes to setting up really aggressive plays? But we'll see as Dundun's Malphite and Malphite in general.
Rock and Stone.
Really has been, Rock and Stone, brother, has been a pretty high presence ban, but only in second rotation. Obviously, banning Malphite in first rotation is not the way to go.
Not it.
So we pick Viego and then we pick Ornn.
Aatrox?
No. No R5 Aatrox.
What?
No.
But I like Aatrox.
You look me in the eye right now, Valdez, and tell me that you like Aatrox.
I can't do it. All right. Viego. Unsurprising. They picked Syndra and Lee Sin last time.
So Wukong, Syndra? What?
All right. Well.
He's back?
No, he's not. No, he's not back.
You know BDD's watching this game, salivating.
And who's this?
That's
Nar?
a champion, yeah.
No. I play Ornn.
Yeah, play Ornn. No. It makes your comp.
You know what would be
so
a great way to get into that backline and really mess with the Aphelios is Ornn.
Yeah, or what is really good to play when you know you don't really have reliable hard engage in your team. It's something you're really lacking.
And you have a lot of scaling that you
it's
buff.
Ornn. And also,
yeah, it's
you know
Ornn.
what? You know who doesn't get shuffled away out of any fight nearly as easily? You know, Emperor's Divide is a big problem for Gnar, but you know who it isn't for?
Ornn.
Ornn, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I guess Dundun just decided he didn't want to play it today. Peter was like, I think you should play this. He's like, absolutely not.
Come at me. I can't say bro, because that's, you know, he's not allowed to say
Peter?
that. Yeah. Oh, he has to.
Yeah.
There's only one team, and that's okay.
Bro.
Man.
Oh,
Bro.
sorry.
Nah, that's fine. We have...
We're zooming in on the man there. I should have known.
No.
OK Savings Bank Brion. They have selected a composition.
I'm still baffled that this Azir coming back. I'm really wondering. We have seen the developers really push towards the WMAX Azir and really try and make him more auto-focused as opposed to early prio into big shuffles into late game. Nongshim, very similar to draft from game number 1, and that should not give you a lot of confidence if you're a Nongshim fan.
Well, maybe third time's the charm here in game number 3. Let's see as we hop onto the Rift right now. All right, here we go. Yes, that is Azir in the mid lane up against the Cassiopeia. It can do pretty well into this lane matchup. I think that it's a pretty good pick for that. Obviously, there's been a lot of changes, and Azir, we don't know exactly where he's at right now, but maybe Karis can let us know.
Also has gone for lethal tempo. As expected, as mentioned, the goal for the update/rework was to push a lot of his power towards his W and really fulfill that, you know, fancy of being a Emperor actually attacking with his soldiers. Lethal tempo picked up, still has a ton of range, so it makes sense that you pick it into a short range carry such as Cassio, who can really struggle if she doesn't get close to her opponent. Also Conqueror this time around as opposed to the phase rush. here for Quad.
Yeah. We'll see what items he goes. If he goes Jock Shows again. Didn't really get to see that in action too much because the game ended a little bit too quickly by the time he picked up his third item. So I've had this burning question on my mind, Chronicler.
Okay.
What is your garlic?
What is my garlic? So I really like, and it's not for every occasion, but I really like black garlic, which is like a fermented garlic. You can actually make it, and you should look up the specifics, but it effectively comes down to just putting garlic in a rice cooker and turning it on, you know, like lukewarm heating mode, and just leaving it there for like 5 weeks, I want to say.
5 weeks?
Yeah.
So I wasn't too into cooking, but that really, that was the nail in the coffin.
Well, yeah.
I'm not going to be putting my garlic in the rice cooker for 5 weeks.
Well, no, you should just buy it, because you can buy it at the store.
Oh.
So you don't...
Well, maybe that.
And then it's much less bad, because they wouldn't use a rice cooker, which is a very inefficient way of getting black garlic. But there's, you can make ramen with it. You can use it for a ton of stuff. Really delicious.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I like garlic. Shout out to BBQ, our sponsor.
G-Sun.
This wasn't hashtag ad.
Yeah, G-Sun also chiming in honey garlic. You keep your garlic in honey for months. Yeah, and then it ferments as well. That makes sense. That sounds really good.
That sounds good too.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, now that we got that out of the way, I really needed to know. Because they keep asking. I was like, well...
What is your garlic? Yeah.
I don't... My one is the standard... Just garlic.
Just garlic.
Just garlic, because I didn't know there were any other forms of garlic.
Oh, there's wild garlic as well.
Wild garlic?
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. It's more leafy.
Okay.
So
have you had garlic stems?
Similar to that, yeah.
Yeah. Like
might be
the shoots of the plant?
Yeah, might be the...
Those are good.
A different name for the same thing as well.
They do that in Korea pretty often. I had it for the first time here.
Yeah, it's really...
Oh, a lot of damage. Karis in some trouble. And that was getting pretty close. I feel like Quad actually had an opportunity to maybe, flash E auto, and it might have been enough. But he's just going to play it safe. He says, well, I got the win anyway. I don't have to flash. If he burns flash and he doesn't get the kill, then he's totally screwed. So, because then Karis hits level 6, the jungler comes over, and then Quad's probably dead. So, yeah, just a good trade from the Cassiopeia, showing what it can do early on.
Want to bring up some differences with the previous game as well. Sylvie has actually been able to just play the early game. Doesn't get permanently invaded this time around. Umti's playing a character that needs to farm to 6, so as a result, Sylvie has been completely fine, which is a big boon. Means that Nongshim isn't falling behind right from the get-go, which is something that they were really struggling with in game number 1. And then secondly, Quad also started tier this time around. Didn't in the previous game, went back early on and then got his tier. And you can see already getting very, or making great headway rather with stacking that up this early on. And Nongshim look a bit more proactive, and that's something that they were not really proactive in game 1. And then when they were, it was in a way that didn't benefit them or the game state. And Karis is really getting bullied out here in the early game. Sylvie making his way over. Flash available for Karis.
Yeah. And, Azir can still do that. He hasn't been changed so much to not be able to do that. Exhaust down the bottom side. To both sides, actually. Vital not really going to be able to follow up. So just some trading. Ooh, Anna took a Q and an auto. He's just going to ghost away. He's like, yeah, never mind. And they got a plate off of that as well, and the cannon is missed.
Thank you, Jonas Strong. And off of that back, we do have the Dragon being started here. And Vital and Peter are going to delay their back to ensure. And this is a very different setup in the early game that we're seeing here for Nongshim. Briondo will have a pretty decent CS lead for Hannah. who already has his back in as well. So might be able to maybe shove another wave into the turret here, deny some of that CS and experience to Vital. And that also takes away the level 6 power spike, something that we know Zeris really like to play into. Might not end up being as successful here as Karis, as he gets more and more levels, as we expected. Maxing that W, should be feeling better and better into quad, and then we'll see which direction quad goes. Last time I think it was Rylai's first into the Seraphs, and then went for a tank item third. Did we end up seeing
Jack Show?
Was it actual Jack Shows?
It was.
It was, yeah. Makes sense. Now with Conqueror would be even more of an obvious choice, so we'll see whether that is the direction that he goes, as level 6 is being hit now across the board.
Yeah, Notion, I think, especially you get this first Drake. Oh, they're going to get aggressive down on the bottom side as double slow comes in. Sylvie flashing will force both of the flashes from the Bro bottom lane. And that's a nice little setup for potential plays later on.
It's a big win, trading 1 for 2 when you have champions like Gnar and Cassio that can really punish if the opposing team makes a misstep, steps too far forward, and then takes a big hit if Dundun can then flash right on top of you with his Gnar bar. If we do see a Herald fight, which not necessarily a given, there's been a lot of trading of objectives in this series thus far.
That happened. They're still getting aggressive down here, but mostly just trading. There's not a lot else happening in this game, so we're just watching the 2v2. I'm keeping track of how many Qs Peter's hitting.
Nice.
So far, he's at 2. I don't know. I'm actually
out of
24. No, I don't know. Noshim trying to get started on this Rift Herald. And it's a bit of a 3-on-3, but the bottom lane is rotating first. Umpty in a nice spot to try to zone away Dundun, who is in the Mega Gnar, but slowly and surely, Sylvie is chipping away at the Rift Herald. It's getting
Vital
pretty
6
low.
here as well.
Vital is 6. If this fight actually comes out, Morgan, a very nice engage, but the cask just hits them away. And that's Sylvie picking it up now. Karis in a lot of trouble. He is burning down as Henna coming on over, trying to just run away as fast as possible, but Vital on the Zeriyumi, barely not able to pick up that kill, as the Rift Herald immediately going to be dropped down in mid.
Oh, Breon trying to defend this. Will be able to hold them up for now, but should be an immediate invade here. And Nongshim getting the Herald, throwing it down, and getting this close to getting a bunch of kills as well. Still, though, there has been no first blood in this game, which, see for how long we can hold on to that, Valdez.
Yeah, you know, makes sense. Let's take a look at this fight, this replay, as it started out pretty nice for Noshim, and it ended pretty nice for him.
Yeah, the initial setup from Morgan is nice, right? Getting a two-man body slam, but then there is no follow-up. You're splitting a fight that hasn't really started yet with your cask, and because of the miasma, there's no big follow-up playmaking potential available.
Zeri level 6
for Karis, and also
does whatever
that,
she wants.
Yes. So a lot of factors that don't end up working out. Quad actually going for Roa, which we haven't seen in a while. It does make sense, particularly with Conqueror and on Cassio in general. Item is definitely something that she enjoys. And Quad may be feeling like in the previous game he didn't have enough agency, was a little bit too squishy, and alleviating that in this one. Okay.
Interesting. Gonna be delaying Rylai's for that, but should pick it up eventually. And at the pace of this game, I mean, we're just lightning speed, so he's gonna have to be careful not to fall behind. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, it's a good look for Noshim. I mean, they get a pretty nice lead. It's only 500. It's early on in the game, and if you can get any kind of lead, it's a Drake and a Rift Herald. It's no kills, but you're getting ahead when your comp scales so well. You're going to be feeling pretty good, although as we do have the setup here, Dundun in a lot of trouble. Nice setup from Umpty in the top side, and Morgan to alley-oop it to him. And that will be first blood finally here at 11 minutes. 2-on-2 down on the bottom side. Milio just going to throw a ball at Vital and say no.
And nice play there by Brion, but I do think this will lead to the Dragon going over. You see Vital and Peter playing really aggressive here as well. And I think that you're going to give up, particularly when it's Gnar, a 1 kill on your top laner for a 2 Drake lead this early on. We don't know what it's going to be, and there are a bunch of not so great rifts, but it's infernal. Nongshim.
Infernal.
Feeling very happy about that trade as Dundun just teleports back towards top side of the map, barely misses out. And the team fighting is still there for Brion. This is not like, I think a lot of the second game most notably, where it felt like one of the teams was just going to kind of win by default just because of Milio. Because Milio Jinx, truly obscene. Milio Othello still very, very strong, but Othello still will have to step somewhat forward, which might provide an opportunity for Nongshim, and Nongshim's front to back is still quite strong. And they also have Zeri Yuumi, which, when the team is not an obscene amount of gold behind, can fight their way out of basically anything. As long as Heidel doesn't E in. And I was just going to see the same play again.
Looks like they're trying to set it up. It's Dundun in the Mininar, but the body slam misses, so he's able to flash this time. But it's still flash. You get it out of Dundun. They're trying to get as much going as possible, especially losing a couple of early Drakes. And every objective, actually.
Yeah, the continued attention towards the top side really working out. Now Dundun doesn't have flash available for an upcoming fight. Might see a fight for the second Herald.
Here it is. Flash available on Quad. He elects not to use it, which means he's probably dead. Although, Flash comes in from Umpty, and Quad just going to accept his fate. As that will lead to yet another kill over to the OK Brion jungler.
And Brion fans going to be feeling good about this one. Umpty getting fed generally is good tidings for this team, particularly in a team fighter like Wukong, where you're able to take early leads and turn them into team fight victories. Getting the jungler, or the Wukong rather, accelerated can be quite valuable. And yeah, Quad just opting not to use his flash even here. If he gets the what do you call it, the stun, I guess, on the Petrify on Wukong, might actually be able to make it out, but
it's like, what are you talking?
Yeah, I'm like, what's the English word for when you turn to stone? It's Petrify.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's it. Uh-oh, we got a big issue in the top side. Dundun just gonna get cast in, and Morgan is gonna take him down, throws his belly in there, and picks up the kill. Nicely done. That's gonna leave Dundun at 0 and 2. At least his bottom lane is looking pretty good. Sylvie able to hover down here, and Vital and Peter are getting to work on this turret. They will take it down.
And looking at the gold, trade is even. Morgan is getting accelerated, but that is at the cost of Vital getting further ahead. Zeri going to be back soon with the first turret block goal picked up, and that's going to be Triforce done now. So the solo lanes from Nongshim are really struggling though, and you can struggle in games like this when you are when you're completely unable to contest some of the mid to late game shoving that happens. If you can't contest the wave at all because you fall too far behind, then setting up objectives and team fights later on becomes very, very tough. Optimistic of Brion to just start the Herald here, and it looks like Nongshim doesn't want to give it to him. And they've done here as well for Peter.
And we're fighting. Both these teams are like, okay, we've done enough posturing in the first 2 games for an entire split. Let's get into the action. So, Umpty in position here, trying to bully Dundun. That is a huge chunk already.
Stormrazor.
He doesn't have flash. He's not Mega Gnar yet. So, just getting little chunks there onto Dundun are going to make him mostly useless unless he can find an amazing angle to hop in and get the ult.
Looks like they're going to give it up, yeah, with Quad as well, catching wave on top. All right.
Just going to hand it over, okay. There you go. Morgan, okay. Trying to get the Everfrost off, but Vital is, in fact, Zeri.
And now, Brion drops the Herald a little bit early in mid. Will get the charge off, of course, but I do think that if you hold on to it a little bit more, you might be able to time it well with when the Drake spawns, but wanting to get the guaranteed damage, knowing that only Vital is there. Vision control being set up here. Nongshim really wants to take the fight here. They do have a lot of their first items ready as effort. Shirelias.
Yeah, it's gonna get that down as see Henna is able to do a bit of poking damage alongside of Karis there in the mid lane. The side lane getting increasingly important, it feels like, especially with the Gnar not really having much effect in this game. As is here again, just to pressure him out. Mega Gnar timing decent if they can force a fight here in the next 20 seconds. As Morgan is just on a roll right now. As Sylvie is actually able to buffer that and get away.
And now, no flash available for Morgan. Still has his ultimate though. That is big. And their health bar on Sylvie relatively low. Also, Dundan just timed out.
Henna in a little bit of trouble, but they're able to turn here on to Sylvie and now on to Dundan, who is being bullied, but Vital is in there. And he is doing way too much. Bro is not able to get away from him. That is 2 kills already. And by the way, yes, it is still Zeri. And we have officially a stamped Zeri moment in this game.
And in game number 1, Nongshim was unable to get it. Zeri kept down by the team and then making some calls that didn't quite work out is the nice way of saying it. But this time around, we see Bro try to collapse onto Dundan, but Dundan doesn't care. Even though he's mini-Gnar, he's not the target, right? It's all about what can the rest of the team do. Umti going for the re-engage, and when the teleport is still coming in, when Karis is nowhere near the fight, ends up costing them so heavily. Don't get the kills, and again, Zeri in particular, one of the reasons why this champion is so frustrating to play into is if you make a bad call, if the fight doesn't work out, everyone's dead. You're not getting away from her.
Let's go, Vital.
That was wholesome. Love to see it.
Well
now it's Soul Point, and Zeri is 3-0, and things are not looking good for the OK Bro fans. If you cared about wins, which you don't, because you're an OK Bro fan and you will support this team.
Giga Chad.
No matter what.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think they're in a really dire spot for sure. But
can still happen.
Especially in series like these, it just feels like sometimes, you know, the players are never going to play perfectly. And so I want to see Nongshim get even a bigger lead. And then I'll say, okay, well, now we're in a spot where...
Oh, I agree.
This is kind of rough. So for now, Nongshim just trying to pressure their lead. They really want to get this tier 1 mid turret, which is increasingly low, but they have not been able to crack this yet.
What? Threatened by Umti. Umti still waiting. Oh, it looks like Nongshim have an inkling that this might be happening.
Well, Umti's just going to hide on bush.
Probably a good call. If you get caught off guard there, and they... Oh, he is not.
Ooh. Oh, well, he just placed the word and then he ran away.
Well, we're still committing to this.
If we just wait long enough, Quad is in a lot. Oh, very nice flash and ult to come in as just totally isolated Karis, but it just doesn't matter as he can't put the damage in. And that's going to be finally that pick onto Quad they were looking for.
If you just wait long enough, eventually, Quad's like, no, there's no way he's been waiting this long. That does get cancelled, but I don't think Umti is going to care that much. No objective on the map at the moment besides Baron, which too early to go for that one. And Umti just waiting out, right? Keep cancelling the backs, keep waiting.
Uh-oh. Wait, where did the affiliates go? He's just gone. As, yep, that's Zeri Things, just able to get right on top of them. We'll have to see exactly how he found that angle, but you can see Henna frustrated. And that is just Baron.
Oh my god.
Just like that. Yeah.
They didn't even have sums. It's not like they flashed and healed and exhausted. Umti's still alive though.
Okay, and Morgan, he's not going to go down without a fight. He's trying to kill Vital, but again, it's Zeri Nice try.
Wait.
As now Karis does do a lot of damage. Meganar, though, is coming up, and Karis is just too low. Are they even going to kill a single person? The answer is absolutely not, as they get the almost ace, just a little bit, you know, broken up, and they get the Baron at 21.5 minutes.
So we're going to look at this again. Yeah, he just walks up. Oh my god. So game number 1 gave us a false sense of security. And as it turns out, and Morgan here, unfortunately, not able to actually get the damage. Vital making his way over the wall. And then the damage just isn't quite there, right? Karis comes in, but not in time, doesn't actually get to do any meaningful damage. Vital survives the upfront burst and has a Yumi. Peter doesn't even use his heal.
I think he said, why is she so strong? That's like...
It's a good question.
That's like what people say in solo queue when, like, the mid laner is 7-0, and then it's Talon as well, and then they gank bottom lane, and then the bottom lane, who hasn't seen any action, is like, why is he so strong?
You want to talk about it?
I had no idea the 7-0 Talon was so strong.
Has this happened to you?
Oh, it happens all
this
the time.
happened to you?
It's a mainstay on the Korean server. Let me tell you. Yeah, I feel like it should have been pretty obvious, and you know, maybe it's just frustration leaking out. It makes sense, right? It is Zeri after all.
It's also been a really long series, and it's easy to forget as Vital does have his sums available.
I think he's totally fine.
Yeah, no, you're actually right. Helia is also done. Okay, we have the next plan, which is just try to kill. But he has Hullbreaker now.
Gank Dundun again. Nah, they're just gonna take Infernal Soul here. Nongshim now, it really feels like they are just going to win this game.
Even in a challenger's game, you'd be like, okay, guys, this should be Infernal Soul in particular. No, because I do really feel like, again, I know we're half meaning, half not, but Infernal Soul makes it so much harder because it turns every single person on Nongshim effectively into a fight-winning threat. Like, even if you end up killing Vital, right? Like with Zeri and his build and Stopwatch and Cleanse and Flash, you're gonna have to invest extremely heavy resources. By the time he's dead, the rest of the team will have killed you. Like 100%, because of the amount of damage that they just get for free. 4 stopwatches, Valdez. 4!
Yeah.
Versus
Zeri
0.
has 3 items, and she's incredibly tanky now. In fact,
she has almost 3k health.
Unkillable. And with Infernal Soul on top of this, means that any kind of like, oh, well, she didn't go full damage, nonsense. I mean, it's still Zeri after all. She will kill anyone that she gets on top of.
We try again.
Just gank Dundun. And Dundun has had enough. He is getting the kill. He takes down Karis. And then he stopwatches. Buys some time. Henna will be able to pick up the kill at the end of the day. Does take quite a while.
He's buying time.
Yes.
He needed that shouldn't have used stopwatch. That was not worth it.
Oh man, if only they had Yasuo. Could have just last breath onto the...
Yeah, the Azir experiment. Even knowing how comfortable Karis is on the champion, unfortunately not really working out. Same can be said for the Cassio, frankly. This game is about 2 people, and it's Vital and Peter. And I guess Dundun is like a role as the wacky best friend. That's like he's there for the adventures.
Yeah, he's like
He's off in the side, like in the
Kramer
background.
And Seinfeld,
yeah, doing his own thing.
They're having a conversation for 20 minutes. He's like, "Hey, it's me.
I'm here as well.
Oh, what up? I'm having a good time." Flashes an emote and then he dies. And it's like, oh, oops.
Yeah, definitely shouldn't have stopped.
And then the team wins.
That was a bit of a waste. And they didn't actually end up getting the inhibitor. So play still successful, but the goal at the moment, 8k deficit here coming through. And it feels like we are just biding time. Baron is going to come up. It's going to be 1.5 minutes. Then Nongshim is going to start it, take the Baron, run down any lane, really.
Yeah.
And then that is a 3k gold lead here when it comes to the total
items.
Yeah, it's rough.
It is. And they got Zeriyumi in game 1 as well. It's kind of funny that, you know, they just could not get that off the ground.
I mean, it's actually correctly identified by Nongshim that it was due to Umti getting the early ganks up in his lead, actually putting out a lot of pressure. And this time around, not going to be the case. There was also Aatrox, which didn't help.
They're like, let's just not play Aatrox. We can play anything else.
But this is the problem. Like, I don't think this flank has a chance of success at this point. But he has to try something, right? Like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, and he's spotted here. Yeah, I mean, as you're saying, you know, you kind of have to try something. You got to set up for the Elder Flip. It's coming in 2 minutes.
It's not happening, Valdez.
There are Baron Flip?
I mean, if Nongshim play this game well, and I want to preface it about that, there will be maybe a Baron flip, but then if they flip, you know, they win the fight and end the game. And it's a classic...
I know what they should do. Umpty should wait in that brush over there by blue for 2 full minutes.
No.
They would never expect it.
No, because it's not... Because it doesn't work.
Just give them Baron. You're not going to get that. Just wait at the bottom for 2 full minutes. Because
they'll
they
never
know
see
that
it coming.
Yeah, they'll never know.
So Nesh is gone, and while you do that, they're going to shove in your base.
What if they don't? What if they're like,
God.
okay, we're going to play it safe?
Are they going to kill again? He doesn't. Surely he doesn't.
He has GA. They can kill him twice. Wait, he put down a control ward.
He went GA hole breaker.
He knows. Oh, they're all gone. Okay. Well, yeah. Nongshim from here, you would imagine you have the Baron buff. You can push in a wave. Use that pressure to get Elder Drake. And then from there win the game. He has Sterix and a stopwatch still. So
he has 3.6k health.
At this point, why don't we just play Zeri in any lane? Why does it have to be in the bottom lane? I mean, I guess the Yuumi makes it stronger. Umpty almost died to Yuumi there as they're trying to kill the GA Gnar. It's not working. Okay, they got the GA. That's good. Okay, actually, Henna in a good spot. Oh, the Petrified! It comes out, it is huge, and down he goes. And we knew this was coming, and eventually it happened. That's the ace to the side of Nongshim. They will win game number 3, in fact.
Nongshim going to push for the win. The first time these two teams met this spring, it was a 2-0 for Breon. Then, second time around, Nongshim was able to pick up a victory after what I think was like a 12-series losing streak.
Yeah.
And this time in spring,
Hannah.
They started off with a win.
Effort's laughing. Yeah, it's a rough time. And we just needed one more kill for the Zeri, didn't we? We needed to hit that lucky number 7, didn't we? That's game number 3 in the series 1 by Nongshim Red Force. A great performance, especially in game number 3. They don't waste any time with it. They get the job done.
This is how I picture every Dindin fan. As for Nongshim, it's a big win. This is a team that we are going to expect to really struggle with picking up a lot of wins across the board. And a 2-1 victory here makes a big difference. Able to get their first series started off well. Able to take down a Breon that, in the game where they were ahead, as is a classic Tilwa Breon, they looked so much better. But then in the games where they weren't able to get an early lead, they didn't come together.
Did not happen. Point to the sponsors, yeah. Show off the supporters. Umpty, still not going to be very happy. Sylvie, able to pick up the Viego in game 3. And help out the team. Help out the Zeri. Get to a great spot where Vital could carry in this one.
Quad didn't really have anything of note happen in this series. He had the final play at the end there.
As Cassio looked much more solid in the last game, I would say.
I do think that it's also important to remember, coming back after a while, something that can be tough. That is the you didn't ban Zeri. You gotta learn. What we learned tonight, Cassante and Zeri are in a class of their own in the current era of League of Legends.
Yeah.
And there's only one place where they should be seen. That's on the ban list.
It's an interesting discussion because it does feel like there are so many things.
There's so
you have to
much.
ban.
Yeah.
For both sides. Like, they banned Cassante, Annie, and Vi on blue. And you could, like, leave one open and pick it because you're on blue side, but then you're giving 2 insane picks over to the side of red side. I don't know, it's hard. Do you have to leave like 4 great picks up?
But this wasn't waiting
guess
for Nongshim on the red side, right?
True.
Did end up working out for them. And we saw some of the early players work out well, mainly due to Umti, but then the moment this came through, we kind of knew what was about to happen. As Vital, unchecked.
It's the Zeri moment.
It's the Zeri moment.
Stamped. It's signed, sealed, delivered. We sent it over to Wolf on the space, and he's like, absolutely.
God. He didn't even, he didn't even open up with ult. Oh, by the time he ulted, he was already dead, really.
Yeah. I feel bad for Henna, you know, he was like, he had that moment of frustration where he's like, oh God, like, why is she so strong? And she was already 3-0. At that point, you basically cannot make a single mistake against the Zeri. And then we had one that was quite obvious. And from there, it was just over. Like, the Zeri was just going to win the game by herself. And not to mention the rest of the team that was insanely strong. This is different from Spring.
It's still mind-blowing to me that the veteran player on this roster is Peter. He talked about this. He's like, yeah, last year, you know, in 2022, I came in with Nongshim and it was all my youngs taking care of me, but now I need to step up. It's like, look at this guy!
Well, he certainly got the leadership down, that's for sure. It's like, end it, please. It's like, oh God, please end the game. And they did. They did it for Peter. Did the most damage in the game. Someone also said I have to use the restroom right at the end.
That's my favorite part. It isn't even Vital doing the most damage in the game.
I don't even know how that's physically possible.
How did do the most? I think the problem.
Is that right?
The problem.
I don't think that's correct.
I mean, he farms his hyperprocs, right? But like even then, I think the problem is that Vital killed people too quickly, so he doesn't get to farm a lot of damage.
I guess so.
They're just dead.
So, yeah. And Dundon stayed alive against like multiple people that he's hitting with AoE abilities. Wow. Either way, guys, we are done here for this best of 3 and for the games today at the LCK. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say.
Well, guys, I will officially certify the Zeri moment. We had multiple in this game, and Vital got massively ahead, and the reverse sweep was complete. Put Brion, after what was a great game 1, just straight into the dustbin, and the dustpan, swept him in there. Let's take a look at this draft where we were thinking, okay, maybe it's going to be Milio Jinx here as the response, but they went straight into the Zeri Yuumi. Thoughts, gentlemen?
Yeah, so I think obviously we had the game earlier where Zeri Yuumi lost, but you have to get a lead. You have to consistently maintain that lead and not give any opportunity for Zeri and Yuumi to exist. And this is kind of why we see this combo banned, because it's obnoxious. I also think the Azir, I understand the theory to like punish the Cassiopeia with those ults. They did pull it off a couple of times. But if I came on a draft and one team had Zeri Yuumi and the other one had Azir, I wouldn't feel so good about being the Azir team on this patch.
Yeah, I mean, I was pointing out like the most important thing, which is like the Zeri Yuumi, the reason why it get banned, because like if Zeri just pop up one time, it's basically unstoppable. So that means like if you make one like minor mistake, you just lose the game. That's unfair, right? So that's why people kind of ban it.
It is unfair.
That's kind of the crux of the Zeri moment. You know, the term I coined back a long time ago when Zeri first became meta. Let's witness a Zeri moment, right? Like, shall we talk about one big fight, right? That Huni is alluding to. You know, there are several in this game, but there's one big one to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't. I mean, if you see the result, I mean, it's not. it's not even minor. It's actually major. Like from here, it's like middle of the game. Like it's just like where the Drex the team fight, and Zeri randomly just coming to slide in the middle of the team fight and just pick up the 3 kill. It's game start.
I just feel like if you don't have multiple ways of locking the Zeri down, like you're not prepared, you don't have the angles covered, you just lose, right? Zeri slides in, so good at cleaning up the kills as well with all the mobility and the stacking movement speed. So it's like, okay, yeah, you lost the fight. Not just that, but now Zeri has 3 kills. And I feel like if the fight had gone differently and Zeri had got like 1 kill, you know, maybe it's not so bad. But like, as soon as you see that triple kill, it's like, well,
it's just one slip up, right? One small mistake against a team. And at this lower level of the LCK, right, when we're talking about our weaker teams, that kind of uncoordinated setup on a Drake can lead to these types of opportunities. And we did see a pick happen in the mid lane, and we got to showcase some of Zeri's mobility in a later Baron fight. So talk me through this one, guys, because this ended up getting a little bit wild here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they were kind of thinking, but the thing is, like, this is like actually happened like from the highlight 1, 2 minutes 30 after, which is it's really critical because the Baron just spawned and they got double kill instantly and go back to the Baron.
But Zeri's pretty weak here, so she could be a little bit vulnerable, right?
yeah, I think if they get on the Zeri, like...
Hold on, Morgan's got the right idea here. Wait.
Yeah, if he engages, he should kill the Zeri who's on low HP. Like, what can Zeri really do in this situation?
Hold on, Morgan, man, he's got it, right?
Got it.
Right where he wants her.
I got it.
Oh, exhaust? Over the wall?
Later.
See ya.
Yeah. I hate champion so much. But well played. No credit due, well played. But man, like Zeri, we have suffered for so long under the existence of Zeri. Please, they just need to remove this champ. Just nerf it, please. It's so strong.
I'll leave you guys with this, right? I mean, we do know some nerfs are coming, and her Trinity Force builds aren't going to be as strong in the future. So just
we've been told so many.
I mean, I know, but go home and get the freelo while you can. Okay, go home and get the freelo while you can before that patch comes out, chat. Because Zeri right now, incredibly strong position, and you can see with the Yuumi on her back, it's just tough to handle.
The final line was the Sterax. How are you doing so much damage? You're building like a tank. That looked like a Gnar build, right? Triforce, Titanic, Sterax. You have like 3.5
it's a bruiser, right?
Yes, it's a bruiser. And you're still doing so much damage. And you have so much base. And you're so mobile. And you're wanting everyone. It's just...
So, gentlemen, are we expecting a vital POG? Let's find out who's going to pick it up today in our final game to complete the reverse sweep. No surprises here. Only 525 DPM, but the effective damage in each team fight was incredibly high.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we are criticizing Yuumi as a champion, but you have to pilot the champion well, right? We even saw Zeri Yuumi lose today in this series, but this game was really a redemption. Some fantastic play here and just finding the right angles, pushing into the right moments, and doing Zeri things.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you mentioned like you're happy that you're seeing like Zeri loses, but like also see like really happy that Zeri actually doms the game. So finally Zeri doesn't see in our eyes.
Yeah, I think
they'll still leave it open. We know they'll still do it.
Games like this, I think, are both about the Zeri and what Zeri can do when left to her own devices, but about how well you have to draft against Zeri, because we've seen Zeri's fail, as we do have a unanimous vote here. We've seen Zeri's fail when the coordination is good, right? When the setup is there. Not so much in this game, unfortunately, but on the side of Brion, I think definitely some of those mid-game woes that we've seen from them in the past rearing their head again. So, bit of an upset loss here, you could say. Nongshim with a strong reverse sweep, bouncing back in a big way.
Yeah, pretty much. I think it's really happy to see like still, even though it's kind of lower team, but still they make a reverse sweep after they lose the first game. Doesn't mean that they actually lose the series.
And the thing is, I feel like these series are really important. You know, when it is two teams who are low in the standings in the spring, Nongshim get the win here does make a big difference. They may not get that many series wins over the course of play. Who knows? It's a good start, but definitely getting one over Brion will, you know, help them move up the standings and could, in the end, be the difference maker.
Yeah, I think the confidence that we're seeing in Nongshim here is definitely something to be rewarded, and something that I think we're going to continue to keep our eyes on, of course, as Nongshim plays through this first round robin. But before we talk about that any further, Ji-sun is standing by for the translation of our POG interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisung for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Nongsin Red for Sylvie and Vital after having their first win of the season up against OK Savings Bank Brion. Congratulations, guys. How do you feel about this win? A great start to the season. So last spring, we lost to Bro, which was our first match of the season. But this is the opposite way, you know? I don't know if this was a clean win, but still, it feels amazing to have a rematch at the same time and get an opposite result. Yeah, I mean, I think spring season, we had the worst start possible, which was, you know, losing in the first match. But this time around, we had the rematch, and then we were able to get a win. So I think this is going to be a great season to us. And we had some little performances on your way out to the stage. Sylvie, you punched into the OK Bro sign and made it into a KO Bro. So was that your idea? Not really, but our team, our entire staffs were working on that little ceremony for us to have a great start to the season. Did you really mean it? Did you really want to punch them? I want to say 50-50. It was more about a performance, but at the same time, I did want to win. And I want to hear about your teamwork with Quad. Well, it was really rough early in the scrims, but as we had more practice together, we were getting a lot better. And also, Quad, he's playing a big role in terms of macro plays, so I think we're going to keep improving as a team. And Vital, we were able to see the famous Cassiopeia from Quad. Was that his idea? Well, a little bit. And also, that's one of his comfort picks. So, and we were able to actually let him play in scrims, and we were having some good results. So I think we thought Cassiopeia will be a huge addition to our strategy. And now that you guys won the series, I want to go back to a very unfortunate event that happened in game number 1. Zeri somehow skated into the entire 5 members of the opponents, but turned out it was Wukong failing to go over the wall. Tell us what happened. So, you know, our Shako was all about going in, you know, we were like, let's go, we gotta go. And then I figured Wukong was missing, and I took a look at the replay and he failed to go over the wall, so I was like, ah man, but it happens. Sylvie, is there anything you want to clarify here? Well, so when we said go, I thought it was about taking the portal, you know? But the clone was a mistake for sure. But I had to go in because I really wanted to go for a smite steal, and then I made a mistake. But I want to say sorry for what happened. There was a mistake, but in the end, Nongsin Red Force managed to secure a match win in the end. And Vital, Game 3, we had one of the biggest Zeri Yumi moments in the LCK. They are still dominating the meta on the bottom lane. So tell us about the Milio Yumi matchup, because we saw both of them getting picked on the bottom lane. Which one do you prefer? Well, for me, I prefer Milio because she has the agency to hit onto the opponent first. But today, when I had Yumi next to me, or when they had Yumi next to their AD carry, I kind of figured it's actually really hard to reach to the enemy AD carry. So now I kind of prefer Yumi over Milio. Well, I'm pretty sure the players cannot actually see what's happening in the coach's booth, but we were able to see them having the biggest cheer and joy for all of you performing so well today. Tell us about your preparation for the summer season. I think we had about a couple of months to prepare for the summer season. We started playing solo queue and started having scrims with other teams as well, so I guess they're really happy to actually see us perform well on stage finally. Then is there anything you would like to say to the coaching staff of Nongsin Red Force? Thank you so much for helping us have the best practice possible, and I really appreciate all the feedbacks. Thank you.
그 마음 저희까지 전해질 것 같습니다.
Sylvie, before we go, is there anything you want to say to the fans as well? And what is your goal for the summer season? I want to make this season different from the spring season. I'm so happy that we were able to get a first win so early this time around, and our goal is making playoffs. We will do our best. And this will be the end of the interview from the Nongsin Red Force POGs, and I'm going to pass it back to the Spacers. Thank you.
Thanks, as always, Ji-sun, for the wonderful translation. We'll take a look at where we stand after this reverse sweep from Nongshim, as, you know, it's still early on in the season, but I think some of these results we've seen, we expected. There were definitely some upsets here, although along the way.
I mean, I just think it's mind-blowing that after playing each other in the finals, Genji and T1 still yet to win a series, so really letting the side down.
Yeah, they're 0-0, basically.
Well, it's really interesting you guys would mention that, because they will both be playing their first game of the season tomorrow. Genji facing off against KT Rolster, a rematch of our losers finals, and then of course T1 versus Han Life Esports, a pretty iconic matchup for the spring season.
Yeah, I mean, that was the one series that T1 dropped in spring, so even though on paper a lot of people favor T1, there's potential for an upset.
Yeah, I mean, the big match has arrived tomorrow.
Tomorrow is definitely, in my opinion, the best day that we have for this week here, our first week of LCK Spring. But thank you guys so much for watching. We're done with day 2. We'll see you guys tomorrow for those banger matches.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange man.
캐디를 미쳤어요. 개사기!
마음에 뭔가 변화가 생겨서 이제 플로랭크에 좀 집중을 했는데 게이머를 다시 해볼 수 있겠다, 그런 생각이 들었던 것 같아요.